1. The Duellist. Prologue, The Duellist. Montague flicked his wand like a badminton racket, shortly, sharply, and strongly, and said some strange words. Debris rose from the flagstones by itself, and spun in a peculiar circular array, blocking the onrushing lights, shattering the detritus into ever smaller shards. Crack, crack, crack. The impacts boomed. Harry felt a shift in the air. Slowly, then at once, the spell fire stopped. His gaze followed the point of Montague's wand to the red-robed aura, Alexander Neen. The man appeared winded from his casting, his broad chest heaving. Quick as a snake, a burst of wind propelled the sharp shards of wood at him. Sidestepping, Neen blocked the following spells with a translucent shield upon which lights first pinged, then fizzed. By Neen's expression, Harry thought the fizzing was not a very good sign. Yellow, red, and blue spheres of many colors and kinds hit the shield and stopped, fizzing away like pulsing, ethereal time bombs. Harry gulped, glad to be across the yard and behind a wall. Who knew what would happen if those lights went off? Neen was soon flagging. The lights seemed to grow heavier on his shield, drawing him down into a crouch. Even at a distance, Harry saw his arms shaking under the weight. Why was that exactly? Did the lights have real weight? They flew through the air so easily. Light didn't have weight, did it? Yet as sure as the sky was blue, Neen was indeed struggling against the burden imposed upon his shield. Worse, what did it mean for Harry if Montague won? By all accounts, the man was bad. Harry wasn't sure why, but Mr. Bellows, the ice cream man, had said as much, and he seemed very trustworthy, with his massive mutton chops and smiling eyes. And anyway, Montague was running away from the wizard police. That had to count for something, right? Harry didn't want to root for a bad man. Even so, Harry saw something appealing in Montague, criminal or not. His smile was easy and genuine, and he'd even bowed to the aura before the duel began. Better even still, he'd given his opponent a moment to recover when he lost his wand. Who did that? It was like watching something out of a story book. Harry's more cynical side, the side that grew up in the shadow of the Dursleys, told him that Montague probably wasn't that bad for that reason alone, but that not being bad was not a guarantee that he was good either. After all, if Montague had to go up to a judge, wearing, in Harry's mind, a big funny hat, and plead his case, he could at least say he'd fought honorably. If he'd done something really terrible, then that wouldn't matter if he'd allowed Neen his wand, but if he were only a troublemaker. Yet before his mind could be made up, it was boggled. Neen grunted. His shield was waning, the sheen separating him, and the fizzing lights was thinning. Then something odd happened. Neen forced himself back onto his feet and pushed. But Statum Verta. 24 fizzing spells flew at Montague. He gulped, then cried something Harry could not hear. An explosion rocked the courtyard, throwing up flooring and God knows what else. Harry ducked, pressing himself against the hard plastered wall, covering his face as best he could. Was that it? The explosion had surrounded Montague. Who could survive that? He peeked above his hiding spot. Smoke coiled where Montague once stood. Neen's robes were grey with dust. For a long, long moment, nothing moved. The world seemed to hold its breath, then exhale. Neen exhaled with it. "Merlin," he muttered, the curse strange to Harry's ears. His voice carried, as did the shuffle of his boots. His stance had slackened. "I hope he's still alive." A red beam flashed like a ray of light from the smoke. "I hope I am too," Montague said, stepping from his smoking shell. His robes were torn, his auburn hair dirtied, but a smile cut across his face. "Or heaven's a dull place if you're in it." The aura groaned, readying himself once more. "Up!" Aunt Petunia screeched. "Up, get up!" Harry also groaned, wishing he was back in his dream. Not a dream, he reminded himself while fumbling for his glasses. A memory. That had happened. Two men, Montague and Alexander Neen, had really fought outside Mr. Bellows' ice cream parlor that day in Diagon Alley, and Harry had really been there to witness it. Now he was back in 4 Privet Drive, wishing he were somewhere else. Something small and wiry slipped through his grasp. Harry heard it tap against the floor. Damn, he thought. Dudley's second bedroom really was playing tricks on him. It was far larger than his cupboard. Sometimes he almost missed it. Sometimes, he muttered to himself, careful to swing out of bed on the opposite side to his fallen glasses. The last time he'd broken them, Vernon had locked him in that cupboard for a week. It was his favorite punishment if he thought Harry had done something wrong or hadn't done what he should, which included, but was not limited to, cooking breakfast, sometimes tea, always washing up, often gardening, and even letting Dudley hit him. Harry sighed. Dueling wizards were a long way away from Privet Drive, little winging. He daydreamed of them anyway throughout the day. Breakfast almost burnt as he recalled the deft flick of Neen's wand when he battered away a particularly vibrant curse. Dudley almost caught him in the park as he imagined Montague's fearless grin. What would it be like that? He's a bad man, Harry, Mr. Bellow reminded him inside his head. His family ran with the wrong sort in the dark times. Bad eggs, the lot of them. Then his face had brightened, and he'd heaped another scoop of ice cream onto Harry's bowl. Not that I serve eggs, mind, so maybe I don't know much about them. Mr. Bellows had said that after the fight was over, after Montague had been captured. Back in his new bedroom, Harry frowned. Yes, he had been captured. Neen had stalled Montague long enough for a group of hit wizards, whatever they were, to arrive. The end had been swift thereafter, though Montague had fought until the end. That, Harry felt, almost wasn't important. Even at 11, Harry knew no one could run from the police forever. It was what you were hunted for that mattered, what was inside. And despite Mr. Bellow's avowals, Harry wasn't quite so sure about Montague. His instinct told him to be sympathetic. Harry didn't think that made him bad too, even if Montague was a bad man. After all, people did sometimes root for the bad guys on television, right? Was rooting for a troublemaker, an underdog so different. Not that Harry had seen much television. The Dursleys hadn't allowed it, for more reasons than one. Aside from wishing to deny their nephew the meanest joys, television sets also had a strange capacity to blow up if he stood near them too long, which, he now realized, must have been his magic reacting to the electricity. That only underlined the point to which his mind was inexorably moving. He did not belong. He belonged in Diagon Alley. He belonged with wizards and witches with their funny hats and strange clothes and queer sayings. He belonged away from little winging. And most of all, he wanted to be a duelist. Sitting in bed that night, he promised himself that when he awoke the next day, he'd get up early, eat breakfast, and take the first bus into town, then into London. Finding Diagon Alley again wouldn't be difficult. He recalled the street Charing Cross Road, and the inn which doubled as the entrance, the Leaky Cauldron. He just had to ask Tom the barman for a room, and he'd be given one. He'd give a room to an 11-year-old. Harry sighed, sensing his dream begin to retreat. Would he? Children weren't allowed to roam around in the Muggle world, doing what they pleased, and those that did tended to grow up spoiled and mean like Dudley. Harry made a face. He wouldn't want to grow up like Dudley, but he did want to grow up to be a duelist. Duelists surely didn't slave away for their Muggle relatives. And Harry Potter was famous, the boy who lived, they said, which didn't mean much to Harry. But to wizards he was famous. That mattered, didn't it? Uncle Vernon always said celebrities got preferential treatment, and Harry could believe it. Eventually, he decided it would be better to try and fail rather than stay at the Dursleys for the rest of the summer, doing chores and dodging Dudley. He put his head on his pillow and closed his eyes, and thought of colored lights and whirling wands. But when dawn brushed his window, Harry hadn't gotten any sleep. He was too excited, and in the light of day, too anxious. The night before, all his plans had seemed so simple, so achievable. Now they appeared absurd, distant. How was he supposed to convince Tom to give him a room? And what if a concerned adult stopped him before he could reach the alley? What would he say? He did not set off for the bus. Instead, he burnt the bacon at breakfast, broke a brush while cleaning, and nearly fell asleep while weeding. Harry crawled into bed the next night, despairing. Then he awoke to Aunt Petunia's usual morning greeting. "Ah!" he moaned. Harry's head felt like it was constricted by a metal band. When adults talked about hangovers, was this what it felt like? Sleep deprivation called him back to his pillow, but worry propelled him out of bed. The room spun. Dudley's old toys stared at him blankly, but for a creepy moment Harry could have sworn they were laughing at him. He shook off the thought, then winced as his migraine rebelled against the movement. Not willing to risk his aunt's wrath, Harry dressed himself, brushed his teeth, and lit up for breakfast. And when his aunt and uncle had eaten their fill and busied themselves with the television, Harry snook a paracetamol and swallowed it dry. The tablet burned down his throat. For a moment Harry thought he was going to choke, but by the time he was finished gardening, it was pink hyacinths this time. His headache had vanished. He threw the trowel down with glee, sweaty and satisfied. "I'm done," Harry announced to the back of Aunt Petunia's head. She didn't even turn to look at him. "Humph," she said. Her eyes were glued to a rerun of Keeping Up Appearances. Off with you then, and stay out of trouble. Harry left at once, before she could come up with something else for him to do. Stepping out into the Dursleys' tidy front garden, Harry watched carefully. He was surrounded by a cul-de-sac of carefully maintained suburban houses. The pavements were deserted. Dudley was supposed to be spending the afternoon with his friend Piers Polkiss. He was a scrawny, rat-faced boy who was the brain to Dudley's brawn in the relative sense. They usually stayed at his house and played Nintendo, but on sunny days like this, after a long and anxious pause, Harry stepped onto the pavement. Still nothing, which was not unusual. After all, what reason was there to go down a dead end? Slowly, then with growing confidence, Harry made his way toward the park. There he could get lost. There he could dream of Diagon and dueling. But on the way, something made him pause. A big red bus was coming his way. It would stop right by him if he only stayed still. It would not take him straight to London, but it would stop at the bus station, where another bus would take him straight to Charing Cross every other hour Harry stayed still. He was in a daze. What was he doing? He couldn't go to London by himself. He didn't have any moan. The £10 note he'd slipped into his back pocket for just this eventuality seemed to burn a hole in his trousers. He didn't have his trunk either. It was still at the Dursleys. The bus got closer and closer. It stopped. The doors opened with a pneumatic whoosh. "You're getting in, son," the driver said. Harry stared. "Well, why, yes." Harry fumbled for his precious £10 note and stumbled onto the bus. He also prayed he did not cause the bus to break down. It was past tea time when Harry approached Charing Cross. The buses had only broken down twice. Strange men were already patrolling London's grimy streets. They looked at him oddly, and Harry tried not to look at them. The city was very different to the wizarding street hidden therein. Crisp packets, plastic bags, and fag ends littered the pavements. Gaunt women loitered on street corners under vast buildings of moulding stone. Harry tried not to look at them either. They didn't wear very much. London had been unsettling even when chaperoned by Hagrid, the giant. Too many people were whizzing about, each of whom seemed entirely in his own world. That had been at lunchtime when the sun shone bright. Now the sun was descending, and all that was weird and untidy seemed to be ascending from their daytime hidey-holes. And Hagrid wasn't there. Harry hurried along. Under a smog-blackened arch he stopped. The shadows had lengthened worryingly, and he had no memory of this landmark. Harry slunk quietly into the arch's shadow. What to do? Where was the leaky cauldron? He could have sworn it stood by the junction across from McKenna Meets, but he'd passed that by a while ago. At the time he thought he must have been mistaken, but now could he double back? What if the loiterers noticed him retracing his steps and realized he was lost? Instinctively, Harry pressed himself closer against the cold stone of the archway, retreating further into the shadows. His legs froze beneath him, and at that moment he realized that he wasn't the boy who lived in Muggle London, that he wasn't famous, that he wasn't a duelist, that he was a scrawny little boy miles from home. Perhaps he could wait here a while. Surely a policeman would come around the corner sometime on his beat. Then he could take him back to the Dursleys. Sure, Uncle Vernon would throw him in the cupboard, but that was better than braving the dark-lit streets of London and their strange occupants. Yes, he decided, beginning to curl deep in the shadows. That would do. Just wait, just keep quiet. At that moment, someone stepped onto the pavement as if from nowhere. He wasn't a policeman, true, or a firefighter, or even a traffic warden. He was wearing robes, and striding down a main road without a care. He strode past Harry too, but unlike the Muggles, whose eyes slid over his figure, Harry kept a steady watch and followed. The man took a right, another right, then a left down a narrow alley. Harry lingered at the mouth. Who knew what sort of wizard he was? When he was definitely gone, Harry rushed after him, wincing with every echoing footstep. Hopefully his mark. Hopefully his mark did not stray too far, nor notice the loud footfalls behind him. Harry turned the corner and beheld a familiar black facade. "Thank God," he spluttered, heaving in grateful gulps of air. In dancing golden letters, the leaky cauldron was scrawled onto the adjoining sign. It fluttered in the wind, both the sign and the letters therein. Harry watched it for a while as he regained his breath. Wizards, he had noticed, had an eye for detail. "Just got to convince Tom then, Harry," Harry said to himself bitterly. "Yes, here you are, my boy. One room for the summer, no questions asked." And that was not even mentioning the conundrum with his trunk or Hedwig, who'd been out hunting when he'd left. Even so, he was walking toward the inn, as if pulled by some inescapable power. His feet seemed to move themselves. "This is never going to work," he warned the air. The air did not answer. Harry only felt a vague sickness in his gut, buried beneath that great wave of something: excitement, apprehension, dread, that pulled him toward the cauldron. He pulled open the creaking door by its large bronze doorknob. Tom listened absently to Mr. Potter explaining himself for the third time while he polished a shot glass. The young master was speaking hurriedly, as though worried Tom would interrupt and send him away. What a silly thought! But it was, he supposed, reassuring in a way. All Muggle-raised children who made this request seemed to act the same way. The boy who lived was no different. Whoever Dumbledore had chosen to raise him had definitely kept him humble, just another sign of the man's greatness, Tom decided. "I live with Muggles, you see, and I'd like to see more of the wizarding world before I go to Hogwarts, and I won't be any trouble, and I'll pay, and I won't leave Diagon Alley, I've got money." And looking up at him with his mother's brilliant green eyes, the young master was a picture of modesty. Tom almost shook his head in amazement, stopping himself as he realized the gesture could be taken the wrong way. It was an attitude that would suit the boy well in the years to come, with the world at his feet. Deciding the shot glass was sufficiently clean, placed it with the others, and finally put Mr. Potter out of his misery. He smiled his best smile of reassurance and went to his belt. Searching by touch alone, Tom quickly found the correct key on his chain. Each was unique, cast in its own complex mold. Tom recognized them all by shape. He slid the key to room 10 across the counter. "Here you are, H, my boy." He corrected himself, trying his best not to draw attention to the celebrity in their midst. "Room 10. It'd be lovely for you to stay." The young master looked at the key for a long moment, almost shocked, and Tom suppressed the urge to chuckle. Oh, their reactions always made him laugh. Their amazement had always bemused him, at least until a young Mr. Young, Tom never failed to make that joke, explained that it wasn't normal in the Muggle world for parents to let their children wander off, much less stay at what Mr. Young had called a bed and breakfast, and what Tom called an inn. Then again, Tom eyed the young master critically. He never saw Mr. Young's parents either. It had become suspicious, and eventually the boy had admitted that they treated him rather badly. The leaky cauldron had become his respite. Would it be the same for Mr. Potter? He didn't show any obvious signs of neglect. No, Tom thought it couldn't be, not with Dumbledore watching over him. Meanwhile, Mr. Potter had taken the key and was weighing it in his hand. "Thanks, Tom." And then he walked away, and Tom went back to his cleaning, quietly optimistic for the future. The door to room 10, the leaky cauldron, opened with a long, keening creak. Harry peered inside. Against one wall stood a four-poster bed, the kind he'd only ever seen in films. Against the other was an ornamented wash basin, and opposite the door a window looked out onto Diagon. The ceiling was cream, and the carpet green. It was a simple room into which he stepped, and he thought, with that strange numbness that arises only out of surprise, it was as easy as that. But inside Harry Potter's young head and older heart, the latter of which was neglected by disuse, a kaleidoscope began to spin. Euphoria burst through that odd blankness. Excitement tickled at his breast. Bafflement set a giddy kink to his steps. He was on his way out of the Dursleys forever. He was on his way to magic. He was on his way to becoming a duelist. Everything was perfect. It was less than an hour later that Harry realized everything was certainly not perfect. For starters, and if his problems were a meal, it'd be 9-course. Harry had forgotten in his excitement the sequence to open the wall. That had been embarrassing. He'd spent days memorizing the thing, picturing the deft movements of Hagrid's umbrella. Then in one night, poof, he'd had to hang around near the entrance like a lurching street urchin. When that didn't work, after much gnashing of teeth, he'd bitten the bullet and asked Tom the barkeep. The old man had chuckled with kind-hearted mirth, and Harry had reddened to an even deeper shade, but soon enough he saw Diagon Alley once more. The mortification was worth it. It had unfurled before him as he remembered in his dreams, but reality held a magic that dreams couldn't touch. Even the madness of the unconscious could summon no rival to its splendor. Harry had taken in the sights with eyes like saucepans. Wizards and witches hurried about in throngs, their cloaks of many colors billowing about them. A hobbling gentleman who looked older than some middle-aged countries was making dismissive sounds at the shining cauldrons outside Smithson's apothecary, which were piled higher than Harry stood tall. "Barely half an inch," he croaked. "These days, those Danes, useless." Harry had wandered further in before he could hear the rest of his complaint. He had spent at least an hour exploring. The alley was larger than it first appeared. In fact, Diagon was, as far as he could tell, at least 6 connected thoroughfares which spread like branches into ever smaller lanes and byways. Soon he had stopped by Aelop's Owl Emporium, wondering which cage had been Hedwig's. The thought had twisted his gut. In his excitement, he had totally forgotten. Hedwig was out hunting when he had left. Would she know where to go? She was a clever girl, and he'd been talking to her about leaving for Diagon, but still, it had seemed like she understood. Then there was his trunk. Unless it had grown legs, that was definitely back at the Dursleys. Anxiety had overtook him for the rest of the day. Feeling sick, he'd retreated back to his room and buried himself in his very comfy mattress, trying his best not to cry before falling asleep. He had dreamt of a smirking, beady-eyed Uncle Vernon Asterisk holding a burning match to a squawking Hedwig perched atop his trunk. "Move." Harry had wanted to shout. She would not move, but looked at him with imploring, disappointed eyes. Harry had woken up sweating. Fortunately, Hedwig had been waiting for him on his dresser. She was staring at him like he was an idiot. She was certainly not imploring, but definitely disappointed. "Sorry, girl," Harry had croaked, sounding like that old man by the pewter cauldrons. "It must have been a surprise when you arrived back at the Dursleys." Hedwig pecked his hand as he reached to stroke her proud feathers. "Ow," Harry winced. "I deserved that." A speck of blood fell onto the carpet, spreading out like ink, that gave Harry an idea. 2 days later, a very confused shop assistant had handed Harry his trunk, wrapped in a comical maelstrom of old papers. Aunt Petunia certainly wanted no evidence she'd handled something as freakish as a wizard's trunk. It looked like a giant newspaper marshmallow. Harry had thanked the man and scurried back off to Diagon Alley, eager to buy every book in Flourish and Blots. Surely they'd have books about dueling. That brought about the 8 other courses of that proverbial 9-course meal. Flourish and Blots had many volumes on charms and transfiguration, runes, arithmancy, whatever that was, history, herbology, astronomy, literature, poetry, politics, philosophy, theology, and music. It didn't have any real books on dueling. Nor did Sin's second-hand works, or obscurus books, or any other shop Harry cared to peruse. The closest relatives to the dueling treatises he wanted were broad compendiums describing dark creatures and narrow defensive magic. After skimming through dark arts defense basics for beginners, Harry wanted to cry. He didn't understand it all being written for readers far older than him, but what he understood was damning. It summed up everything that was wrong with all the defense against the dark arts books he had hoarded. They weren't practical. It was almost as though the authors had written them with the intention of misleading their readers. Occasionally, a useful anecdote slipped through. Many could be found in the Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts by Arsenius Jigger, a useful little tome he'd picked up in obscurus books. Even so, the author was reluctant to describe how to engage in a duel. In a week, Harry felt like he'd skimmed through every Dada book in Diagon Alley. He'd spent fruitless hours at his desk, patiently sifting information until his eyes burned and his legs ached. Each session only ever ended in frustration. When he did manage to wrest some nugget of useful information from one of the books, he couldn't even practice it. Not only did he not have a partner, he couldn't use magic. What he hadn't known at the time, but now rued, was that the moment he touched his new phoenix feather and Harley wand, he had activated something called the Trace. It was an enchantment of vast complexity and power, and spanned through something called a Caniernger, the whole country, which incidentally meant the British Isles. Magical Ireland had no border of its own. This and much more he had learned from his only distraction from the endless monotony of uninspiring Dada books. The Shape of Modern Magic by Didas Carbs was an eclectic mess of a tome he'd found in Sin's second-hand works. The shopkeeper had recommended it herself. It bridged the gap between magic and politics and attempted to explain the curiosities of wizarding customs. Harry didn't really understand it at all, but at least Carbs was engaging and informative. Already, he felt he knew something more of the legend of the boy who lived, and Harry Potter's place in wizarding society. Cobbs painted a figure he didn't understand. He didn't know that person, nor did he care to. Harry just wanted to duel. Reading about the exploits of the ancient magicians, as they were often called, only exacerbated his desire. And he had one last gamble before he went to Hogwarts. It was 3 more agonizing days before he saw him. Harry had almost given up, retreating to the hope that Hogwarts might run a dueling club. Considering the dearth of books on the subject, Harry suspected otherwise. He was cheering himself up with a bowl of vanilla ice cream, enjoying the semi-melted perfection no Muggle shop could match. Bellow's ice cream was heated from the inside with a special blue flame that didn't burn. Harry looked up from his table absently. Then he did a double take. The Auror, Alexander Neen, was on the beat in the courtyard, striding watchfully just yards from the spot where he fought Montague. Harry scoffed the rest of his chocolate flake, coughing as he choked it down. He wiped his hands on his trousers and raced after him. "Auror Neen," he called. "Auror Neen." Neen whirled around, his red robes fluttering. Harry paused in his step, spiked by sudden anxiety. Neen's eyes were narrowed, his thin lips tightened to a frown. The man was intimidating up close, with dark eyes and a harsh widow's peak. Had he made a nuisance of himself, approaching like that? Deciding on caution, Harry pretended to rub his forehead, secretly peeling away the hideaway patch from his forehead. It was designed to obscure teenage acne, but he found it was no less effective on cursed scars. "Good morning, sir," he continued. "I hope I'm not bothering you." Neen eased his stance. Only then did Harry see that the Auror's hand had been inching close to his wand. "Perhaps this was a bad idea." "Not at all, young fellow," Neen said, ruffling Harry's hair. "How can I," his eyes widened, "help you?" The scar on Harry's head felt like it was burning. He restrained the urge to adjust his fringe, displaying his identity as surely as a name tag. Did you have a duel here last week?" "I did, young master. Am I looking at a potential Auror?" Harry reddened. "That would be incredible, getting paid to duel." I hope so," he said, cursing the crack in his voice. "Who was the wizard you were dueling?" Neen frowned. "Ewan Montague, a bad man." "And I'm Alexander, if you didn't know." "I'm Harry Potter." There it was, the flicker of something across Neen's face. Or surprise. Harry didn't know. All he knew is that he had to plow on to use it to try. He swallowed hard. In the Muggle world, this would never work. Was wondering if I could speak to Montague." The words sounded like coarse rocks coming from his mouth. Stupid, clumsy, idiotic. Why would they ever let him, celebrity or not? Harry felt the heat on his forehead stretch down his cheeks all the way to his neck. And yes, Neen appeared bemused. He raised a dark eyebrow. I don't see why not," he said slowly, "though I don't understand why you'd want to. His family supported, you know. Who you know?" That was no surprise to Harry. He'd already guessed as much from Mr. Bellow's warnings. But Ewan Montague had been too young to fight in the war. He was no party to Voldemort or his parents' deaths. And he, an outlaw, might be willing to tell him something about dueling. Harry knew that a Muggle policeman would never let a child visit a jailed prisoner without specific reason. But he had also realized that the wizarding world was a very different place. Witches and wizards, as far as Harry could tell, lived in a state of relaxation, for lack of a better word. Muggle health and safety inspectors would have a field day or a heart attack if they so much as set foot on the cobbles of Diagon Alley. There was something freeing about it, so far from the stuffy, neat hedgerows of Privet Drive. "I know, sir," Harry said. "But if I want to be an Auror, I need to look criminals in the eye. I thought I could start here, as I saw some of the duel." "Some of the duel," Neen said sharply. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Harry felt his stomach drop and thought back to that day, so vivid in his mind. That spell, Potstatum Verita, was Neen supposed to use that? He recalled Montague's surprise. "A bit of it," Harry added hastily. "Montague was hitting you with spells at the time. They were collecting on your shield, but then I left. It seemed too dangerous." The Auror visibly relaxed, and so did Harry. That spell was definitely suspect then. "A sensible decision, Mr. Potter. Always remember, flee if you can, fight if you cannot." Neen touched the silver badge on his robes and smiled. "Well, until you earn that Auror recommendation." Harry smiled back, hoping it didn't look fake. He felt sick. He didn't want to broach the subject again, but "So could I," Neen nodded. I don't see why not. Prisoners can have visitors. Usually it's people they know, but there's no rule against it." He chuckled. Maybe you'll convert him to the light." Harry laughed, but had no idea what the light was. Harry followed Neen for the rest of his patrol, shadowing him for almost an hour. It was an amazing experience. People looked at the aura with such respect. They parted when he passed. It was as though he were lord of the manor, and they his faithful servants. Harry could almost pretend they were looking at him like that as he hurried to match Neen's longer stride. Though he soon noticed, this respect was not universal. A pair of shabby, belligerent-looking twins scowled at them as they passed second-hand brooms. Harry frowned. "If you don't mind me asking, sir, don't you have a partner?" "I wouldn't need Proudfoot to deal with those two. He's on standby duty," Neen said, then stopped. He crouched so that he was on a level with Harry. "The only time an aura would patrol in pairs is in Nocturne Alley," he said severely. "The entrance to which is right behind me. No, don't even look. I want you to promise me you'll never go there. It's not safe for a child, and certainly not Harry Potter. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, feeling a tremor of fear flutter down his spine. The man was deathly serious, his voice edged with warning. What was in Nocturne Alley? Would he even want to know? As promised, he did not dare look past Neen's head. Not until I've earned that recommendation." "Ha!" For the first time, Harry saw the flicker of a smile ghost across Neen's harsh features. "You've got doxy, young master, I'll give you that." Having no idea what that was, Harry could only smile back. The rest of the patrol was uneventful. Harry asked questions about the duel, which Neen answered as best he could. It was a frustrating experience. There were so many concepts that an untrained 11-year-old did not understand that Neen had to simplify his explanations to the degree that they became almost worthless. If it weren't for years of keeping his tongue, Harry was sure he would have said something stupid in his exasperation. But he restrained the urge. Only when Neen began to explain Montague's behavior did Harry gain any insight. "It's honor," the aura had said. Was that respect in his voice? Harry couldn't quite tell. "It's all he has left. The Montagues are broken otherwise." "Broken," Harry said. Did he mean broke? He didn't know much about wizarding robes, but Montagues, he thought, were well cut, bespoke even. The man did not give the impression of poverty. "What do you mean?" Something strange darted across Neen's face. It was there for a split moment, then it was gone. "Many families found themselves reduced after the last war, young master. The Montagues were proud. Now they are a shadow." A shadow. That didn't sound good. Something that felt like lead settled in Harry's stomach. Was this a good idea? Would Montague hate him merely for living? But it was too late to back out now. Finally, the odd pair reached the lockup. It was a squat, circular building of dressed stone with a cone-shaped roof. It looked rather like a chubby-faced wizard wearing a pointy hat. The elaborate arched doorway resembled a mouth open in surprise. "The birdcage," Neen called it. "Come on, young master." He took a surprisingly dainty silver key from his interior pocket and turned the lock. It came open with a solid click and swung oddly outwards. The inside was far larger than the outside. The sensation of passing into the expanded building was indescribable to Harry. He blinked, his anxiety temporarily forgotten. "I love magic," he muttered. Below his feet ran a series of interconnected stone bridges, spreading out like a spider's web. Yet further down, at least a dozen hexagonal cells were sunk into the ground. These hexagons were capped with flat glass roofs, so it was perfectly possible to lean over and see exactly what the occupants were doing. Except, Harry noticed, for a small section of the cell covered by fabric. It could only house a toilet. "No need to rush," said Neen. "He's not going anywhere." He led Harry to a spot above a particular hexagon. "Stand there." He pointed to an X-shaped marker indented into the bridge. Harry obeyed, then stumbled. The ground shifted unpleasantly. The bridge was moving. No, he saw Neen's smirking face recede. He was moving down while Neen was remaining still. Harry peered down. The cell was drawing closer and the glass. He tensed, waiting for the floating lift to crash down. It never did. Somehow the glass melted as it was touched, parting like a shining silver sea. The lift touched down silently on the white-tiled floor. "Harry Potter, Europe's premier celebrity, what brings you to my humble abode?" Behind the bars that separated Harry's landing zone from the cell proper, Ewan Montague watched him with glimmering eyes. Harry started, then gulped. The leaden feeling returned. He checked his fringe. It was covering his forehead. How do you know my name?" he said, cursing at once his timidity. How could he become a duelist if he were afraid of a man behind bars? "I saw you that day in Bellow's courtyard. You were peeking from behind a wall. He smiled sardonically, bitterly. You were less careful with the placement of your hair. How, Harry thought. He was mid-duel against a dangerous opponent. How did he have time to see me? Montague seemed to read his thoughts, but said nothing. Harry opened his mouth and paused. What could he even say? Would Montague even answer? He felt keenly the inscrutable gaze watching him. He had to say something. He led with the only thing he knew. Why did you start with McCarthy's Bone Breaker? I'm told it's slow and unnecessarily cruel. Oh, Montague's brow rose. Oh, have you been peeking into your tutor's textbooks, young master? You should only learn about that in 5th year. Harry felt himself go blank. Tutor? Could he fake that? It was too late. Montague's eyes were wide. You don't know anything, do you? He spoke in an odd whisper. How could Harry Potter not be told anything? Merlin, Dumbledore said you were with Muggles, but we never truly believed. A lull tempered the air. Montague settled himself. His demeanor seemed to soften. I started with the Bone Breaker because it's slow. It catches people off guard, especially because it resembles many other spells. An opponent might very well use the wrong type of shield or counter parry. Cruelty has nothing to do with it. Fight to win or don't fight at all. Harry frowned. He understood the reasoning behind using the spell. It was like the slow bowl in cricket, which his Uncle Vernon had often stressed was employed to catch the batsman out. Uncle Vernon had hated that. He wasn't a very subtle man. But winning, Montague had practically returned Neen's wand to him. What about? He itched to say Anna, but what if that offended him? What about Anna? Montague finished easily. What about it? A man must have his boundaries or he's not a man. But you've ended up here because of it. Harry couldn't help but blurt out. His anxiety had vanished. Only curiosity remained. While Montague's valor was deeply appealing, it was also, for lack of a better term, mad, confounding. When I fenced those compasses, I knew the risks. Authorities punish their enemies and reward their friends, but I don't think you're old enough for that yet, young master. Why are you here? Harry squared himself. I want to be a duelist. Montague smiled. And you've scoured Diagon Alley and found a pack of pathetic defense against the dark arts books. I understand. Ask away. And so Harry did, for nearly half an hour. Together, they dissected Montague's duel with Neen moment by moment. Harry did not understand it all, or even most of it, but Montague took the time to explain his reasoning behind each move as best he could. It was brilliant. Harry was absorbed, then disappointed. Time's almost up, Montague warned. He was leaning about the wall of his cell, quietly pleased about something. Did he think he'd begun to win Harry over to his side? There was no way of knowing, and Harry didn't really care. He had learned a lot from the man. Now there was much to think about. A simple timer was ticking away between them, which had filled with sand the moment the lift had broken the glass, or so Montague had said. The top was almost empty. Harry sighed. I understand. It was nice to talk to you. Reluctantly, he stood back over the X. Tell Neen it was a good duel, Montague said, closing his eyes. Oh, before I forget, if you're interested in dueling, you should find yourself a lightspeed. The little capsule-like devices, usually golden. Bounce one against a wall, see what it does. But even if I got one, I wouldn't be able to use it until Hogwarts, right? Montague chuckled. I forgot. Muggle raised. The trace doesn't work in magical areas. Harry blinked. He was too surprised to be angry. That would come later. The lift shuddered for a moment, then began its labor. Harry steadied himself. It was a rather sickly sensation, moving without obvious reason. Where can I find one? They were banned a few years ago, Montague called, smirking, so you'll have to venture off the beaten path. Try Rosier's Trifles in Nocturne Alley. And Harry's stomach turned to lead once more, as Montague told him to go exactly where Neen told him not to. The end of the prologue of the Duellist glossary. Keeping Up Appearances stars Patricia Routledge as Hyacinth Bucket. You might say, Uncle burned them. Village lockups were common in the 18th and early 19th centuries. They were generally employed to detain thieves, drunkards, and cattle rustlers. Usually circular and small, they were obviously less elaborate than the birdcage. And greetings and salutations. So, what am I doing with this story? A few things, really, to further explore what the Harry Potter extended universe could be. What's going on that Harry doesn't care about? What other magical locations are there? What's the culture really like? What's happening with politics? I'm trying not to contradict J.K. Rowling's canon specifically, but expand on her concept, filling in detail where the original text remained vague. However, I am ignoring fantastic beasts. The primary change is an increase in the wizarding world's population to correspond to the scope of the Ministry for Magic. Everything will butterfly from that. More people means more political interests, more locations, more shops, and so on and so forth. This becomes clear from the first chapters. Speaking of, the first arc is a little out there. Hang tight on it, and the story returns to the more familiar fanfiction staples thereafter. You might even enjoy it. Take care of yourselves, Jousting Alchemy. 2. All for Lightspeed. This is that far-out arc I mentioned. It does depart from canon quickly, so hang tight. Harry Potter in All for Lightspeed. New to the wizarding world, Harry Potter had already found his passion, dueling. But dueling seems to be a rarefied pastime. Montague, a criminal, told him of a Lightspeed, a useful but illegal dueling aid. Now Harry's ventures forth to Nocturne Alley, where the Aura Alexander Neen told him not to tread. What will he find there? How far will our duelist go to follow his passion? The draw of a Lightspeed, whatever that was, proved at first too daunting for Harry. The shape of modern magic only brushed across Voldemort's rebellion and the boy who lived. But even he knew that being caught in Nocturne Alley would be catastrophic for his reputation at best and a death sentence at worst. I want you to promise me that you'll never go there. Was Neen right? Harry decided it didn't matter. He could shelve the topic, as he could pick up from his shelf and practice spells from any book he wanted. The trace doesn't work in magical areas. At first, he'd been angry. He'd never felt like that before, even when Dudley had warned his classmates away from him on their first day at school. But the rage had burned quickly, and a burning desire had replaced it. Harry didn't just want to learn. He wanted to do. At first anything, a simple light spell, Lumos, a nifty, but also seemingly useless, color-changing charm, a spell to levitate objects. Anything. Sometimes he imagined he could feel his magic flowing down into his hand, changing and morphing to his will. But then the anything became something. He wanted to duel. He needed to know jinxes, hexes, maybe even curses. The bee-sting jinx was a long way from the bone-breaking spells that Montague had been throwing around, and the thought made him feel sick. But at least it was something, and he couldn't practice it, having no one to practice with. The thought hurt him on more than one level. Never more had he wished for friends, at least since that fateful first day of school. Yet he couldn't just approach people for friendship's own sake. The mere idea made him shudder and redden with embarrassment. Even if he could, how on earth would he convince them to duel with him? No, that was a dud. Nor could he approach Aura Neen, who seemed to want him out of trouble. And besides, how would it look to the man if Harry said he wanted to study combative magic before he'd even officially cast a spell? Would Neen even approve of him circumventing the trace? Late at night, when his doubts came, Harry wasn't even sure about it himself. The trace was awfully unfair for Muggle-borns. Muggle-borns, as it turned out, were also his motivation. It began one day when he was hanging around the mouth of Diagon Alley by Smithson's apothecary. The very old man at the cauldrons again, frowning at his reflection in their shining surfaces. Harry heard him mutter something about Danes. Curious, Harry bucked up the courage and approached him. "Hello, grandfather," he said. He noticed that wizards often called their elders grandfather or grandmother, regardless of blood relation. The old man glared at him. "HMPHF," he grumbled. "Good day, young man." He didn't sound like he believed it was a good day. Already Harry thought he'd made a mistake. "I'm sorry, sir. I was just wondering. I've, heard you talk about the Danish a few times. I was wondering if you disliked them for more than their shoddy cauldrons." On the contrary, Scandinavian cauldrons were renowned throughout Europe. Harry already knew this, but did not want to risk angering the old man further. "Why, those forsaken Danes killed my brother. He never should have gone off to that war," Harry frowned. British wizards partook in World War Roman too, and one was killed by a Danish man. Still, he felt sorry for the old man and said as much. "Did many wizards die in World War Roman too?" The old man blinked owlishly at him, laughed, which sounded like old sandpaper grinding together, and looked at him like he was an idiot. "World War Roman too? No, it was the Great War." "Oh, World War I. No, the war against Napoleon, that little Corsican rat." The old man hobbled off, laughing to himself at Harry's foolishness. Harry himself watched on bemused. Just how old was he? Just how long could wizards live? He remained deep in thought for some time, his young mind stretching out, imagining a life spanning hundreds of years. What would it be like to watch Muggle ages pass, to see old trees bloom and die, to see nations rise and fall? But it was pointless. His childlike mind had as much chance of conceptualizing such a thing as a man might have of understanding the vastness of the stars in the sky. The clicking of bricks interrupted his reverie. Diagon's portal was opening, each block rotating in perfect symmetry, spinning against each other like boxy ballet dancers. Harry watched, amazed. It was the first time he had seen the mechanism from the inside. But what the archway revealed proved infinitely more interesting. A stern, severe-looking woman with glinting square glasses was standing beside a girl. She was observing the revealed alley with a sharp and uncompromising eye. But as she watched the alley, Harry watched the girl beside her. A Muggle-born, he knew, from the stupefied expression on her face. Is that what he looked like to Hagrid a few weeks ago? She was gazing at the bustling alley with such awe, such vast incomprehension, that Harry could not help but feel inadequate. What was he doing? Meandering around Diagon Alley, perusing for books in the shops, already knowing he would not find what he was looking for. He was a Potter, and whatever that meant, he knew already that he belonged to a family who themselves surmounted the fame of the boy who lived. From what he'd learnt reading The Shape of Magic, this odd girl would have a far more difficult time than he. Yet here he was, scared to follow Montague's advice, terrified by a few gloomy shops. Shamed, Harry steeled himself and planned. First, he had decided that a disguise was required. How could he enter Nocturne when at any moment he might be recognized? If, as Oronin had implied, Voldemort's supporters infested the place, then it was imperative that he remain anonymous. Colored contact lenses immediately sprung to mind, but even magical contacts were wont, he was told to itch. Harry didn't really fancy that, apprehensive that massaging his eyes might draw attention to their false nature. Rather, he settled with dyeing and lengthening his hair. Apparently, jet black hair was common to the Potters, while he hoped to disguise his facial features by lengthening his hair. He'd seen that people looked very different bald, so why wouldn't it work the other way around? A long phase hair-growing potion from Smithson's apothecary. Their wares were apparently superior to Mulpeppers and Slug and Jiggers, grew his hair overnight. He took the bitter antidote in the morning, then had his new still black tresses, and they could only be called tresses, having almost reached the small of his back, styled at Gennaro's barber's. Dodging Tom the barman, he dyed his hair in the bath. Recently a hair-dyeing potion had been invented, but its effects were unreliable. Harry preferred the reputation of a dyeing serum, which wizards and witches had used to dye their hair for about 100 years, or so the bottle told him anyway. He did look very different with shoulder-length hair. Unfortunately, it also came out an intense and coppery auburn, which shone blonde in the light. He looked like a walking lighthouse. But it was too late to back out. Almost as bad were the side effects. Long phase hair potions made the scalp itch terribly and tended to cause headaches as pressure and magic were diverted toward the skull. Dyeing ointments stank and only made the itching worse. Harry laid in bed that night in agony, his head prickling and pounding. It was a teachable moment. The Shape of Magic had briefly discussed the concept of equivalent exchange, of repercussions and consequences, but he'd never experienced anything beyond casting strain before. Next, he knew he had to find Rosier's trifles, and find it without actually going there. After all, where exactly was Rosier's trifles? Who knew how large Nocturne actually was? He could be wandering around the alley for hours before he found the place. That Harry didn't want. As he couldn't really ask anyone without appearing suspicious, Harry decided he required a map of Diagon Alley. That decision took him through most of the alley's bookshops. It took nearly a day before he found a complete map, complete being the keyword. Nocturne was technically a part of Diagon, but most maps simply discounted it. Eventually, he had tracked down a moth-bitten outline in the back of Sin's second-hand works. That had not come cheap, or so Harry thought. He still wasn't accustomed to wizarding prices. Upon it, Rosier's trifles was neatly marked. Even the sight made him slightly ill, despite his resolve. Yet it was the next day he dreaded the most, and he wasn't even planning to enter Nocturne yet. One word put a pit in his stomach. Robes. Harry could accept some of the wizarding world's eccentricities, the quills and the brooms and the exclamations of Merlin. But robes were a step, or perhaps a stitch, too far. Tripping over reams of cloth wasn't his idea of fun, so he entered Alton's apparel with some apprehension. He meandered out an hour later, staring down at himself in bewilderment. He'd removed the hideaway patch beforehand, wielding his fame with as much elegance as he could manage. It was very embarrassing. He'd struggled to convince them not to give him discounted rates. But Harry had got what he wanted, tailored robes and fast. The owner himself had cancelled a meeting to measure him up and modify each seam and stitch to his liking. It was, to Harry's surprise, very comfortable and almost impossible to trip upon. The forest green outer layers seemed tough and hard-wearing and were layered to protect against spellfire, while the acromantula silk inner lining was soft and supple to the touch and did not rub against his tunic. Apparently, wizards' robes really meant more than merely an outer garment. Wizard might wear under his robe a sort of shirt that they called a tunic. It was shorter than what Harry imagined a tunic to be, with neat folds creasing the arms and upper chest, and a band collar framing his neckline. Alton had given him a strange sort of trouser too, which loosened at the knee and only reached to his midshin. Apparently, they were intended to be worn with boots. For a moment, Harry feared he'd been the victim of some complex practical joke, and he'd be laughed at as he left the shop. No such thing happened. Rather, Harry began to pay attention to the clothing of the wizards who passed him. Some wore muggle garments, but many were clothed like him. Others were attired in garments that, while certainly not muggle, differed significantly from his own robes. That made sense. After all, fashion wasn't uniform among muggles. Why would it be so among wizards? Reassured that he wasn't walking around looking foolish, Harry took a walk down Diagon just to test the feel of his new clothes. The boots Alton had given him were supple beneath his feet and comfortable. His trousers never tightened uncomfortably either. They sat nicely on his belt line. A frown marred Harry's face. He was almost hoping to hate robes. Why? Was he seeking something that muggles did better than wizards to appease the part of his heart that lingered in the muggle world? It was a worrying thought, and he realized, foolish. Wizards could enchant their clothing. How could that be competed with? All that was left was an identity to fit the auburn-haired boy he'd become. After all, what if he were questioned? At first, he'd considered adopting one of the more obscure family names mentioned in The Shape of Magic, but soon realized that he could easily come across someone who knew something of his chosen name. He could even meet a real member of his family. That would cause more issues than he could handle. It was, he thought, better to find a suitable foreign name from a place no one would know. For a while he struggled, knowing few names to pick from. Eventually, Harry decided to adopt the name of one of the actors he had seen on television. Many of them were foreigners, and what Voldemort supporter had watched television? He hadn't watched much television either, but that was beside the point. He quickly ruled out Spanish and Italian names. With his pale skin and northern features, he simply could not pass as a Mediterranean. French or German name was ruled out too. From what he understood, the French and German state, it seemed to Harry that magical France and magical Germany might have once been split into many parts, had a long and storied history with Britain. That left Scandinavia, and Uncle Vernon's favorite film was The Hunt for Red October. Harry had never watched it, but he'd at least seen some of the credits. Listed there, he vividly recalled, was a man by the last name of Skarsgård ***. Thus, Harry Potter became Harold Skarsgård. It took only a small leap to explain why he couldn't speak Danish, Swedish, or Norwegian. Eventually, he settled for the latter. He was born to an English mother, who raised him in isolation in the wilderness of northern Norway. Conveniently, that would also explain his ignorance. With his appearance changed and his story straight, he ventured out to Diagon Alley, or so Harry had hoped. He brushed the entrance, then lost his nerve, fleeing back to the warmth of the leaky cauldron. Another day passed before, at around noon, he finally mustered the courage to cross the boundary, which itself was a fuzzy thing. Nocturne, as it turned out, was cobbled with the same stones as Diagon. Initially, nothing was amiss. The ground did not open up and swallow him up, nor did a werewolf or vampire or hag appear out of some fog-filled alley to eat his heart and sell his essence. Harry didn't think essence of Harry would be worth very much anyway. The shops, courtyards and townhouses appeared very similar to Diagon. They all held the same aspect of antiquity and stirred in Harry the same pleasant sensation of belonging. Wizarding buildings were so different to Muggle buildings, so much more characterful, so much more real somehow. Each shop seemed to sing its own song, Yet the alley remained in harmony, coherent. Not everything was beautiful exactly, just right. The occupants' nocturne also, at first, seemed little different than those of Diagon. Wizards and witches walked the streets, peering into shop windows, discussing, haggling, and laughing. An old woman was smoking a long pipe out on a porch, watching the world pass by. Across the street, a child stared through a shop window at an elegant racing broom. Was this all Aura Neen was warning him about? Could he have been mistaken? Of course, Harry had noticed a few differences. The street could not be called empty, but nor did it have Diagon's bustle, the throngs of people. Some of the offerings for sale also seemed stranger, and the names of the shops more curious, older, too, he noticed. What jumped out at him most, though, were the robes. Everyone wore full robes in Nocturne, unusual underlayers and all. That suited Harry just fine, in his own fine robes. He never felt more comfortable in his own clothes. But like the Emperor's new clothes, that comfort was revealed to be a lie when he made a sinister turn, just as he'd memorized from Sin's map. Light didn't seem to penetrate Hyman's lane, and it was a lane, as no car, or more likely carriage, would ever fit down the narrow cobbles. The houses almost seemed to lean on each other, spreading shadows which clung to every surface, making inky voids on vast swathes of pavement. Harry felt sweat break upon his brow. The enchantments on his robes must have been working overtime to keep him cool. They could do nothing for his sinking stomach, though, or for the spark of fear which danced across his uneasy mind. Who knew what he'd find here? Who knew what lurked in the darkness? Warnings of vampires, of werewolves, of hags, and worse sprung unbidden to his thoughts. What they would do with Harry Potter. Harold Skarsgård swallowed, straightened himself, and strode onwards. There was no way but forward. Rosier's trifles traded out of a small building at the end of the road. He made his way there, very aware of the stiffness of his shoulders, of the rigidity of his gait. It was a constant battle to loosen up, to stop his head from swiveling from side to side, searching in the shadows. Something skittered in the darkness, something with many legs. Harry felt himself go stiff. What was that? Dread began to build, pooling in his stomach like the first static of an encroaching storm. He wanted to turn and run out, never to return. What if Neen was right? What if this was a terrible idea? What if this was a trap? What if Montague did hate him? What if he lied about the lightspeed? What if he only told him to lure him here? Harry felt dizzy. Something dark came out of the shadows. Harry lost his breath as something heavy barreled into him. Only vaguely did he feel himself hit the ground. The cobbles were slimy beneath his back. Was that blood? Was this it? The shape produced an arm, then an outstretched hand, and hefted him to his feet. "Sorry about that, fella," a deep timbred voice said. Now Harry saw the whites of the figure's eyes and the glint of his very white teeth. "Lumos," he heard intoned. The light revealed a dark-skinned man with a shining bald head and a large nose. He was wearing red robes. "You okay there, son? Not taken a nasty bash, are they, yeah?" "I'm fine, sir," Harry said warily. Was this also a trick? Man seemed nice, with a calming, amiable voice and gentle eyes, but appearances could be deceiving. The Dursleys were proof of that. "That's good, son. Wouldn't want that on me conscience. What you doing here anyway?" Harry paused. What could he say? My uncle lives above one of the shops. The dark man nodded. "Staying with I.M. then. Lucky sod. Oozes are expensive, even in Nocturne. Not sure about this place, though. Funny, innit? Don't seem tea like the light." "It is, sir." Harry's mouth had gone dry. What else could he say? The dark-skinned wizard held out his hand. He smiled once more. "I won't keep you no longer. Look after yourself, lad." Harry took it cautiously. "You too, sir. Good day to you." "The same to you." It took a few moments walking, then Harry stopped in his tracks. Those last words, "the same to you," he could have sworn his accent changed. Slowly, Harry turned. The man was gone. Had he imagined it? One moment Cockney, the next received pronunciation, or that was what his aunt called it anyway. Harry shook his head. It didn't matter. Rosier's trifles was in sight. As Sin's map had implied, it was a small shop. A wide bay window bulged out, making a deep porch into which was set a door painted a deep red. Above, a large sign proclaimed its name beside a coat of arms. Now he felt safe. Harry allowed himself a musing. It was strange, he suddenly thought, noticing the wear on the building, the staining on the sign, that wizards would allow such things. After all, they could conjure from thin air. How could they be poor? And it wasn't just Nocturne either, but lesser-traveled sections of Diagon. Shrugging it off for later, Harry finally entered the shop. The interior looked like a bomb had gone off inside, yet somehow nothing had broken. Rather, the blast had scattered the detritus across the floors like a child flinging toys. The metaphor broke down when he considered piles of books, but that was beside the point. Harry's eyes struggled to take it all in. Nothing seemed organized. Books and potions, and weird whirring bronze mechanisms, ingredients and rune matrices, and shimmering crystal balls, furniture and clocks, and a strange wooden horse that went moo. Rosier's trifles had everything Harry believed existed within its walls. That included a small boy, perhaps a year younger than Harry, who was standing behind the counter, trying his best to look important. His expression was so haughty, Harry almost laughed at the absurdity. "Good evening," the boy said. It was afternoon. Like his face, there was something comical about his attempt at an imperious tone. Harry swept his eyes around the mess. Would the boy even know what a lightspeed was? Where was the owner? "Hello," he replied, slowly approaching the counter. He knew it would not do well to mention contraband so quickly. "I'm looking for a training aid, a small item like so." He put his finger and thumb together in a circular shape. "Do you know of one?" The boy's eyes widened. He backed up, squeaked, and his face slipped from its haughty mask, then fell, or maybe slipped. Harry couldn't tell. There was a bang, then a few more tumbles like rocks hitting the carpet. Harry watched on, plain-faced. A moment later, the boy poked his head above the counter, rebounding like he was made of rubber. His hair was all skew-whiff. "I'm fine," he cried, his voice cracking. "I'm fine." "Idiot child," another voice said fondly, wafting in from a back room. The owner soon followed. "Keep yourself balanced on those books or sit on the counter. How many times have I told you?" He was an unassuming gray-haired man with small, thin spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. He was almost as thin as his glasses. Clever eyes were inset behind them. He could only be Rosier. He turned to Harry. "And you, sir, the object you seek is not here. Good day." Harry couldn't restrain the deep frown that creased his lips. After all, was that it? He'd followed Montague's advice to the letter, dyed his hair and wore silly robes, ignoring for a moment that he quite liked them, all for a few sharp words and a dismissal. Montague had lured him in, told him nonsense, all to put him in danger. Montera. That was his last throw of the dice. Really, you and Montague must have been mistaken then. Perhaps he recommended some other shop. Rosier's frown matched Harry's own. "HMMPH, perhaps we're at Crossed Wands. Let me take a look in the back room." Harry hoped that being at Crossed Wands meant something good. While Rosier left, the boy looked at Harry with wide eyes. "Wow," he said. "No one speaks to Uncle like that." Harry doubted no one had ever spoken to the man like that before. Even so, it was flattering. He shrugged, blushing. "It is nothing, just haggling, I suppose, in its own way." Could it be called haggling for information? He wasn't sure, but had to say something. Thereafter there was a long silence. The boy continued to stare. Harry tried not to fidget. Tension built. He could almost believe there was a real bomb in the shop. Fortunately, Rosier soon returned. "Here you are," he said, holding out a small yellow sphere to Harry. "A lightspeed. Difficult to find nowadays, you know, with all those ignorant Campbellites banning the sun and the moon." Harry reached out for the dull yellow sphere. It was cool between his fingers and smooth to the touch like glass, and with it he felt a strange shiver shudder down his spine. Then a sudden force, like the press of gravity after a moment of weightlessness. He twitched, and Rosier started. The lightspeed fell into Harry's palm. What was that? Was that normal for a lightspeed? If so, how had Rosier felt it? Wards. The boy gasped. Auras. Oh, Harry thought dumbly, oh dear. There was a strange sound that went right through Harry's bones, a great crashing like the sound of two brass gongs had been bashed together. It was not a nice sound. Rosier glanced at the shop window. Something out there was flickering in front of the glass. It took Harry a moment to recognize what it was, a great shield, sitting just an inch around the edges of the building like an invisible suit of armor. Another crash shook the shop, and the shield flared. Harry felt himself take a long step back away from the street side. "What's happening?" "Siege spells," Rosier said grimly. "We're being raided. But why? They've never found anything before. It's a waste of their time and ours, unless—" Slowly, he turned back to Harry. Quick as a flash, he drew his wand, menacing it with intent. And in the tip of that wand, all the anxieties, all the tensions, and all the fear shrunk down into a sharp and unyielding point, aimed right at Harry's heart. No, he thought, no. He couldn't be found here. While he was almost certain Rosier wouldn't hurt him, something in the man's eyes told him otherwise. He might cast spells to reveal his disguise. It would ruin everything, but before that, he watched Rosier's wand spark threateningly. Have you anything to do with this? No, Harry said tremulously, instinctively raising his hands in surrender. The light speed, the evidence, his mind whispered, remained firmly clutched in his grip. He wouldn't hurt you, Harry reassured himself. He wouldn't hurt you, but the slight shaking of his hand, the heaviness of his breath, Harry felt his own chest heaving too. Boom, his heart thundered like the spells which smashed against the sharp's wards. Boom, 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 boom. No. I promise I just saw Montague duel and wanted to do it too. And so I went to him and asked him about dueling, and then he directed me here and tears were welling in Harry's eyes. Was this it? Had he been too impulsive and stumbled on something beyond him? He thought of all the things he'd yet to do. This new world had just been opened to him, this beautiful, strange new world. He belonged there with magic, as his parents had before him, and now it seemed that this new world was going to unmask him, at best, at worst. Rosier snorted, then blessedly lowered his wand. Upon his face his rage seemed to reach a terrible equilibrium. Fool, you should not have come. As calm as still water, he turned to the door. Never mind, Harry heard him say. Hercules knows the way. Leave both of you out. Run. Then there was another great crash, this one louder than all the rest. Rosier strode toward it, wand at the ready. Harry watched him disappear between two heaps of books. Something clammy grabbed at his hand. The boy was holding on to him, wide-eyed and panicked. And what use have you been, Harry thought to himself, while Rosier is fighting for his nephew? He hardened his heart and took the boy by the shoulders. Who is Hercules? He demanded. The boy stared at him dumbly. Who is Hercules? Distant shouting snapped the boy out of his fear. The mirror, he blurted out. We have to get to the mirror. Spinning, he pulled Harry with him, and they ran through the back door, past more books and potions and whirring bronze mechanisms, by more shimmering crystal balls and furniture. They darted and dashed, listening all the while to the sounds of the battle they had left behind. The boy would not let go of Harry's hand. The storehouse stretched onward as though it had no end. Where were they going? Eventually they stopped before a vast mirror, cold as black ice and black as an icy night. Their hands parted and Harry heaved for air. De Merlin, he corrected between breaths. What did Rosier mean? Who is Hercules? The boy smiled sadly, strangely even. I am Hercules, he said, as though his name were a burden to be carried. This time he offered his hand. It was small and delicate, uncalloused by time or labor. Harry took it, and Hercules led him toward the mirror. The surface rippled like water at midnight, bending to their touch, as cool as a summer wind, as serene as a mountain night. They stepped forth into the glass. Harry felt a sensation like running water, like a river atop a frozen mountain, like the smell of rain on a crisp autumn morning, like the first dew of spring. Rosier's curio shop vanished into a pool of spiraling water in which every color was blue and blue was every color. And then the blasts of battle faded, and Harry stepped out somewhere else. At once he fell to his knees, and there were blades of grass beneath him, brushing against his robes. His dyed auburn hair draped across his face. Once more he heard his own heart beating in his chest as he struggled to draw breath. He felt the sun on his back. Where were they? Eventually, when enough air was collected in his lungs, he took an investigative breath. The air was bittersweet and carried by a fresh and gentle breeze. It was the smell of the earth and rain, and New Nocturne Alley was truly far away. He pushed his hair out of his face, revealing an old forest, tall and dense and shadowy, veiled by mercury leaves and darkly verdant branches. The sun was struggling against the boughs of the tallest trees, oak and ash and thorn asterisk, and sent dazzling dappled light against the dim underbrush. Harry breathed in deeply once more. Where are we? My home, Hercules answered. He was staring at the forest floor, downcast. Or not yet. For a long moment his mouth was set in a grim line. It made him look much older. Within the blink of an eye it had vanished. Come on, he cried, then stopped. Oh, wait. He turned, picked up a rock, and threw. The mirror shattered, leaving an empty frame. Sunlight glinted dimly off the golden fluting. We can't let the auras follow us, he explained. Uncle Caudicus always said so. Meanwhile, Harry peered around, taking his first long look at his new surroundings. Despite the strange denseness of the canopy, the forest appeared just a forest. Birds were calling, singing and hooting. Squirrels scampered up and down tree trunks, and the breeze blew gently on the bowlets of trees, which waved merrily in the wind. It was not a bad place to be. Certainly, it was better than being in a dodgy shop in the middle of an Aura raid. Harry thought back, picking through the details of the past 10 minutes. The dark-skinned man stood out as an oddity, more specifically, his miraculously shifting accent. Was he the real informer? Chirping of birds drew him from his reverie. He needed to get up to find out exactly where the mirror had dropped him and get back to Diagon Alley. Hogwarts was less than a week away, after all. How did we get here? Through the mirror, silly. Was the boy right in the head? I've never heard of travel by mirror, Harry ventured. Hercules scratched his face. His cherubic cheeks puffed out. Oh, right, I'm the silly one. That was a lendish mirror. It's like a vanishing cabinet. Surely you've heard of them. Harry shook his head. Have you been living in a cauldron? Hercules pouted. Uncle Caudicus has been trying to get his cabinet working for years, longer than I've been alive, he says, but it never works. He really, Harry could not help but notice, liked to talk. You never explained what a vanishing cabinet is, or that Lenish mirror for that matter. Lend-ish, Hercules said firmly. His squeaking warble only made further light of the matter. There are all ways to travel quickly. Harry began to suspect Hercules didn't know either. We went through it, and that's how we got here. He gestured wildly at the wilderness. His squeaking had attracted the attention of a squirrel, which was looking at them with tiny, beady eyes, an acorn clutched in its little hands. Harry felt his patience wear thin. Where is here? The most fecund and noble forest of the House of Rosia. My family's seat is just. Hercules bit his lip, looking between the two directions they could take. Finally, he pointed away from the shattered mirror. That way. Harry looked down the path. It was mostly flat, dusty, and curved gently left. Trees lined the edges as far as the eyes could see. It was no worse nor better than the other way. There was not a house in sight. What have I got myself into, he thought. Okay, Harry said eventually. A knot had begun to form in his stomach. Despite his pleasant surroundings, this was bad. Let's go that way. Okie dokie. Hercules chirped, setting off at a pace befitting the size of his legs. Harry followed after him, easily matching his stride. They walked for some time in silence, trying their best to avoid the great divots in the dusty path. Occasionally, Harry would glance at the younger boy to see him glancing back and fidgeting. It were as though Hercules were holding back a great swell of words, and all the excess was bleeding off through his anxious fingers. Harry himself wasn't in the mood to talk. He was thinking about his mistakes, all of them. Now he realized the whole enterprise was a mistake. Why hadn't he just waited until Hogwarts? Surely they would teach dueling there. Maybe they even had a club. Why would he take the advice of a criminal and sneak into a bad part of town? He'd been tempting fate. Fate had duly bitten him. The thought bounced around his head endlessly. Yet the knot in his stomach slowly unwound, soothed by the sun on his back, the gentle breeze through his loose-hanging hair and the pleasant warbling of the woodland fauna. The smell of nature was a balm to his fears, and Harry found himself relaxing, thus the shackles on his mind began to loosen once again. When he was comfortable, he finally turned to the younger boy. "What will happen to your uncle?" he said. Surprisingly, Hercules shrugged. "Not much. We've been raided before. Auras are always trying to catch us out, but we're good at hiding. It's like hide and seek. Do you like hide and seek?" Harry had never had any friends to play hide and seek with. "Yes," he said, thinking of Harry hunting. He liked it when he won. He fished the lightspeed from his pocket, holding it up for the younger boy to see. "Is this something they'd be interested in?" "I think so," Hercules said vaguely. "I'm not too sure. A lightspeed isn't much, really. They only banned them 6 months ago, I think." That slap on the wrist contraband, Uncle Caudicus would say. Harry looked back at the little golden sphere and paused in his step. A moment ago, it had shone with the sun. Now it gleamed a dull yellow. What was happening? He looked up. Hercules had stopped with him, his face paling alarmingly. The sun was dropping beneath the trees. How long had they been walking? Harry cast his mind back and came up strangely, muddily blank. It were as though a mist was shrouding his recollection of the forest. Where had the time gone? He could have sworn the sun was high in the sky just half an hour ago. Suddenly, the forest didn't seem so benign. Enchanting, yes, but perhaps in entirely the wrong way. A strange chill was cooling the summer air. Hercules had retreated close to him, almost brushing his shoulder. "Keep walking," Harry said. "We can't be far." Hercules didn't move. His feet seemed frozen to the floor. "Hercules!" Nothing. Hercules! The boy jumped like Harry had kicked him in the bum. He spun around, revealing deep depths of the panic in his eyes. It made Harry swallow hard. What was out here that had made him so afraid? What did he know that Harry himself didn't? "Come on," he said, nodding toward their destination, wherever it was. "We can't be far." He'd said that twice. It didn't make it twice as easy to believe. Hercules nodded jerkily. We should stay by the spell path." Spell path, Harry thought, squinting for some sign. Nothing had implied the road was anything other than, well, a road. Perhaps Hercules wasn't all there. And then, after a long moment, he saw it. A faint golden ribbon meandered down the broader path in stuttering streams. It must have been hidden by the rays of the sun, or perhaps it only appeared at sundown. Either way, Harry saw it pulse weakly and got the distinct feeling it ought to have been stronger. Whatever it was, the ribbon was sickly, faint, fighting a losing battle against the encroaching darkness. It was dying. Gritting his teeth, Harry fought down his own desire to panic. The younger boy was odd, cheerful and odd, very odd and definitely not street smart. Harry didn't think he was either, but he was all Hercules had. He had to act. "Let's go," he said in his best commanding voice, taking Hercules' hand in his and pulling him forth. For a while they were almost jogging, at least until that became too taxing. By then, the last light had truly vanished. Now the forest seemed to watch them with baleful eyes, staring jealousy at their life and inner light. Something rustled in the brush, and Harry swore he saw the outline of two glowing eyes. Harry went for his wand and dropped it. Cursing, he bent down and snatched at the undergrowth. "Lumos," he cried, not even considering the trace. A lethargic glow flickered at the end of his wand, revealing the outline of forked trees and razor-like leaves, and nothing else. Whatever had disturbed the forest floor was gone or hidden just out of sight. Beside him, Hercules was peering into the darkness with wide, frightened eyes. "Just stay on the path," he stammered. "Follow the path Uncle Caudicus always said, and we'll be fine." Hercules seemed to be convincing himself more than telling Harry. He was shivering. "Be brave, follow the path." By then, Harry wasn't even sure where the spell path would lead them, but that had no other choice. Renewing their journey, they stepped softly at first, as though any sudden or loud movements might wake whatever lay within the forest, waiting for them. Neither spoke. Both stared into the trees, quick to see any sign of something. More than once Harry swore he saw other eyes staring back at him from the darkness. They were not human eyes. Darkness was settling in, but down the golden path they continued, passing first over a gentle hill, then down a small valley. The change in topography was a small victory. The forest seemed to stretch forever. The shadows grew larger, pressing against the besieged spell path and Harry's faint lumos. He began to push harder, setting a quick pace. "Do you know how far your house is?" he whispered. Hercules jumped. It was the first time either of them had spoken in some time. "There's a lonely house on the way," he replied, not taking his eyes off the tepid border between the trail and the darkness beyond. "They'll tell us where to go." Harry sighed. A lonely house. The name seemed as though it had some special meaning, like it was capitalized in the younger boy's head. Every question only led to more. He almost regretted asking, "What's your name?" Now it was Harry's turn to jump. "Harold," he eventually lied, wondering how the younger boy had gone so long without asking. He had, Harry supposed, a lot to think about. Harold Skarsgård. Hercules made an interested noise. Harry tensed. Was he about to be called out on his lie by a child even younger than him? But Hercules made no comment. He turned the conversation down yet another avenue Harry would prefer to avoid. "What do you think's out there?" Many horrible things immediately jumped to mind. Harry didn't know if all of them were real or mere Muggle inventions. He wasn't willing to bet, and at that moment didn't want to know. He said nothing. "Werewolves, I'd bet," Hercules said with morose curiosity. "And vampires and fae. Merlin, I hope we don't meet any fae. Some of them can walk the spell path, you know." Harry still didn't want to know. Soon they came upon a fork in the trail. The spell path forked too. One path stretched on, while another bent towards something. The bittersweet scent of the forest gave way to something acrid on the palate. Fire, Harry thought. The lonely house. He began to run. Hercules began to follow. The meandering path slowly revealed a cottage, complete with a steadily puffing chimney. The walls were of old yellowed stone, the roof slate. Steady fires lined the clearing, burning aegis against the darkness. "Thank Merlin," he heard Hercules cry, but Harry was barely listening. Boldly he approached, knocking on the oaken door without a thought. He had to get out of the open. Away from the watching eyes, he had to get out the door swung open by itself. "Enter," a distorted voice said. Eagerly, Harry obeyed. He heard Hercules shuffle in behind him. Two masked figures sat beside a crackling fire. Inside, the wood burned with a full nutty scent, and the flames set dancing, gay shadows upon the wood-paneled walls. But it was the dark robes and silver masks Harry was looking at, frozen in horror. He'd already heard the stories. Masked men in outfits resembling those before him, soldiers of Voldemort, Death Eaters. "You have come to this lonely house of ours," Hercules Rosier, with a stranger in tow. "Why have you come?" Harry could not tell which one of them was speaking. He could only think how strange it was that he, Harry Potter, was standing before two Death Eaters, and neither were attacking him. "We are seeking solace," Hercules promptly replied, as if in ritual. "Solace you shall have, young master. We know of your plight. We know not the stranger." Behind their faceless masks, Harry felt their piercing eyes watching him. He stood stock still, too scared to move. "He's a friend," Hercules said. That sounded more normal, less rehearsed. He just wanted a light speed. Uncle was serving him when the auras burst in. We ran together through the lendish mirror. "What is your name?" Harry forced himself not to stutter. "Harold Skarsgård." As soon as the name left his lips, he felt his face flush. It was stupid, he thought. "They'll know straight away I'm no, very well, Harold Skarsgård. If you are vouched for, you may have the aid of the Order of Life." Order of Life. Confusion quickly eclipsed Harry's fear. What earth was the Order of Life? Just what were they doing here, sitting around in masks? Did they wait there all day for someone to come? Just what on earth was going on? "Usually we would flew you to safety," one of them intoned. "But that is not necessary in your case, young master." Hercules nodded. "Follow the other path and stick to it. You shall find your solace there." Harry wasn't thinking about the path. "Flew you to safety." The words rang like sweet bells in his ears. He could explain, he could return to the leaky cauldron. He didn't need whatever this was. He opened his mouth to speak and paused. Hercules was looking at him with wide, imploring eyes. Guilt rose up from his stomach like a very hot, fat dragon. The words he wanted to say were lost. Can't you come with us?" he found himself saying instead. "This forest is strange." One of the masked men shook his head. "We cannot leave our posts," he said. "Our vows demand it. Keep to the path. Have courage." Harry ground his teeth. It was honor, he thought, like Montague. These idiots, who did they think they were? Anger set hands to fists, and Harry opened his mouth. Hercules yanked Harry away, pulling him out the door, which shut with a heavy thunk by itself, and back into the clearing. The younger boy began to back to the path. The strange not Death Eaters seemed to have given him courage. Harry cursed, glanced back at the cottage, then at the slowly shrinking form of Hercules, who was growing more distant by the moment. The cottage probably had a flu connection. He could go back to the leaky cauldron. Hercules was almost out of sight, almost eclipsed by the advancing curtain of night. Harry gritted his teeth. Damn it all! It didn't take him long to catch up. "Hercules, stop. What's going on? Who were they? Where are we going? I don't understand." Hercules whirled around. "They're the Order of Life, well, two of them anyway. Families like mine help them, and they help us if we're in trouble. But we're not in that much trouble. Uncle Caudicus is bothered all the time, but the auras never get him." There he was, back to his cheery self. Harry didn't try to stop him talking. "He knows the ways, you know. We never keep anything really bad in the shop. It's always hidden away. There's no chance they'll find anything, even if it's the first time they've raided us like that. Borgin always gets it worst. But that's because Uncle says he's a..." Hercules scratched his cheek again. He, I can't really repeat that." Harry frowned. Was he describing a smuggling operation? The lightspeed in his pocket, previously forgotten, suddenly felt as though it weighed an imperial ton. Montague had said it was banned, and Hercules had said it wasn't important. After all, would the older man really recommend something dangerous to an 11-year-old? And if the auras weren't interested in the lightspeed, what sort of things were so bad that they'd raid Rosier's trifles? They wouldn't do that for no reason, Harry gulped, eyeing Hercules beside him. What sort of family were the Rosiers? Something cracked in the underbrush, startling him out of his reverie. Whipping around, he saw, mothing. An ugly tree seemed to sneer at him. "What is this place?" he muttered to himself. But Hercules heard. Ever since the lonely house, he'd been a great deal more at ease. "Galleons," he said cryptically. Once it was more galleons than we could count. Harry didn't even bother to question him. Getting answers out the boy was like bleeding into the ocean. Giving in, Harry set his feet forth, sticking close to the winding golden path as he was bade. The moon shone above the trees, white and cool and regal. The chill had become a bizarre cold which clawed at the boys, and darkness grasped at the dimly glinting trail, their lifeline. Worst of all, Harry's feet began to hurt. Why had he done this? Why had he given in? If he just put his foot down and asked for the flu, if only Harry caught something in the corner of his eye, or more specifically, a lack of something. Hercules was gone. Hercules! Harry whipped around just in time to see the boy leaning into a copse of trees. Worse, the trees were leaning back, panic clutching at his heart. Harry leapt toward him. Hercules, stop! The boy ignored him. The outer branches brushed at his hair. Hercules! Framed in the darkness, staring back at the boy, were two glowing eyes belonging to a very inhuman, misshapen face. There was nothing more to do. Harry aimed and prayed. In Sen, the first-year fire-making charm was totally inappropriate for combat. It was designed to create little more than a spark. Harry willed his all into it, Dio. As he flicked his wand, nothing happened. The thing stretched out an ugly, yellowed arm and caressed Hercules' cherubic face. No. Then his wand kicked, and a stream of red fire leapt into the trees. The thing shrieked, and Hercules jumped, and both boys sprinted away. They ran and ran and ran until they could run no more. They stopped in a clearing where the forest remained blessedly distant. Nothing was said for a long time as each caught his breath, and they mulled over just how close that had been. Hercules had gone very white. A fae, he muttered. A child stealer. The fae did not return. They ploughed on, wary and weary, watching the forest as it seemed to watch them. Sections of the game trail degenerated into broken underbrush where the path became muddled, and the golden ribbons seemed to snap. Those were panic moments, when the whistling wind blew cold, the smell of fresh rain and deep earth arose, and their surroundings felt more real, more present than their own bodies. But eventually the path broadened once more, and Harry let out a sigh of relief and willed his aching legs onward. How long had they been walking? The sun had vanished, the temperature had dropped, yet by his judgment there should still have been light remaining. To take his mind off it, Harry began to consider the wild thing they had encountered, the fae. And the more he considered, the more he realized that it probably wasn't a fae at all. Creatures of land, deep and sky, a broad compendium, and the only book Harry had read on the strange beings that inhabited the wizarding world had barely mentioned the fae. They were, according to the author, one earnest hike, mysterious but powerful creatures of many types, with kingdoms of their own beyond the human world, and tricksters who liked to steal children and made them live in their courts in fairyland, where their lives would be extended, but their souls would never leave. Harry shivered, and not just for the cold. What a horrible end! He peered back at Hercules. He looked like death. Harry squared himself and took his hand. "Come on," he said. "Let's go." The trail was narrowing, winding now, seemingly ever deeper into the wood. How long had they been walking? All the trees began to look the same, with the same grasping branches, the same twisting trunks. With nothing else to do, Harry began to wonder. If that thing that had ensnared Hercules wasn't a fae, then what was it? A mere first-year fire charm would never have dealt with a fae who were rumored to be vast of power. A Hogbuey asterisk might live in the woods, guarding his master's tomb, or a Raydand. But weren't Randon beautiful, and Hogbuey creatures of violence rather than guile? Its features resembled what Harry imagined a greater imp or a hag might look like, if Hike's book were to be believed. He wasn't sure about that either. Creatures struck him as a theoretical tome. His musings were interrupted by Hercules' cry of victory. Harry blinked, returning from his reverie. The path, he saw, had widened, solidified even. Patches of old stone poked through overgrown clumps of underbrush. The golden shimmer for the first time had grown stronger. They hurried their pace. Soon they came to a new fork, which revealed something far greater than a mere cottage. The corner of a vast stone edifice was peeking past the edge of the tree line. Harry breathed a sigh of deep relief, but Hercules stopped in his tracks. If it were possible, his face grew paler still. Harry blinked. "Hercules, you okay?" He wanted to slap himself after saying that. The boy bit his lip so hard he nearly drew blood. "Yep," he squeaked. "Nothing wrong at all." He took to a jog to catch up. Soon the whole structure was revealed. It was a gatehouse, once proud, now crumbling. Half a turret was scattered over the forest floor. Moss climbed up the battlements. To Harry it looked like the corpse of a proud building, and in the shadow of the remaining turret, a dim figure was waiting for them. A rusting lamp, set atop a moulding old chair, illuminated a feminine outline. "Good evening," she called. "Welcome to Holt End." N*A have no particular love or hatred of Stellan Skarsgård. He's a decent actor. I simply chose him because The Hunt for Red October was released in 1990. This makes it an appropriate movie to choose as Vernon Dursley's favorite, especially considering its content. It's a good movie, too. Recall the famous story. Asterisk, of course. France and Germany were both split into many parts. Harry, being 11, raised by a neglectful family, and taught in a late 1980s, early 1990s British primary school. Outside of this story, it is curious to compare the origins of the two nations. Both split from a single genesis, the great Frankish Empire, but one is a political, expansive nation. Perhaps the term empire might fit, while the other is a cultural, convalescing nation. The French nation once occupied little more than the Pale of Paris, but spread through military and political might, slowly absorbing its surrounding vassals, gradually Francifying, to coin a term, them. Thus, the French identity follows French conquest of similar peoples. The German nation, though to a degree materialized in the Holy Roman Empire, can more be considered a culture-first nation. Germany is a young state but an old nation, with the concept of Germanness solidifying long before the modern state. Anyway, here's chapter Roman 2 of the Duelist and the beginning of a new arc, all for Lightspeed. What will this entail? That would be telling. I hope you enjoyed your read. Take care of yourselves. JoustingAlchemy. 3. All for Lightspeed. Roman 2. All for Lightspeed. Roman 2. Harry paused, holding his wand before him, careful not to point it imminently as the Dada books had demonstrated. The light did not reach her face, but Hercules drew closer. "Auntie Sibyls," he said breathily. "I'm here." Harry saw the outline of her arms outstretched. "I'm here." Hercules launched himself at her, and all the stresses of the day seemed to wash out of him in one long wail. Sibyls embraced him eagerly by the lamplight, bringing him close to her breast. Harry heard Hercules weeping softly into her robes and the faint echoes of Sibyls' soothing whispers. He lowered his hand and let the lumos fade. Something uncomfortable twisted in his gut. His parents were gone, and he found no record of aunts, uncles, or grandparents still living. He would never be where Hercules was now, never feel such love. Turning away, Harry could only wait for the Rosiers to recompose themselves. Eventually, Sibyls approached him, lamp in hand. The light revealed a small, delicate face, not unlike her nephew's, with tumbling dark hair. Dark circles marred her doe-like eyes. "Hello," she said graciously. "My nephew tells me you are Herald." Harry restrained the urge to fidget. "I am," he said, before hastily adding, "Lady Rosier." Sibyls shook her head. The Rosiers of Rossacourt took that title a generation ago. "I am merely Sibyls." Red crept of Harry's cheeks at his faux pouse. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Hercules has told me you're from Norway." "Only by birth," Harry said. He hoped they wouldn't get any ideas about him speaking Norwegian. "My mother raised me on Norwegian soil, but kept me isolated. I'm not really Norwegian." Hopefully, he thought, that didn't sound too suspicious. After all, wizards, it seemed to him, were commonly isolated one family from another. Sibyls' smile was beatific in its understanding. It made Harry feel terrible for lying to her. "We all struggle in our own ways," she said lightly, "as you have struggled to keep my Hercules safe. He has told me about the creature. Come, the order directed you here. We could not refuse you and would not want to." So it was that Sibyls led them through the gatehouse and through the grounds of a place she called Holt End. The grass was overgrown beneath their feet. Harry kept his eyes down, trying not to trip. They passed ruined, dry stone walls, winding away into the darkness like rows of ghostly grey teeth. And slowly, as the darkness parted, small lights penetrated the gloom, seemingly floating in the low firmament. Then all at once, the shadow of a great building, nay castle, arose from the night. Harry stopped, and finally, predictably, tripped, scraping his trousers against the dewy grass. Still kneeling, he stared up into the absence against the stars, and saw that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. There was the outline of a broad castle, whose quadrangular towers grasped toward the sky. Outline became detail as Sibylles drew them closer, leading them across a dry moat and another gatehouse. The sharp, rusting points of the portcullis loomed above them like the sword of Damocles. Here the stonework was in better shape than the outer towers, but not by much. New moss growth framed the castle mouth like young stubble. Inside, a courtyard waited, half its flagstones cracked. They were led to a small door on the sinister side, which opened with what almost seemed like a groan of pain from long-disregarded hinges. Harry was in a daze. He knew Hogwarts was a castle Hogwarts, a history had made that clear, and he knew the wizarding world retained an aristocratic class, though their power was much reduced. But this, he was not ready to see it. Sibylles led them to a long hall. Sconces burned merrily there at least, illuminating moth-bitten rugs, fading tapestries, upon a few of which images yet danced, and wood-panelled walls where moving paintings peered, curious. Hercules, Harry noted, was torn between looking odd and sick. Harry frowned. Was this not his home? Someone tore his attention away from the younger boy, or perhaps something. It was floating aimlessly in the center of the room. Harry had missed it at first, dismissing the apparition as a trick of the light. But then it moved, swayed, even as though following a tune only it could hear. He already knew what it was. Even before he'd read about them, he would have known. It was a ghost, a fading one, if he were any judge little more than a translucent shadow against a world slowly rejecting it. "Ah, Deacon," Sibylles said, pacing over to him, as though it were just another man. "Would you care to take these young gentlemen to Eric?" Should be in the greenhouse. The ghost floated over to them. Hercules was looking at it in fascination. Harry did not know what to think, but a shiver shuddered down his spine when he stared at the space where the deacon's eyes would once have been. Could it sense the truth about him? The hideaway patch on his forehead had never felt so obvious. "Sorry, children," Sibylles said. "The castle must be tended to. Eric will see you to your rooms. Run along now." Then they were alone with the ghost. What would it do now? Somehow, the idea that it obeyed any human orders seemed absurd. The deacon watched them for a moment, then began to float away. Harry and Hercules hurried after him. Eric, as it turned out, was indeed in the greenhouse. It appeared to be the best-kept room in the whole castle. Neat rows of plants, some almost muggle, some docile but ridiculous, others utterly vicious, lined the floors, set in neat wooden boxes. Strange lights spun like disco balls on the ceiling, sending out heat and light at an unnatural consistency. The enchantments on Harry's robes were working overtime. Eric himself was kneeling by a strange plant of many colors, whose rough leaves would wind themselves up and down in a strange dance. Just as they approached, those leaves pulsed and leapt at the kneeling man. Harry started. Hercules gasped. But Eric merely caught the offending plant limb and squeezed. Blood poured down his wrist, but the plant whimpered and flopped to the ground, curling in on itself like a multicolored tortoise. Eric didn't so much as twitch. The two boys glanced at each other. "Hello," Harry ventured. Hercules was just a step beside him and just a step behind. Piercing eyes flicked up, and Harry felt himself begin to sweat. It wasn't only because of the heat. "Hello," Eric returned lazily. He didn't look lazy. He had that sort of face, that eagle-like look, as though he were forever watching. "I expected Hercules. Who are you?" If Harry weren't so wary, he might have bristled at his tone. "Harold," he replied. "I was in the shop when the Auras attacked." "What bad luck." Harry got the feeling Eric didn't believe it was bad luck. "Don't be silly, Mr. Lyle," Hercules said weakly. It seemed that even he wasn't blind to Eric's hostility. "Harold helped me get out. And it doesn't matter anyway, they won't get Uncle Caudicus." Eric Lyle stood, quick like a snake, and peeled his gloves off. "No, you're right," he agreed. "They won't, but we should always be careful. There is no such thing as coincidence." "Maybe I'm here for another reason," Harry offered cautiously. Was he? It felt like dumb luck or lack of it. Lyle snorted. "I don't believe in fate." Harry hadn't thought he would. "I need a place to stay," he said. A change in topic would do them all well. "Now I know Hercules is safe, I'll be gone in the morning." They both had very different reactions to that. So eager to leave. "Harold." Between Lyle's sarcasm and Hercules' whining, Harry could only shrug. "I don't think you want another mouth to feed." Then he closed his own mouth so quickly his teeth went click. Why had he said that to these proud people? He felt heat creep across his cheeks, which surely shone in the bright artificial light. But Lyle only laughed. "You've got doxy, kid." He smirked. "And no little spy would make that sort of mistake. You've got Darcy." Had that really eased his suspicion? Regardless, Harry wanted to disappear into the ground. "So I've been told," he muttered. He still didn't know what Darcy meant. Lyle rolled his eyes. "Come on," he said gamely. "Let's get you both some rooms. That's what Lady Sibylle sent you here for, right?" They all turned toward the exit. The deacon was long gone. Lyle led them further into the castle, up one of the towers. The stairs were extremely steep. "Most of us live in this turret," he explained. "It's cheaper, as you've so subtly inferred. We're not flush with galleons." Harry was still climbing, trying not to fall down the second set of stairs. When he reached the top, he saw a long corridor, half stone, which must have been the thick outer wall, and half timber. 4 doors were set into the inner wall. "Pick any," Lyle said. "Amanda sleeps above you, and Lady Sibylle sleeps above her." "Live with my brother's family in the cottage." It wasn't, Harry suspected, the cottage of the Order of Life, but something else had been bugging him. "Excuse me, sir, if you don't mind me asking, Sibylle's, that is, Mrs. Lady Sibylle said she no longer held a title." Lyle looked at him blankly. "She's a lady still in our hearts. Tea is late tonight at 8. You're lucky. Pick a room." Then he left. 8, Harry thought. Was it still so early? It was still August. How was it so dark outside? That the forest, was it so evil? Why would anyone build their castle here? Still, Harry did as he was told. The beds were thankfully already made. He heard the springs of Hercules' mattress squeak in pain a room over. He could only be bouncing up and down, testing the springs. Harry smiled, then frowned. The room was decently furnished, if bare. A dresser sat in one corner. It reminded him of the leaky cauldron where his clothes, his trunk, still waited, where Hedwig would be waiting. De Merlin. Hedwig hadn't been very happy last time. Harry groaned, flopping onto the bed. Why hadn't he taken his chance? Worse than Hedwig's revenge was the thought of leaving Hercules alone. The boy was unsettled, afraid of his own shadow sometimes, and he didn't seem the sort. The castle had unnerved him. Or was it his aunt? After that initial hug, he had stayed well away from her. Perhaps both. Or Harry grimaced, Eric Lyle. Hercules had stood up to him on Harry's behalf. But he was an odd one, dangerous. The word appeared in his mind almost at once when he thought of the man, and it fit like an iron glove. This was no place for Harry Potter. But without Harold Skarsgård, how would Hercules fare? Harry sighed. Could he just leave? It was Hercules' family home, but this was partially Harry's fault too. He was the one who listened to Montague, a criminal. He was the one who disguised himself and ventured where Neen had specifically told him not to go. He was the one who was lying. The lightspeed in his pocket called to him. He took it out and pushed it around his palm. Such a small thing, he thought, that has caused so much trouble. The slightly oblong sphere seemed to flicker with a golden inner light, and tiny runes danced around its secret center. It was almost as though it were calling to him. What had Montague said? Bounce it against a wall. Harry pulled back his arm, and a knock interrupted his reverie. A young woman waited on the other side of the door. She was pretty in a plain way and distracted. "Oh," she said lightly, then curtsied, her sandy blonde hair rippling. The movement revealed a delicate azure hairpin, keeping her fringe out of her wide grey eyes. "Harold, I'm Amanda Sooth. It's nice to meet such a brave boy who brought our Hercules back to us. Lady Sibylle's has organized a dinner to celebrate the young master's safe return." Harry nodded, jerkily, heading into a bow. Wasn't that what high society did? The shape of magic was spotty on upper-class wizarding customs. He followed Amanda and his rumbling stomach back down the turret. Their descent was silent, giving Harry time to ponder. There was something familiar about this woman, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. She was more attractive than his aunt, and wasn't that painful to think about, and younger than any of his school teachers. Who did she remind him of? A stray thought slid across his mind. Where's Hercules? Amanda jumped, nearly missing a step. "Oh," she said, "the young master has been talking with Sibylle's." "I see," Harry replied. He couldn't think of anything to say. They reached the base of the turret in good time, and Amanda led him to an adjoining antechamber. A dining room was laid out before them. Freshly brushed tapestries lined the dressed stone walls, displaying an encyclopedia of magical creatures, vast wizarding battles, some of which, strangely, involved sword-wielding wizards quite prominently, and significant historical figures. Harry swore he saw at least a dozen depictions of Merlin. Sibylle's Rosier headed the table, garbed in an elegant black robe. The flames of the crackling hearth wreathed her in a flickering halo. Her dark hair tumbled down to her shoulders. Her right sat Hercules, looking very out of sorts. Harry was no maestro of wizarding fashion, but even he could tell the robes he'd been gifted for the occasion were dated. The place to Lady Sibyll's left was empty. Amanda guided him toward it and took her own seat beside him opposite Lyle. He was watching hawkishly. "Harold," Lady Sibyll's greeted him with a smile. "How glad we are you could join us." Harry smiled back, hoping he didn't look strained. I could not refuse such hospitality. That was what people said in these sorts of situations, right? And hospitality it was, Harry had quickly realized, of a quietly rough kind. Odd patches of dust layered the table around the edges, and he suspected the legs had not been varnished for some time. The room had been recently cleaned, likely just for them to dine today. "I hope you enjoy chicken and ale root," Amanda added, grabbing his attention. "And vegetables, of course," Lady Sibyl said, whipping Harry's head back to her. "Gander has worn his poor little bones out." Harry didn't know who Gander was, but it was Amanda's turn to interject. "And Hearth cider, of course, grown from apples in our own gardens." In the dark, Harry hadn't spotted any apples and wasn't cider alcoholic for that matter. Not that he dared refuse anything. "I'm sure it'll be lovely," he said weakly. Lady Sibyll's tittered. "We have endeavored to match Norwegian expectations." Norwegian expectations. Harry restrained the urge to fidget with his cuffs. Was their cooking renowned in the magical world? Nothing in his childhood told him Norwegian cuisine was anything special. But then again, did wizards even have the same kind of cooking as muggles? After all, what was ale root? Nothing horrible, he hoped. "So where are your parents, lad?" Okay, nothing could be as horrible as that. Lyle's voice cut through his hope like a knife through whatever ale root was. "Dead," Harry said, meeting Lyle's ornithic gaze. Even at 11, he knew the basics of lying. Lie basically. "My father was Norwegian, my mother was English." Oh. That was when Harry realized why Amanda had sounded so familiar. Her cadence was a copy of Sibyll's. Frankly, they all felt like copies at that moment. Lyle and Amanda and Lady Sibyll's, all swirling around him, watching, waiting for any mistake. "So that's why you're in England," Amanda said. "Hercules told me as much," Lady Sibyl sniffed. "I see." "Who were your mother's family?" Harry felt sweat break upon his brow. It was as though they were all pressing down on him, squeezing his throat, until he couldn't bear it any more and spilled all his secrets. Ethelreda, he eventually got out. It was an obscure name from the shape of magic. He only remembered it because of how cool it sounded. "Oh, an Ethelreda, my aunt married one." Harry paled. Of course, Lady Sibyll's aunt happened to be related to the family he'd happened to choose. Lyle's smirk was galling. "Perhaps we could write to her. She might take you in if you can't locate your uncle." A drop of sweat dripped down Harry's neck, defeating the cooling enchantments handily, or really handlessly. "Yes, perhaps. But I think my mother was from an unimportant line. It's why she was shoved out to Norway." "Nonsense," Lady Sibyll's dismissed pleasantly. "They're an upright family. They'll take you in without question." Not, Harry thought, without question. There would be a lot of questions, none of which he could answer. Just then the grand doors swung open by themselves, and everybody looked away. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It no longer felt as though his own clothes were strangling him, and in walked a self-propelled dining trolley. Gilt with silver, shining like the morning sun, it glided into the room, skipping over the flagstones as though they were clouds. Harry blinked. "Dinner," said a strange voice, "is served." A bat-eared creature appeared, ear first, from behind the trolley. It was, Harry recognized, a house elf. What a house elf was, he wasn't quite sure. His books had described them, but he'd never seen one. This one gander was very old. Ancient, in fact, if the white, bristly hair pricking out his voluminous ears was anything to go by. Hogwarts, a history said the school kitchen had been manned by house elves since 1735, and that they loved all things cooking, cleaning, and maintaining. Harry didn't know what to think of that. Gander approached dodderingly, floating a silver platter to Lady Sibyll's place. It landed without a sound. He repeated the same trick unerringly, if slowly, while the party watched in a sort of respectful, painful silence, as though expecting the ancient being to lose control at any moment or simply kneel over and expire. He bowed, then wheeled his trolley back out the doors, which closed behind him. Harry looked at his platter. It was gilded silver, and made Aunt Petunia's crockery look like a savage's clay pot. Arithmetic patterns spun around the lid, which concealed, Well, something with ale root and chicken. Harry grasped the rounded point of the lid and nearly dropped it. Click, click, click. The surface of the lid spun inwards in mesmerizing spirals, clicking into some hidden dimension in the bell-like central point. It revealed a deep pot containing a stew, swimming with chunks of brown chicken and bright-colored vegetables. "Ha!" he said, looking at the little bauble in his hand. The stew itself turned out to be excellent, but not in the way he imagined. Wizarding food was different to Muggle food, or at least, this dish was. Harry could not describe it. He knew little of food, having only ever eaten the Dursleys' leftovers until recently, but even so he knew no Muggle had ever cooked like this. He ate ravenously, restraining his roaring taste buds as best he could. Hercules mirrored him, while Lady Sibyls, Amanda and Lyle worked through the meal at a sedate but consistent pace, so that all that could be heard was the intermittent clink of knife and fork. It was almost as though they all wanted to avoid conversation. Harry was more than halfway through when he noticed it. He just glanced left, a flicker of a distant sconce catching his eye, when he realized that Amanda had stopped eating. She was looking staring even, and Harry followed her gaze straight to Hercules, who remained blissfully unaware. His brow crinkling, Harry frowned. What was that about? Deciding it was better not to involve himself, he looked back to his food but could not help but catch Eric Lyle's eye. The strange man, looking younger in formal robes, he couldn't be more than 22, followed Harry's gaze and smiled meanly. "Don't stop," he said, twirling his fork. Amanda started, looking guilty. "Pardon." Lyle's smile was vile. "We all miss Lord Quirinus," he simpered, "but you can't keep reminiscing, even if it seems like he's right in front of you sometimes. We all get that feeling." "Eric," Lady Sibyls chided. "I'm sorry, my lady," Lyle said insincerely. "But old Gander has worked hard to cook for us. Amanda is daydreaming. We cannot let it waste." Hercules was still eating, seemingly unaware of the drama unfolding around him. The question was, what drama? Harry felt as though they were speaking half a foreign language. Who was Quirinus? Why was he so important? It seemed like a lifetime ago now, but Harry faintly recalled meeting a Quirinus with Hagrid at the Leaky Cauldron. The giant had called him Professor Quirrell. Only later, after a few not-so-discreet swigs of a drink that reeked like it would knock a normal man flat, did he call him Quirinus. Mostly to lament his timidity, a trait he'd implied was a recently acquired flaw. Surely they couldn't be one and the same. Lyle was speaking of this Lord Quirinus in this past tense. Amanda looked ready to snap back, but the beating of wings beat her to it. An owl was swooping down from the rafters, and for a moment Harry's heart leapt, expecting Hedwig until it drew closer, and he saw the streaks of hazel brown in its feathers. It flew straight to Lady Sibyls, dumped a thin white envelope in her hand, and flew away. She opened it with shaking hands. Harry watched her eyes slide disbelievingly across the pages. A shuddering gasp escaped her mouth, as though all the breath had left her body. "It's Caudicus," she said. "They found it, all of it. They're charging him." The room seemed to drop into another dimension. Hercules was in tears. Amanda tensed like a scared rabbit. Lyle's eyes widened, then narrowed. "A traitor," he snarled, "somewhere in our midst." For a moment, everyone looked at one another. Harry himself was frozen. What was going on? What was it the Aurors had found? "Indeed," Sibyls eventually said quiveringly. "Indeed, no one can leave Holt End, not until we've discovered who has betrayed this family." Harry felt like he wanted to throw all that chicken and ale root up. Merlin, he thought, unknowingly cursing in the proper wizarding manner. It was Tuesday, 27th August, and Hogwarts began on the 1st. He had 4 days to get out of Holt End. The rest of the dinner was a disaster. Hercules was quietly weeping into his stew, and Lady Sibyls looked a sneeze away from joining him. Lyle simmered like his food. Amanda lost her appetite. She just sat there silently, staring at her chicken. That silence filled the room like a poisonous gas, choking throats and inflaming tongues. Harry watched Lyle. Lyle watched Amanda. Amanda watched Hercules. And Hercules watched Sibyls, and they all watched each other. Even when they'd all mutually, and again, silently agreed to leave the meal where it was, no one said anything. And for the sake of politeness, no one said anything about that either. Harry thought it was like one of those Mexican standoffs reversed. Whoever fired the first word lost. Hercules shifted angstily in his chair. His cheeks were messy with dried tears, his upper lip wet with snot. Lyle sighed. "Enough," he ground out, then stood abruptly. The legs of his chair scraped along the flagstones. "Hercules, Skarsgård with me. I'll find something to take your minds off it." Without further ado, he paced away, forcing Herald and Hercules to scamper after him. They followed the older man through twists and turns, passing through tight corridors that were almost inhabitable, whose walls were thronged with gilt-edged paintings who posed and fought and danced. Here ever-burners lit the way. But as they drew farther distant from their shared turret, the walls had been shorn of their paintings. Faint imprints remained where magical marvels once reposed. Moss grew between the flagstones beneath their feet. The ever-burning sconces too had vanished, until Lyle was leading them by the light of Lumos. "Here," he eventually said, stopping by a broad bronze door. Wand light revealed the austere marks of Germanic runes carved deeply into the bright polished metal and pulsing, Harry somehow felt, with power. What lay behind this door? Whatever it was, he had no clue where it was. They had zigzagged so many times that by the end, Harry hadn't been sure if they were zigging or zagging. Lyle took out a thick brass key and made to turn an invisible lock. When his hand was half a foot from the door, there was one click to reveal a keyhole, another when the lock was turned, and then a cascade of louder clicks, clacks and clanks as something behind the door shifted. It reminded Harry of the vaults in Gringotts. Eventually, the great doors swung open. Harry's breath caught in his chest. It was beautiful. Hundreds and hundreds of books were nestled on dozens of bookcases, all set around a central plinth raised above the floor. 3 long tables awaited there, and a dozen scattered chairs, all arranged as though whichever party was studying there simply stood up and left, and never returned. "Come on," said Lyle. He led them past so many rows of bookcases it made Harry's head spin. How much dueling knowledge awaited discovery in this library. What incredible secrets were hidden away, unseen, unread for decades. "I love magic," Harry muttered to himself. But as it turned out, the magic of the library was imperfect, marred, even as he was about to find out. "Once," Lyle said, gesturing to the plinth, "the bookcases would reorder themselves on command. I've been told it was very much like one of those Muggle ballet dancers, except made of wood and more trustworthy." "Never mind. The enchantment's broken. It's all yours to read," except Lyle's voice grew stern, except the books on the white bookcase. "They're too dangerous to even touch. Don't think about it. Now, Hercules, come with me. I think I know a few books that'll interest you." Hercules shuffled after Lyle, and new curiosity piqued in Harry's mind. He bit his lip, glancing after his new friend. He shouldn't, but Harry tiptoed off after them, stopping on the other side of a bookcase. "Now, lad," he heard Lyle say, "first of all I've got to ask, do you trust Skarsgård?" "That's mean," Hercules' whisper shouted. "He just wanted a light thingy and he helped me in the forest. Besides, he can't be much older than me." Harry felt his heart flutter, a strange emotion overtaking him. Had he really made a friend? Lyle snorted. "You didn't ask, eh? I'm not so sure. He's a queer lad, old eyes. Knows more than he says, for sure." That, Harry had to admit, was true. "And wait," Lyle continued. His voice took on that familiar tone that adults tended to when talking to naughty children, scolding, Harry thought. "What do you mean by, help me in the forest?" Hercules' gulp was audible. I didn't stray off the path, I promise. But there was this thing. I got closer to the spell path than Uncle Caudicus said was normal, and before I knew it I was walking toward it, and its eyes told me to come closer, and then Harry came and whoosh with a flame charm, and it ran away." Lyle made a noise of interest. "A flame charm, you say? Which one?" "Incendio, of course," Hercules said, as though the man were an idiot. All his excitement was replaced by incredulity. "What else could it be?" "Incendios for lighting candles, not warding off creatures. A miracle, then, or perhaps the mark of a truly strong wizard. Why didn't you tell us about this creature?" I didn't want to worry you. I asked Auntie Sibyllis not to tell." Lady Sibyllis, Harry suspected, had already told Amanda, but clearly not Eric Lyle. Suspicious. Harry heard him sigh. "It'll be our secret, then, yours, mine, and Lady Sibyllis. We'll keep it on one of these shelves." Hercules giggled. "Now," the older man continued, "you want to know about your uncle, I'm sure. Ask and I'll answer." Hercules' humor died swiftly. Will he get out soon?" His voice trembled with such vulnerability, such childlike fear, that Harry was swept up in a great tidal wave of emotion, one that came across him so suddenly that he struggled, for a brief moment, to breathe. "It's hard to say," Lyle admitted frankly. Your uncle's told you all about the law, I'm sure. He's a prudent man, and the law doesn't favor men like him. On the one hand, our enemies have set the deck to their advantage. But Harry heard Lyle pause then. In his absence, Hercules could be heard sniffling. But as I said, your uncle's a prudent man. He'll have planned for this. You'll see him again before long, I'm sure. On bail. Told you, Lyle said. Your uncle's taught you well. For a moment there was silence. Were they coming back? Fearing his exposure, Harry tiptoed back to the plinth with the chairs. Despite Lyle's efforts, neither Harry nor Hercules managed much studying. The younger boy was still too upset to think clearly, while Harry himself could not help but replay, again and again, Lyle and Hercules' conversation in his mind. Maybe he'd misjudged the man. Eric Lyle had every reason to be suspicious of him, and he'd been frank and fair with Hercules. What studying he did manage could better be termed research. The encounter with the wild thing in the forest would not shift from his mind either. What had it been? How had it approached the spell path? How had it seemingly hypnotized Hercules? He hoped the answer would lie in the library, but so far he was without luck. All he had discovered was that it was unlikely that it would be discovered. Creatures of land, deep, and sky barely scratched the surface of the vast cornucopia of creatures native to the magical world. It was a wonder the Muggles had not discovered any themselves. And among the many kinds there were subkinds, and subkinds of subkinds. He'd even learned the existence of a type of creature called a Walpurtinger asterisk, a hybrid mix of a rabbit, a squirrel, and a pheasant. Apparently, a medieval Bavarian alchemist had created this chimeric species and somehow gotten them to mate. What even was the point of that? None as far as Harry could see, but he'd still spent an hour reading about them. It had been a baffling experience. The books on his desk had piled up, while the potential identities of the creature only expanded. Eventually, he'd given in and resorted to perusing Dada books. Most he put down after a brief skim. They were too complex for him to understand. A few he'd practically thrown across the desk, as the spells they described could most succinctly be described as vile. What was the point of an entrail-expelling curse? Late in the night, he discovered tricks to ensnare and tips for victory. It was a book of sayings, pointers, and insights scattered haphazardly throughout its pages. Unfortunately, the cover had disintegrated, and the author's name was thus lost, but the knowledge within remained valuable. In the short time he had left, Harry pored over it, absorbing every word he could, until Lyle returned to guide them back through the confusing corridors and put them to bed. N asterisk menace is the dative of the Latin for menace, e.g. pointing a wand at someone. Yes, that is a real mythical animal from German folklore. Chimeric forest creatures seem to be a common theme in central Germany, with similar animals said to exist in the Palatinate and Thuringia. Something strange is afoot at Holt End. Harry meets our cast of unfortunates, chained by one method or another to the fate of the House of Rosier of Holt End. But one of them has sold them out to the Auras. One of them is a traitor. And Harry, himself under suspicion, is stuck in their midst. Take good care of yourselves out there. Jousting Alchemy. 4 all for Lightspeed, Roman 3. All for Lightspeed, Roman 3. The next day, one day closer to Hogwarts, Harry could not help but note, began brightly. Even the shadow cast by the surrounding forest couldn't veil the sun from Holt End. Shafts of white light cascaded through the loopholes, birdsong wafted through the corridors, and even Hercules seemed a little perkier than the day before. Harry felt none of it. He knew he had to make a nuisance of himself today. The thought sent a heave of dread up from his stomach. He felt sick as soon as he woke up. Even Hercules' distraction, some strange derivation of marbles called gobstones, couldn't dissipate the heavy cloud of anxiety that hung over him. That cloud became a thunderstorm when Amanda called them down for breakfast. They arrived to see Lady Sibyllys already eating toast, topped with an unusual glistening butter. That, Harry decided, you wouldn't find in Tesco's. Nonetheless, when he sat down to eat himself, he braved the unknown topping fearlessly. After all, what sort of wizard wouldn't? The butter buzzed pleasantly on his tongue but did not mollify his nerves. He said, Lady Sibyllys. Her dark eyes, ringed with red, blinked owlishly at him. She'd been staring into space. Yes, child. Well, you see, I've been staying at the Leaky Cauldron, and because of the escape from the shop, my trunk and owl are still there, and Tom the barman will be wondering where I am and— Hush, she interrupted, breaking his babbling. It's no worry. You may write a letter to him, instructing that he may keep the trunk safe to let the owl come to you. Owls know the way to their owner. Indeed, I remember my first owl, Longshanks he was called because he was very tall. He had such handsome dark feathers. Lady Sibylle sighed and trailed off while Harry looked at her askance. That had come out of nowhere. Someone must be there while you write it, Amanda added. Just a precaution, of course. That knocked the lady of the house from her reverie. Ah, yes, of course, dear. You don't mind, do you? Harry struggled not to show well anything while he struggled to think. Think, what could he do if they saw him writing his name on the letter he'd be done for, and if he didn't then they'd ask why he didn't sign his name. Are you okay? Amanda said, eyebrows raised. Gulping, Harry reached for an answer from his panicked thoughts. Ah, yes, I didn't give my real name to Tom. He didn't dare look up, knowing Amanda Sooth would be watching him with new suspicion. Why ever not? Lady Sibylle said airily. Only one thing to do now, Harry thought, taking a steadying breath. My mother, they said she died of natural causes, but I'm not sure, and my dad, when he was alive, he always said we had enemies, so I thought. Ashamed, Harry lowered his head, hoping they would mistake his guilt for grief. What was he doing, lying to these people who'd taken him in? He remained like that for a few long, long moments, while the unwanted, creeping thought crept into his mind. What if they didn't believe him? What would happen then? Did the castle have a dungeon? Surely it did, with big iron bars and oh, you poor thing. Lady Sibylle's cooed. Harry let out a breath. Thank G. Merlin. Amanda patted his shoulder, but what would comfort a normal child only made Harry tense. What did you call yourself? She said lightly. Harry answered. It's close to my own name, easy to remember. Lady Sibylle's lifted his chin with her finger until his eyes met her own. And you feared, child, our suspicion if you signed a false name on this letter. Yes. She wrapped him in an awkward hug from across the table. Harry forced himself to relax, finally allowing his burdensome guilt release in the form of hot, wet tears which poured down his cheeks. He did not weep for the mother and father he never knew. Those tears had long since dried in a cupboard under the stairs. But for a lie, not the lie he had weaved, but the fact he'd weaved it. Shame swept through him like a searing tide, pulling at nerves, grasping at his heart. He almost wished he'd been called out. Lady Sibylle's had dried his tears with a strangely spongy handkerchief, then dried his face with a motherly wave of her wand. It had only made Harry feel guiltier, but he had no more tears to cry. He sat quietly at the table for a while Lady Sibylle's fetched the key to the owlery. Mind yourself, she said, passing the key tentatively to Amanda Sooth. The warning was intended for them all. Watch each other, it suggested. Don't allow anyone to sneak a letter away. Hercules gave him a friendly bump of the shoulder as Amanda took them to the owlery, which was barred by a complex door not dissimilar, if smaller, than that belonging to the library. Harry smiled back tremulously. All his energy seemed to have disappeared. He felt better by the time they had climbed the final set of well-worn steps, as the sensation of cool, fresh air began to fill his lungs. Blue sky filled his vision, and suddenly he was in the open, perched atop the turret opposite their own. Timber scaffolding made an overhang, whence 3 peering owls stared down unblinkingly. It was not a difficult place for an owl to reach. Hedwig would have no trouble, but how Harry had got there he could only faintly remember. The interior of the castle remained, for the most part, a mystery to him. Not that he'd have a reason to return. He thought the place would be windswept on a cold night, an open, precarious perch atop a battlement. In the summer sun it was beautiful. Lush greenery stretched out as far as the eye could see, and all the dark things that lurked in the forest seemed banished by the sun, and that same sun shone in a blue and cloudless sky, casting joyous light unto the world. Something sparkled in the corner of his vision. A lake glistened by the rear of Holt End. How had he not seen that before? Our mere asterisk is big enough for most galleons, Amanda said proudly. Harry nodded as though that meant something. Big enough for a coin. Bored with the edge of the lake, he turned to a rotting desk and the parchment Hercules was waving about. Here you go, Herald. The letter gave Harry a headache. He struggled to word it true, but worse was the process of writing itself. Why did wizards still use stupid quills? But a true-born wizard wouldn't struggle to write a letter, and Amanda was watching closely over his shoulder. Dear Tom, I'm sorry if I've worried you. I'm sure you're wondering where I am. Don't worry, I've taken up with some friends of my family, but I found them in such a hurry I forgot my own trunk. Would you mind if you kept it safe for a few days and let my owl out? I'm sure she'll find me in good time. I'll collect the trunk before I leave for Hogwarts. I have all the books I need here. Kind regards, Harry. Of room 10. Amanda took the letter, stuck it in an envelope, and gave it to a waiting owl. Go on then, Albatross, off to the leaky cauldron. Albatross looked like he'd seen better days, but flew off cleanly, his patchy brown and white feathers spreading wide as he glided away. Harry had made a show of watching Amanda's every move, not that he suspected she'd really do anything to the letter. Could she be the traitor? Harry couldn't tell. He didn't know anything about her. Harry pursed his lips, then ventured. What brought you here, Amanda? The older girl blinked owlishly. What do you mean? I heard you last night in your room, doing Albert's arithmancy puzzles in the Daily Prophet. To Harry's uneducated ears, connected to an uneducated mind, it seemed that she'd been doing brilliantly. You could be anything, so why he waved his hand awkwardly at the surrounding area, suddenly realizing he was slighting Hercules' own home in front of him. So did Amanda. Reddening slightly at the praise, she glanced over to him. It's not really my home, Hercules offered, smiling awkwardly. There was something strange in his voice. I've only been here once before. Twice, Amanda amended softly. I saw you here once as a baby. Lord Quirinus took you in his arms. She sighed, far-sighted. It was the sort of sigh an old woman might make, recalling fondly the heady days of youth. I'm here, Amanda eventually explained, for my cousin Lady Sibyllies. The Rosiers have always been good to us, so we'll always be good to them. Then her eyes hardened, and that embarrassed blush was long gone. Why are you here, Harold Skarsgård? Harry shrugged. Chance, he finished lamely. It was a suspicious answer, he knew. What were the chances that someone would turn up at their doorstep just as Caudicus was arrested, and for said someone to have nothing to do with said arrest? Amanda was watching him. Harry watched her back. Then Hercules broke the moment with all the subtlety of his namesake. Amanda, Amanda, can we pick mushrooms like you said? Amanda turned to him, serving him a smile she reserved only for the younger boy. Of course, young master. Follow me to the foundations, and mind your step on the way down. Hercules winked companionably behind her back, while Harry shook his head. Sometimes it was impossible to tell just how much he did, or didn't, understand. Thanks, Harry mouthed, falling into step behind Amanda as he was bade. After that, Harry felt like he was in one of those illusionary paintings where all the stairs loop forever. They went down and down and down and down. First, they descended the lofty turret, the wind whistling faintly through the rafters, and then down the dim-lit corridors of the vast curtain wall. Harry thought they would stop somewhere around the courtyard, or ward, asterisk, as the castle's denizens seemed to call it, but they were instead led to a tight set of stairs by the gatehouse. The steps disappeared into a tenebrous darkness. Harry swallowed heavily. They weren't going down there, were they? Amanda hefted a lantern, clicked it to burn, hiked the edges of her robes as though they were a dress, and strode forward, totally matter-of-fact. Then she cried, almost squeaking in terror. Harry jumped himself, reaching for his wand. A coarse light flickered, then a face appeared in the darkness. Boo, Lyle deadpanned. Eric Lyle, Amanda screeched girlishly, pointed her finger. It was only then that Harry saw how young she really was. She couldn't have been more than a year out of Hogwarts. By Morgana's name, what on earth are you doing down there? Checking the foundations, he replied blithely, not in the least bit ashamed. Enjoy the mushrooms and mind Deacon. He's floating about too. Maybe you could natter to him about your hair or the new Weird Sisters record. Cackling, Lyle strode off with purpose, leaving Amanda pouting angrily in his wake. Pixie brain, Harry heard her mutter. She cleared her breath and spoke more properly. Now he's done scaring me. Let's carry on, shall we? That was a rhetorical question. Amanda led them down the stairs without further ado. The lantern light revealed an undercroft, something like Harry had seen in Aunt Petunia's period murder mysteries. Net rows of brickwork arches reached into a vaulted ceiling, in whose cobwebbed grooves the golden lantern light did not reach. Roman, Amanda said, gesturing to the nearest vault. From Emperor Hadrian's time. They passed further into the undercroft, journeying deep into the darkness. Here the world smelled of earth, dirt, and rain. He almost expected the scent of sulphur, but it never came. Harry watched the edges of the light distrustfully and stuck close to the older girl's shoulder. Meanwhile, Amanda began to explain, over the echoing of their footsteps, that valuable fungi grew by the ley line, where the vast well of the deep earth and the enchantments of the castle crossed. She stopped abruptly. Harry almost bumped into her back. The lantern light was glinting against something rectangular, something bright, bold against the darkness. Harry recognized it as a picture frame, but what was a painting doing down here? "My lord," Amanda said reverently. She approached with tender steps, slowly casting light upon the canvas within. A man in tasteful blue robes posed on a black background, his chin proud, his brows furrowed and focused. In one hand he held a sword, and in the other a wand. To Harry he looked like a man of adventure. His eyes shone with the light of distant lands, his wind-blown hair of glory. Most importantly, the painting was still. No essence was imbued in it. He had died young. "Lord Quirinus," Amanda said, taking a long, long look at Hercules. The boy was his spitting image. The Undercroft was his favorite place. He could sense magic, at the age of 14. That explained the location of his painting then. Harry studied it further, recalling all he'd heard about the man. It wasn't much, but his shadow seemed to loom over all the occupants of the castle. Lyle had implied that Amanda had loved him. Lady Sibylle certainly had. He knew her melancholy was sustained by grief no less than Caudicus' recent arrest. He died 12 years ago in the Blood War, yet still she mourned. The scar of their parting pained her still, ever since he'd been killed by Auras. Had he and Harry's parents ever duelled? By affiliation, they were on opposite sides, but Harry just couldn't imagine that dashing figure as his foe. Another, spine-trembling thought struck him then, when he considered all those families that were definitely his enemies. Terrible things had happened to Voldemort's enemies. Had Quirinus partook in that? Frankly, Harry struggled to believe it. For what most drew his eye were Lord Quirinus' dimpled cheeks. The man was smiling. Harry's thoughts could not linger on Lord Quirinus, for soon they met another light, this one pulsing dimly with a strange kaleidoscopic glow. At first Harry thought he was imagining it, but as they drew closer, and the oncoming light grew stronger, he beheld a bizarre sight. Hundreds of mushrooms were clinging onto a wall of what looked like bedrock. Each was glowing softly, reminding Harry vaguely of those neon signs he saw on American television shows. "Be careful," Amanda advised. From a nearby chest, she took out 3 pairs of gloves and passed them out. "Do not touch them without the dragon hide on. Promise me." After they'd each promised in turn, Amanda continued. "Don't cast too much magic, Herald, and don't touch the rubellos either, the red fungi. Tell me if you do. Otherwise," here she held out 2 rough sacks, "bag everything you see. Oh, and be wary of any strangeness. Odd things happen close to the deep earth." Harry thought all of this was strange, but followed an excited Hercules anyway. He lit a lumos and began to work, following the bedrock right as Amanda veered left. The fungi were bizarre, sometimes cool to the touch, other times warm and almost always rubbery. He swore one farted as he picked it up. Occasionally they would buzz to some ethereal beat, as though singing in a language he didn't understand. Both boys were very careful to avoid the rubellos. What were the uses of these things anyway? Soon they were uncovering the sheer bedrock behind the fungal growths. Up close it was strange, black and shiny, strangely sticky, and clean of any blemish, with one exception. A large graffiti in bold white letters. "Rasimir will rise again." Neither Harry nor Hercules knew who Rasimir was, so that seemed unlikely. At first, they worked in silence, but Hercules could only contain himself for so long. He began to ask questions, sometimes easy questions, and sometimes awkward questions. Harry did his best to answer, and to keep his story straight. After the 3rd fake anecdote about his uncle, this one based on, of all things, a story his real Uncle Vernon often told about his own uncle, Harry decided to go on the offensive. He started with a thought that'd been bothering him ever since they had first set eyes on Holt End. "Hercules," he began, "you said you've been here twice, but you're the heir, aren't you?" The boy laughed nervously. "Our Uncle Caudicus always keeps me busy. He says I can learn more about the world in the shop than stuck in a castle. Never been in the Undercroft, though. Aren't these mushrooms weird?" he said frantically. "So squishy, and they bounce, and the little humming they make, and I think I heard one giggling onk." He stopped abruptly at Harry's deadpan. He knew exactly what the younger boy was doing, exactly what he'd do himself. In the silence of the Undercroft, Hercules' gulp was like a gavel on a block. Well, that's. Harry watched him steadily, while Hercules struggled to hold his gaze. The younger boy sighed. I wasn't welcome, he eventually admitted. I'm from a distaff line like you, I'm. Lord Quirinus Rosier wasn't really my uncle, even. I'm just what's left of this family aside from those traitorous coffee drinkers at Rossercourt. Coffee drinkers? Harry briefly wondered. He put the thought out of his mind. The heart of Hercules' explanation was more important. Hercules, it seemed, was an interloper in his own way, and Lady Sibyllys had welcomed him kindly as an aunt, which she really wasn't. So, Lady Sibyllys loves me, Hercules said firmly. It was both the most mature and most tenderly childish thing Harry had ever heard him say. She loved Lord Quirinus. Everyone did. Hercules stopped all at once, freezing, looking over Harry's shoulder. Suddenly, it was very cold. Harry turned, jumping backwards as he met the faded form of the deacon just feet away. It seemed to be staring at him. What the gar? He heard himself cry out. His heart roared in his chest, his breath boomed in his ears. The thing scared the life out of him, and it was still looking at him now. Who is it? Harry asked Hercules. He did not dare look away from the ghost, harmless or not. Ribbons of white ether floated in an unearthly wind. It seemed more solid in the pitch black. They say it was the deacon of Canterbury once, Hercules said. He was an emissary between warring churches. People say he was called Stephen. Something terrible happened here to him. He appeared a few years after and has stayed ever since. Was he always? Harry gestured toward diffused nothingness. It was still faceless, limbless. No, he was strong once, almost a poltergeist. Now he's dying again. They watched the ghost until the deacon floated off. Was there anything worse, Harry thought, than dying twice? Harry's back was aching by the time their sacks were full of fungi and the wall cleared. Only then did he realize the strangeness of the sack itself. He must have put hundreds of mushrooms in the bag, enough to fill it 5 times over. They should have been spilling out the top now. They wouldn't simply never fit. He looked at the rough spun suspiciously. Hercules must have noticed, because he soon commented with that childish expression, denoting knowledge of something his peer didn't. Dagworth sacks, he said. Don't you have them in Norway? I've never seen one. What's a Dagworth sack? Hercules' superior aspect vanished as fast as if he'd run into the Undercroft's darkness. He opened his mouth, then closed it like a fish far from water. Well, I don't know. They're like expanded dimension thingies, but for explosive magical ingredients. Harry felt his own face drop. The bag suddenly weighed thrice its weight, and he felt the sudden urge to throw it into the distance. Explosive? Amanda wouldn't make us do anything really dangerous, Hercules said, shrugging. Strange things happen in the deep earth, Amanda's warning flashed through Harry's mind. He wasn't so sure. But the mushrooms didn't explode them into a savory splatter of gore, so they followed the wall back. Amanda was already done, waiting by the chest. They handed back their dragon-hide gloves. They were incredibly supple, Harry had noted, and returned to the surface. Lord Quirinus' painting glimmered on the way out. Harry somehow felt his eyes on his back as he passed more so than he'd felt from any other painting in Holt End, including those imbued with their subject's essence. The day was long in the shadow when they emerged, blinking away the sunspots in their vision. We'll take these to the sorting room, Amanda said, before pausing in her step. Oh, hello, Edward. Harry followed her gaze and saw Eric Lyle. No, not Lyle. This man was older, broader, and smiling kindly. Afternoon, Amanda, he called back. And to you 2 fine young gentlemen, too. I don't believe we've met. This is Harold, Amanda said, gesturing to Harry. And this is Hercules. Edward's eyes widened, and it was nice, Harry thought wryly, that it wasn't at him for once. Young master, he said, inclining his head. Harold, welcome to Holt End. I'm Edward Lyle. I'm sure you've met my Torag brother Eric. Something flashed through Harry's mind. I live with my brother's family in the cottage, Eric had said. Their similarities made sense. They had the same dark eyes, the same brown hair, and the same sharp nose. But while Eric was cocky, sneering, Edward was plain-faced. He also had a hoe in hand. A love of herbology, the tending of magical plants, it seemed, they held in common. They have, Amanda said, before either boy could get a word in. But now it's time to meet the boatmen. Right, Edward said, snapping his fingers. I knew I'd forgotten something. This'll be interesting. He made an exaggerated gesture with his hoe. In his ragged, dirt-stained tunic, he looked more like a prancing scarecrow than a gentleman. After you, my lady. Amanda giggled pleasantly while Edward fell in beside her. They made off toward the castle, chatting amicably while Harry and Hercules brought up the rear. "What's going on?" said Harry. "Hooray the boatmen." "No one told you," Harry sighed. Clearly, it was not only Hercules who had a love for misdirection at Holt End. "No," he said. "Are you going to tell me?" Hercules hummed mischievously, his eyes glimmering. "No," he eventually teased. "I think it'll make a nice surprise." Harry didn't argue. He already knew it would be pointless. Rather, he bided his time and followed the adults as they walked through the inner courtyard toward the rear gatehouse. When he first noticed the second gate that morning, it had struck him as odd. For a while he hadn't known why. It had eaten at him much of the day. That was until he had daydreamed of Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry. The Hogwarts he imagined had one gatehouse, not two. Then he realized that every castle he'd ever imagined had one gatehouse, because every Muggle castle he'd ever seen had one gatehouse. The rear house, as Eric had called it in passing at breakfast, could only be a feature unique to magical castles. Its purpose was slowly revealed as the group passed under the gate. For Holtmere, as he'd been told, the lake was called, spread out in front of them. The rays of the declining sun sparkled prettily on the crystalline waters, whose uniformity was broken only by the occasional swan, and a simple wooden pier by which Lady Sibyllys, Eric, and two others were already waiting. Something immediately struck Harry as strange. Why have a pier if there were no boats and no way onto the lake? His eyes darted, looking for an entrance, some waterway by which a boat might approach. He was expecting a canal, so that barges might enter and exit, stopping to deliver goods as they went. Why a society that had mastered mass teleportation required anything as slow and meandering as a boat did not strike him as odd at the time. There was nothing. Harry furrowed his brow. Everyone else was just standing around. Lady Sibyllys and Amanda Sooth were chatting amicably to each other, though the former appeared worse and worse every time Harry saw her. Eric Lyle, a little further distant, was talking to the two newcomers. They were all facing the becalmed water, which was almost taunting with its lack of answers. What a wee wah, something small broke the surface. The something became a pole. Oh, then a sail, then mast, then a deck. Oh. Then a hull, all leaping merrily from the water like a vast, heavy salmon. Holtmere heaved at the displacement, splashing out violent ripples that scared the swans and threatened to flood both shore and pier, at least until great clouds of dirt and sand curled up on themselves and fashioned a breakwall, which slowly disassembled as the waves receded. Harry stared. The ship was tall, painted white and a tasteful light pink, and had arisen from the water. "I love magic," he muttered to himself. Hercules sniggered. "Ah, your face," he said childishly. "The Methydrian asterisk is awesome, isn't it?" As the ship drew closer to the dock, it became clear that the hull would tower over the humble pier it was approaching. Upon its starboard, a complex crest was painted in bold colors of red and yellow, displaying prominently gold coins below a half-sheathed sword. The Laughing Lady was painted beside it. On closer inspection, Harry did indeed see the carving of a svelte, attractive youth, barely clothed, holding a bag outstretched at the fore. He jumped when she winked at him. "Watch yourself," Edward suddenly warned, turning to them. He appeared grave now, his pleasant features turned grim. "Or really, watch each other. We must barter with the guild, but whoever our traitor is, he might betray himself here." That made sense. The owlery was locked. The flue had long been disengaged. Apparently it was quite expensive, and outer wards guarded the edge of the grounds. If not through the traders, how else would the traitor communicate with the outside world? Harry watched as he was bade, briefly scrutinizing the two new figures. The older, the mother, Harry judged, had copper-red hair and pale grey eyes, while the younger was perhaps 16 at the most. She resembled her mother totally, as though she were a living Russian doll. "My wife," Edward supplied knowingly, "and daughter, Sarah and Emily." Harry nodded his head, unsure of how to reply. Wouldn't an adult know a compliment to give in this situation? Nothing came to his mind. Instead, he watched. He watched as the captain shouted down to Lady Sibyllys and doffed his cap. He watched as barrels of something were winched down on a hoist, along with the captain and his first mate. The captain was a very fat, very ruddy man wearing cloth of gold robes and a wide-brimmed hat decorated with what Harry suspected was a griffin feather. Harry thought he must have weighed more than the barrels and feared for the winching mechanism. But eventually, The captain and his beryls touched the ground. He stepped onto the pier, bowed to Lady Sibyllys, and they began to talk. Harry only caught a few words, but from the captain's body language understood that they were haggling. A few more traders made landfall soon after, along with half a dozen great chests this time, and all the other adults began to bargain too. Harry and Hercules watched as they were told. Lady Sibyllys was still discussing something with the captain, looking as usual rather strained, while Eric was exchanging laughter with a tall, thin sailor who resembled, to Harry's eyes, a human beanpole. Edward, his wife, and his daughter were deep in discussion too, though their conversation seemed less ribald than his brother's. Nothing untoward seemed to be happening. What was he even looking for? A pass note, a signal? Would anyone dare with that many eyes on them? Eventually, Lady Sibyllys disengaged with the captain and made her way towards him. "Harold," she said gently, "Hercules, could you run along, my child? I would like to speak with Harold alone." Harry tensed. Alone. He'd almost settled in as Harold, but now the fear returned. Had he given himself away? His mind flew through the day. Had he said something, done something that betrayed his Muggle upbringing? Was his cover not enough, or had she somehow spoken to the Etheldredders? How can I help, my lady?" Harry said, cursing his stutter. "We, that is, could not help but notice your faux pas at dinner last night," Sibylle said, smiling as reassuringly as she could. Up close, Harry saw that the dark circles under her eyes almost reached her cheekbones. "I know that you've lived an isolated life, so I thought it might be prudent to inform you now, so you don't make the same mistake in less understanding company." It took Harry a moment to process what the Lady of Holt End was saying. "Oh," he said dumbly. Relief swept through him, and bemusement took his wits. "That was it. I'm sorry," he said. "What did I do?" "Nothing unforgivable, don't worry," Lady Sibyllys said. She almost patted him on the shoulder, but clearly changed her mind halfway through the action. Before dining, it is the duty of the head of the household to lead prayers before taking the first bite. Harry struggled not to frown, to keep the surprise off his face. Prayers. The shape of magic was silent on religion, and he'd never seen a church or chapel in Diagon Alley. Did wizards even believe in God? In a sense, they were close to gods, or at least the closest that man could get. Now he was thinking about it, images of pentagrams came to mind, and covens, and strange pagan rituals. Harry hoped that wasn't the kind of prayers Lady Sibyllys was talking about. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I've only really eaten dinner with them." Perhaps it was embarrassment that made his eye wander, maybe it was just chance. But in that moment, Harry's gaze settled on the sight of a small yellowed note, kept in a large, calloused hand. He saw it pass from that hand to another's, where it was quickly crumpled into a pocket. He didn't dare look at the face of the man to whom the note had belonged, fearing he might meet his eyes, but knew that it was surely the deceitful hand of Eric Lyle. The pillow beneath his head felt like a slab of granite, as though he'd dug up a flagstone from the castle ward and decided to try and sleep on it. Harry turned restlessly beneath the sheets, trying in vain to find a comfortable spot. It was the fourth time he'd made that same gambit. Nothing seemed to work. Merlin, he thought, stopped thinking. He was perfectly aware of the irony. Thoughts were bouncing around his head like a lightspeed, not that he'd even had time to use it. There was lingering embarrassment from the night before's dinner, creeping fears about the deacon's fate, and Eric Lyle. Harry hadn't dared call him out at the time, he'd tried. But every time he opened his mouth, his breath turned to dust. He told himself he'd talk to Lady Sibyllys alone, but hadn't dared excuse himself from the library. Then he'd told himself he'd bring it up at dinner, during which he let Lady Sibyllys lead a prayer which, thankfully, involved no strange rites or blood sacrifices. But Lyle was sitting across from him, so he didn't say anything. Before he knew it, he was abed, burdened with tortuous knowledge, and the moment replayed in his mind again and again, and questions layered atop questions. What did the note say? Who did Lyle give it to? Why was it passed? Should he have said something at the time? And the more he questioned, the more he wondered. Had he even seen it at all? No one else had, none of the adults. Why would he? Wasn't he looking for that sort of thing, so perhaps could he have imagined it? He didn't think he had, but a part of him wished he had. Then there would be nothing to think about, and he could go to sleep, instead of weighing Eric Lyle's life against his courage. Who knew what the Rosiers would do if they thought they found the traitor? It wasn't like they could go to the Auras. Nothing good, he knew, his stomach sinking, nothing good. Worse then, what if Lyle knew he knew? The man was dangerous. He'd known it from the moment he saw him, from the instant he locked eyes with that hawkish stare. If Lyle was the traitor, and he thought Harry knew, he'd kill him if he had the chance. Harry's blood turned to ice as the door opened with a slow creak. Frozen, he peered into the darkness. What was that? Nothingness greeted him, but Lyle could already be in the room, watching. Harry laid very still, ears straining, mouth dry. His heart was pounding in his ears. Still nothing. Slowly, Harry reached out of the comfort of his bed sheets toward his nightstand, his fingers wrapping around his Harley wand. It was cool to the touch. Lumos, he whispered. Light poured into the darkness, eradicating the night and birthing long, deep shadows. The room was empty and the door wide open. His mind flickered through all he'd learned about magical castles and houses. Could it be a poltergeist? Hercules had said the Holt End poltergeist faded centuries ago. Harry frowned. Hogwarts, a history had said that the castle was alive. It had seemed a strange claim at the time, but with all he'd seen these last few days, could Holt End be similarly sentient? What if it was telling him something? Gently, he lowered himself to the floor, finding his borrowed slippers waiting for him. He advanced slowly, then with advancing confidence toward the corridor. The light of his lumos betrayed an empty passageway. Harry's brow furrowed. He was in bed for a while if the castle was telling him something. He descended down the turret at pace, trying his best to dim the light of his wand. It was totally ignoring him. So distracted was Harry that he tripped on a well-worn step and after a moment of weightlessness made a heavy recovery on the landing. The sound seemed to boom around the room. Harry winced. Who could have heard that? He extinguished his lumos and stood very still, peering into the subsequent darkness. Just like in his room, nothing. He knew the landing. It was a long, narrow room set between the vast walls, segmented by timber frames and panels. As he scanned the darkness, he could almost imagine the placements of the tapestries, the sconces, and the paintings, and then he saw it. Soft moonlight was filtering through a crack in the ward side door. That wasn't open before. Realizing he was running out of time, Harry flung open the door, revealing a world of grayscale. A full moon peered down inscrutably on the castle ward, tracing clear outlines of moss-bitten walls, cyclopean in size, broken flagstones, and a dark-robed figure striding, lantern in hand, toward one of the disused doors. Harry scampered after him, fresh night air cold against his brow, whipping against his hair. He almost lost sight of the figure at once, barely catching the slightest glimmer of lantern light down a long, barren corridor. Cobwebs and dust layered this place like a parody of decoration. His pulse bounding, Harry followed the light, quickly catching up to its bearer, who was navigating the maze of corridors with some skill. It could not be an intruder, nor did he seem overly worried he might be followed. Even so, Harry did his best to keep his distance, stepping as lightly as he could manage upon the freezing flagstones. He could feel the cold beneath his slippers, but he was most worried about his breath, which sounded like a hurricane in his ears. Knowing it was an illusion, Harry tried his best to ignore it. Eventually, the figure came to a door. Harry heard the turning of a lock and saw the lantern light vanish. The figure stepped through and locked the door behind him. Damn, Harry thought. He could perhaps unlock the door, but who knew where it led? Whoever it was could be just on the other side. Instead, he settled behind a wrecked cabinet and waited and waited and waited. Nothing was happening. He heard nothing. Even the gentle summer wind, blowing in from a break in the wall, seemed to calm. From behind his hiding place, the corridor looked like a painting of black, gray, and silver, silent, unmoving, and melancholy. Slowly, doubts began to creep upon him. What if the figure wasn't coming back? What if his destination was further away? What if they were an intruder, just one that knew the castle? The silence soon took on a weight of its own, pressing against his will. Move, it said. First gently, then more and more forcefully. Was he making the right choice? Is this what the castle wanted? If the castle wanted anything at all, there was another click. Harry tensed. Was he coming back? The door creaked open, revealing that same familiar outline. Pressing himself as close to the cabinet as he could manage, Harry waited with bated breath. The figure did not even look toward him, but once he'd gone by, Harry dared to steal a peek. He had to smother a gasp. He recognized that build and those robes. It was not a man. Amanda, Harry thought, what are you doing? It was at least a minute he dared approach the door. It was locked, but Tom the bartender had taught him an unlocking charm. Alohomora. As the door swung open, he thanked the homely man for his forethought. He would have never bothered learning something so unrelated to dueling otherwise. Excluding the broken pieces of furniture Harry had come to expect, the room appeared empty at first glance, and at second glance, and at a third. Faint light dappled in from two loopholes. There was no obvious entrance to another room. What had Amanda been doing? Damn it, Harry muttered to himself. She'd definitely been doing something, but while a muffled, creaking moan almost made him jump out of his skin, it was coming from a dresser. Harry approached cautiously, his wand pointed in menacingly. Lumos, he intoned. This time his wand listened. The light was dim, revealing that the dresser was no dresser at all, but a sort of cart. Harry almost didn't want to look inside. Still, he crept forward until his gaze peered over the lip. He saw a shriveled, ancient figure bundled in ragged cloth. Its limbs were wattled, nearly brown, with a large head and fraying bat-like ears. Harry met its eyes, which were cloudy with age. Mistress Amanda, it croaked in a definitely feminine voice. I'm Harold, Harry said. The lie slipped easily from his tongue. In fact, he knew he could have peeled the hideaway patch off his forehead right then and there and continued to lie. This house elf was blind. Harold. Yes, Gander has spoken of you. The house elf nodded her fragile head. Her voice sounded like the unraveling of thread, like the beginning of a great unwinding. Harry felt pity stir in his heart. I am Mander, Mander said. What age has brought you to my deathbed? Deathbed, Harry cried before he'd even formed the words in his mind. You're ill, but deathbed, I'm sure you could get better. Magic can cure almost anything. Not this, Mander wheezed, smiling resignedly. She seemed faintly amused despite the topic. Her blind eyes, milky and grey, stared up at him, penetrating without sight. You are here to find the traitor my beloved Gander has spoken of. I'm trying my best, Harry said. I need to go to Hogwarts, and Lady Sibyls has locked the castle tight until the traitor is found. Mander made a long, meandering noise of understanding. Yes, I see, I see. Mander sees without seeing. Mistress Amanda cares for me, yes. Master Lyle talks to me, but all of us are fallen, fallen. There was something strange in her voice, some vast longing, some old malice, all pouring out at once, morbidly curious. Harry did not try to stop her. Do you know our story, Harold Skarsgård? I do not think you do. I was born to serve the old Lord Rosier, Hercules the Sixth. 3 sons his wife bore, Armitage, Damien, and William. By the time I was old enough to do my duty, she continued slowly, as though recalling something so far, far distant that time itself had forgotten. Armitage was Lord. He was a wise, wise man, yes. He saw the future as clearly as I see the past. But his brother, Damien, clever, witty Master Damien, he was no satisfied second son. He built a fortune and founded Rossecourt and took all his brother owned, except Holt End and her forest. Master Damien, a man of the age, but Armitage, that unheralded heir, saw the future. The Dark Lord, Mander continued breathily, and Harry felt a shiver slither down his spine. Master Damien pronounced his loyalty, but Master Armitage remained aloof. Wise Master, yes, wise, but Master Armitage could not restrain his son, Master Quirinus. So he sacrificed his land instead, yes, sacrificed. A royal forest now, Holt End, yes. After the fall of the Dark Lord, the ministry wanted to take it all, but the terms of the deal. Mander coughed wetly. The terms. The wealth of the forest, the potions, could not take it from us, but nor do they maintain it as they should. The forest slowly dies, and we are strangled too. The things, they take our magic from our castle, and poor Lady Sibyls, melancholy Lady Sibyls, she cannot sustain Gander and Mander both. Mander must die so Gander can live. Mander only wishes she could spend more time with her beloved Gander. Harry stared down at Mander, who had finally run out of breath. Wet tears were threatening to spill from his eyes. And Hercules, he eventually prodded shakily. Master Hercules, Mander said fondly. Such a lovely babe he was, crawling everywhere. Master William's grandson, the last heir. Rossecourt must never inherit Holt End. They are no true wizards, lovers of muggles past, that Harry didn't understand. And the traitor, Mander stilled. She opened her mouth, but the words seemed stuck. Guilty. She wailed angrily, her tiny fist lashing against the cradle. Traitor, guilty. Mander's features contorted in rage. Guilty, guilty, guilty. An old vase shattered just 10 feet away. Harry retreated wary. Mander's sanity seemed to be slowly slipping away. Next it was a chair, sending shards of sharp timber flying across the room. Harry scampered off, sprinting out the door and through the grayskull corridor, with Mander's screams of guilty and traitor ringing in his ears. An archaic word for a lake, a medieval name for a courtyard, at least in the context of a quadrangular castle. The accusative plural of rubellis, meaning red, the ancient Greek for between waters. Alas, poor Mander, strangled by the forest that had nourished the house of Rosia, but who is the traitor she cannot name? Another day has passed, and Hogwarts draws ever closer. Take care out there. JoustingAlchemy. 5. All for Lightspeed, Roman 4. All for Lightspeed. Roman 4, the remains of an old chalk boundary line were a dusty smear beneath Harry's feet. He glanced up, adjusting his glasses, and struggled to pick out the shape of what once must have been a Quidditch pitch. Harry didn't quite know what Quidditch was, being too busy with books since he entered the wizarding world, but he knew it was played on brooms and was very dangerous. After learning it was a contact sport, it hadn't taken much eavesdropping to figure that out. Holt End's grounds were certainly large enough to ride a broom around, and wasn't that a weird idea? Though now rows of strange trees and queer plants filled most of the space where planned gardens once reposed. One of them, he decided, would surely pluck any prospective broom rider right out of the sky and probably eat him, or something, or turn him into a vole or a two-headed badger. Magical flora was odd like that. Hedwig was no different. She'd arrived that morning. Amanda had cooed at her beauty, while Hercules had fussed. Hedwig certainly hadn't fussed over Harry. Chuckling to himself, he continued his walk, enjoying the rays of the late August sun, and making sure to keep his distance from, well, almost all the plants. He didn't fancy turning into a vole. Warm air tugged at his hair and blew his borrowed summer robes aflutter, sending an assorted range of strange and foreign scents his way. Magical flora even smelled unfamiliar. But it was far from unpleasant. He closed his eyes and took a deep whiff. How could he have imagined this just a few months ago, locked in a cupboard? It was a different world, not just a world of splendor, but an old world too, a world of wonder that moved at a gentle stroll. So relaxed was he that his mind wandered further. He wondered, what was Uncle Vernon doing now, sweating away in his office perhaps, while Aunt Petunia gossiped with her toad-like friends? What was Dudley doing? What could Dudley look forward to even, except perhaps a life of bullying and being bullied, forever trying to climb a ladder whose rungs he was too stupid to see? Meanwhile, he and Hercules had been playing Exploding Snap in a castle. Exploding Snap. In a castle. It was a strange game, with cards detonating in a harmless but loud bang if neither player was quick enough to tap the identical cards with his wand. Harry had won almost every round, except the ones he let Hercules win, which was a very occasional thing. He had longer arms, a real wand. Hercules had borrowed a comically shaped faux wand from a collection of Lord Quirinus old toys. And most importantly, Harry had been practicing his Giswaffen asterisk wand movements since the day he'd found the exercises in Tricks to Ensnare and Tips for Victory. One of his many Dada books had mentioned such exercises, and another had hinted at their nature, but all his textbooks, he'd bought the recommended tomes up to the 4th year, were infuriatingly vague in describing the movements themselves. The anonymous author of Tips and Tricks described the Giswaffen as a series of drills invented by the Goths as they came into contact with the wand-wielding Romans. He honed them daily. Crack. Jumping, Harry's reverie was interrupted as warm laughter startled him out of his thoughts. Turning to the source, he saw Edward Lyle, his dark eyes glimmering with humor, resting a glinting axe on his broad shoulder. He wore only a white V-taped vest and matching open-legged breeches. Even so, sweat was pouring off him. "Harold," he said, "I didn't notice you there. Good thing the tree isn't ready to come down yet." He gestured towards the skeletal birch between them. "I might have squashed you." Harry's gaze followed the silver trunk up to its branches, which were shining like peculiar silver baubles. A magical tree, then, and then the implications of Edward's words hit him, and he shivered, imagining the thing coming down in his path. "It's my fault," he said weakly. Edward shook his head. "It's mine." He took a cloth from a pocket and dabbed at his brow. "It's my work to be vigilant. Logging's a dangerous thing." "Yes," Harry said, glancing back at the vaguely shimmering tree. "Especially when the trees want to kill you." Immediately, Harry knew he'd made a mistake. Only a muggle or a muggle-born would find the thought of semi-sentient trees weird. Norway's full of trees. Edward pointed out with a frown. You don't have any Jansen spruce or acre pine on your homestead. Harry shrugged, very aware of the reddening of his cheeks. My mum wanted me indoors, and she wasn't really a fan of herbology. The older man said. His face was so open it was inscrutable in its own way. That's a shame. Herbology's an undervalued vocation. We depend on plants more than anything else. I agree, Harry said, not really caring. He hadn't much thought of herbology. It couldn't be used in dueling. That axe, though. Say, where are you cutting down this tree with an axe? Couldn't you use a cutting charm? Don't think a charm would cut this tree down, Edward grunted good-naturedly. Maybe a curse. Either would ruin the purity of its magic. Zeno, the Green, wouldn't be happy. Harry was becoming too interested to care about his cover. Zeno, the Green. He winced as Edward ruffled his hair. It was already messy enough, and his hand had slipped ever so close to the hideaway patch that covered his scar. Your mother really kept a tight leash on you, lad. Zeno's laws of magical purity, of course. Edward went on to explain in brief the background of Zeno, the Green Asterisk. A Greek of Citium long before the birth of Christ, he was a great lover of all things that grew, their proper care and harvesting. While wizards had long known, or Edward told him, of magical plants' delicate nature, Zeno organized and classified the rules that governed their proper cropping. His ideas were long superseded now, with many discoveries having been made since, but the principle remained the same. To Harry's mind, this explained the Dagworth sacks, which he suddenly realized were likely a lot more expensive than they looked. And that's, Edward finished with a smiling flourish, why I use the axe. The head's an orichalcum silver alloy. Harry watched the strange, shining metal carefully. From a distance, it had looked no different than steel, but up close he saw thin red lines branching across the metal, intertwined with even fainter shades of white. His focus was soon interrupted, and he realized that he'd been staring. Say, why don't you have tea with me and my family? Harry blinked. He knew the Lyles lived in a cottage somewhere on the grounds, but had never expected to see it. Edward's offer had come out of the blue, and what about Eric? He could do without the man sneering at him over the table. Edward seemed to read his mind. Eric's dining in the castle tonight, don't worry. I don't really mind him, Harry said quickly. You don't have to lie, Harold, Edward replied, unbothered. My brother's a hard man to like, I know that better than any. Do you accept? I promise Sarah's a good cook. It wouldn't hurt, Harry thought. I'll come, but I'll have to tell Lady Sibyllys first. Edward waved that away. Don't bother, lad, I'll make sure she knows. I have to see her before noon anyway. I'll see you at 6. He held out his hand to shake. Harry took it cautiously. It was very calloused. At 6, he agreed. After he and Edward parted ways, Harry struggled to relax. He wasn't particularly nervous about his visit to Lisle Cottage, no more than he was nervous about any wizarding meal, during which he might make some obvious error. Rather, it was Edward's reminder of the time that sent a lead weight straight to his stomach. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock was 6 hours from September 1st, and September 1st was the day he went to Hogwarts, or the day he was supposed to go to Hogwarts. The chances of him catching the Hogwarts Express were slipping away with every passing moment. It was infuriating when he really thought about it. He'd only ever wanted to buy a dueling aid, not find himself in some circle of suspicion. None of it was his fault. It wasn't his fault that Lady Sibyllys was struggling to manage her household. It wasn't his fault that Eric gambled and schemed and practically breathed mistrust. And it wasn't his fault that Amanda, despite her loyalty to Lady Sibyllys, was obsessed with her dead husband. Nor was it his fault that Lord Query, oh wait, that was his fault. Beneath the hideaway patch, his scar itched. Nevertheless, he'd done all he could. Everyone else seemed content to watch and wait each other out. Harry felt he'd tried his best. He wasn't Sherlock Holmes or Poirot, and the thought of his tiny mustache on Harry's upper lip was hilarious. But at least he'd uncovered something of what was going on at Holt End, just not enough. Harry jumped, heart in mouth, spinning on his heel. Hercules was grinning at him from across the hall. Harry, he croaked. Hercules bounced on his heels. Short for Herald, don't you like it? His heart thus returning to his chest, Harry sighed and put on a smile. I like it. Did you enjoy your lesson with Lady Sibyllys? It was boring, Hercules whined, pouting. We went on about Valentine thingies and sponges and royal forests, and it all sounded like goblin to me. Note to self, Harry thought wryly, never ask Hercules for political advice. Sponges, Valentine's Day. Whatever Lady Sibyllis had taught, Hercules seemed to have misunderstood practically every word. "Can we explore, Harry, please?" Harry didn't want to explore. Harry wanted to go to his room and cry and daydream about Hogwarts, but with Hercules' big eyes looking at him imploringly. He had been asking since they arrived. Harry relented. "Sure," he said. Perhaps it would take his mind off things. As it turned out, it did. Holt End was bigger than big. It was vast. Corridors led to corridors that led to rooms that led to corridors. About half were replete with paintings. The other half was scarred by black marks on the walls, like skeletons of paintings past. Not lost, Harry knew, but sold. Every painting, after all, was of a person, and every person was of interest to at least two families. Other paintings must have been of historical interest. Each possessed the memories of the person they represented, as Harry understood it, at the time they were painted. Who knew what they might say, what they might know? Not that Harry had spent much time in discussion with them. The rosier paintings refused to converse with him beyond pleasantries. Their knowledge was reserved for members of their family. In the abandoned sections of the castle, tapestries were even rarer. Furniture was slightly more common, though those pieces that remained were unsalvageable. A few sharp edges set his mind whirring. At least half a dozen chair legs looked to have been smashed, and almost as many table legs. To Harry's mind, it spoke of a fight, rather than slow decay. If there had been some conflict in the castle, it was long in the past. Excluding the commonly used passageways to the owlery, the library, and the like, Holt End was covered in a thick layer of dust. Harry had used a blowing charm to try and clear the rooms they were exploring, only to whip the room, and themselves, in a storm of grime and dirt. Harry and Hercules escaped the room, laughing and sneezing. That had led them to the entrance to the dungeons, which were barred by yet another runic entrance. Harry thought they, like everything else in the wizarding world, must have had a proper name, but Hercules didn't know it. Neither of them had dared approach, but Harry stood close enough to shine Lumos light upon an unfamiliar notching on the door. A small, detailed rose was carved into the wood, crossed by two canopied trees in the background. "What's that?" Harry said, pointing with his wand. He expected Hercules to babble as he usually did, but the younger boy greeted him with silence. He was staring at it forlornly. My crest," he said, "the rosier crest." Harry's brow furrowed. His mind cast back, trying to recall similar images around the castle. He drew up blank. "Why haven't I seen it before?" "We don't use it," Hercules said. There was something new in his voice now, something more than melancholy. "Not until we have our Wisengamot seat back from Rossecourt. Someone must have forgotten about this door." But his brother, Damien. Mander's croaking lament echoed in his mind. Ah, clever, witty Master Damien. He was no satisfied second son. "I see," Harry said lamely. "Were those rosiers troubled by the Dark Lord's fall?" Hercules harumphed like an old man. "Were they heck?" he shrieked boyishly. "Imperious curse, the Dark Lord's threats. Whoops, I've accidentally murdered a muggle." That, Harry thought, was a bit extreme, coming from the mouth of an 8-year-old. Then again, what sort of people frequented rosier's trifles? And what was the imperious curse? "I think we should leave," Harry decided. "We can't go any further anyway." Hercules agreed, and they returned to the turret to play Exploding Snap. Harry won. They played for an hour. At first it was a fast hour. Then it was a slow one. Exploding Snap was entertaining for 15 minutes. Not so much for 15 rounds. Harry was bored by round 10, but Hercules, by virtue of his age, was entertained by almost anything. Especially anything that exploded. Worse, the repetitive nature of the contest allowed Harry's mind to wander, where it quickly centered on the time. It was already a matter of hours until September 1st. It made his stomach cramp, which in turn made him wonder if he'd be able to eat any of Sarah's food. That in turn made him wonder what she was cooking. Gander's meals had been pleasant, if strange. Would Sarah also bombard him with unusual ingredients? Not that they were supposed to be unusual to him at all, Harry sighed, glancing at the clock. He felt like he'd been doing both a lot lately. He finished his last game with Hercules, letting him win, which made it 10-6, and said his goodbyes. Down the turret he descended, through the lobby and under the gatehouse. Apparently, the portcullis mechanism had stopped working 5 years before. He made his way in haste to Lisle Cottage, following Edward's instructions exactly. He found it as the sun was just descending below the tree line, casting an ermine glow upon the scene. A lumbering oak shadowed a small, come-lie cottage in a clearing. Chickens clucked in their pen, and geese were left to roam. Vaguely, Harry wondered how the Lyles prevented them from entering the forest to be eaten by some god-forsaken creature. In shape, the cottage reminded him of the house of the Order of Life, though Edward had washed is a very pale blue which seemed to glint and glimmer in the fading light. Happy puffs of smoke curled from the chimney, and the scent of savory poultry wafted from the brightly stained, widely opened windows. Then the door creaked open. "Harold," Edward said brightly, ushering him forth. "Come in, lad, come in." The doorway opened straight into a homely kitchen, the kind that might have made Aunt Petunia sneer. Harry had heard his aunt fawn over marble countertops. These were pale, shining timber, dented with long use. Emily Lyle was leaning against one. The hearth dominated the space, where a broad pot that looked older than some American states bubbled gently. Before it stood a table whose sides meandered like gentle waves, and whose grain implied it was cut from a single vast tree. It was certainly magical. Could technology do that? Harry didn't know. "Oh, Harold," a pleasant voice exclaimed. Edward's wife, Sarah, had looked up from her herb dicing and was smiling earthily at him. She set the knife down and curtsied. "It's a pleasure to meet you, dear." Edward's been talking about the young man who shares his love of plants. Plants! Harry didn't even think of bursting her bubble. With her smiling eyes, he couldn't even imagine uttering a bad word in her general direction. Instead, he smiled back. "It's nice to meet you, Sarah." Sarah gave Edward a theatrical wink. They're always so polite when they want feeding. While Harry squirmed, Edward grunted. "Guesthood in Holt End is hard work, with our mouldy rooms and leaky roofs. And our lurking traitor," the words went unsaid. Sarah laughed it off as Harry imagined she would laugh in the face of all struggles. "Go on then, children, to the table, dinner's ready." She ushered Harry to the table, going as far as to pull out a chair for him. Harry sat, uneasy at being fussed over. Emily sat opposite. She, he couldn't help but notice, was carefully avoiding his eyes. And while Sarah returned to her cooking, and Edward retired for a moment to another room, they sat alone. It didn't take long before a distinct sensation of discomfort crept upon Harry. At first, he tried to ignore it, swinging his legs idly under the table, examining the knickknacks on the wall, the strange spinning globes, the animated toy brooms the size of children's fingers which was zooming around those strange globes, the occasional painting whose occupant stared down at him in curiosity. One of them had incredible eyebrows which forked up like the bend of a smile. He too was smiling down at them. They could only distract him for so long. The discomfort had become awkward. Swallowing, he opened his mouth to try and start a conversation, only to be interrupted by Edward heaving the pot from the fire onto the table. It smelled delicious, but not like anything he'd smelled before. Was this going to be something weird? "Venison," Edward said to him. On fire carrots and cool potatoes. Harry looked at the pot. Venison he'd never had, but it was a normal dish. At least, it was something he'd heard posh people ate. But the carrots, fire carrots, and how could potatoes be cool? Well, he reminded himself, everything the Rosiers had given him was tasty so far, so why would the Lyles be any different? Sarah passed the plates around the table and ladled hearty helpings onto each of said plates. Harry steamed gently, smelling richly of gravy. Stewed venison, as it turned out, looked rather like stewed beef, though whiter on the inside. The carrots looked like carrots, and the potatoes like potatoes. It was tempting to dig in, but he had been very cognizant of Lady Sibyll's advice. Prayers. Edward led them in worship, and there was no invocation of Satan or pentagrams or the deaths of small children. For that Harry was relieved, but simultaneously bemused, because the prayer was in Latin. He said amen to something he didn't understand. Still, he decided, taking a luxurious forkful of venison, how bad could it be? It was better than offending them. They had only been nice to him, and they seemed like nice people. In fact, the longer he stayed there, the more Harry began to feel a warmth beyond the savory stew. Though the meal was taken in near silence, the Lyle household was far from uncomfortable to be in. In fact, it was warm, soothing. Clicks and clacks of knives and forks were like a gentle tinkling stream in a hushed, reposed woodland. It was companionable. It was certainly nothing like the real forest that surrounded them, where the venison they were eating had no doubt originated. The carrots, as named, were oddly hot. Not spicy, no. There was no paprika heaped onto the outer skin, as Aunt Petunia would do to disguise her poor cooking. No, the heat was inside somehow. The potatoes, predictably, were the opposite, and they also weren't. The crisp shell was warm, but the soft mash of the inner core was soothing and cool without being cold. It should not have worked, yet it did. The accompanying drink, on the other hand, was something that tasted strongly of apples but wasn't apple juice. It was definitely fruity, and there was plenty of it in a big tankard for each of them. The cool, sour flavor contrasted beautifully with the savory stew. But more than once Harry looked at it askance. It wasn't cider, was it? That was alcoholic. Eventually, the meal wound down, with little more uttered than the stereotypical, "Pass me the salt." Sarah had fed jokingly at that. Harry and the Lyles had eaten the lot. "That was fantastic," Harry said, once he had lowered his fork for the final time. "You were supposed to compliment your hosts, right? And he had good reason to. His whole body felt pleasantly warm, as though he'd sat in a hot bath, not that he'd had many of them." "Oh, thank you, dear," Sarah said. "We have afters if you'd like some." Harry was about to demur, but Edward beat him to it. "Of course he wants some love." He slapped Harry playfully on the back. It almost made him faceplant his plate. "He's a growing boy. That he is husband, that he is." So it was that Sarah set off with the sort of efficiency reserved for housewives, for strawberry tart and cheese crackers, and Edward began to talk. He spoke to his daughter first, asking her if she'd finished all her homework. Emily rolled her eyes. "Yes, father," she groaned, exasperated. "Weeks ago you ask every other day." "I only want the best for my girl," Edward replied. He turned to Harry. "Did you know my daughter here is the best student in her year, top grades in every class, and only one more year to go, right when it matters?" She still wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. I didn't know," he said. "We, haven't had the chance to talk. What house is she in?" Emily tensed like she'd been hit. Edward didn't seem to notice. There aren't any houses at Wormhood, Herald, not that you'd know that, going to Hogwarts and all." Wormhood, Harry thought. There were other magical schools. Was that why she didn't want to talk to him? Why? "Oh," he said, trying his best to sound like he understood. "I see, I just thought." As he spoke, there was an awful moment when he saw Emily's face twist in anger, her rage building with his words. "That we're all as lucky as you." She cut in bitterly, huffing. She swept a scornful look around the room, focusing on Harry and then her father. She stormed out, her chair almost clattering to the floor. Harry watched her stomp out, passing Sarah in a flash. He turned to Edward, struggling to meet his gaze, while what felt like cold fire burned through his veins. It was adrenaline, Harry knew. It made his hands shake. He could never deal with people shouting at him. I'm sorry, for upsetting your daughter, sir." Edward shook his head and took a long gulp of his drink. "It's okay, lad. I shouldn't have brought it up. She's been sore about it ever since she had to go. I went to Hogwarts, you see, and my brother and Amanda. The Rosiers paid for us all, but times are tough, and they'll be tougher if Caudicus Sharp shuts down. It was either her or Hercules." Edward shrugged hopelessly. What could it be helped? The heir must go to Hogwarts. He took another long swig, while his wife returned with dessert. She placed a large strawberry tart between them, whose pastry gently simmered without heat. "Have you upset him again, Edward?" Harry tensed. Would Edward tell the truth? But the older man winked at Harry. "I have, it seems," he said, sardonically somber. "Rimwood, you know how it's gone." Sarah shook her head. "That girl, she's got your fire. You kept my fire under control." Edward laughed. "You needed it, love." He looked over the table theatrically. "But where are the crackers?" His wife raised an eyebrow. "Coming when I'm ready, not when you're hungry. Eat your tart, husband." But she did leave again for the crackers. Edward watched her leave, a fond and distant glint in his dark eye. "I couldn't extinguish it all," he said wistfully. "Anyway," he grinned, breaking from his reverie. "You came to talk herbology, so let's talk herbology." Harry'd actually come because he was asked to, but he didn't say that. Instead, he listened as Edward began to lecture, with the head seat as his lectern. He first spoke about Zeno, continuing their earlier topic. He spoke about his life, his mysterious birth, his interactions with Muggles, which, to Harry, seemed a great deal more open than today, and his theories. Zeno had had a lot of theories, and most of them were wrong. However, the few that were broadly correct had changed the wizarding world. Then the groundsman began to discuss the practicalities of caring for Flora and how Zeno's theories impacted his day-to-day activities. Harry, who enjoyed gardening the most out of all his chores, couldn't help but be swept up in his enthusiasm. When Edward spoke about plants, his whole demeanor changed. Animation lit up his face, and he began to gesture as he spoke. He only grew more animated as he continued to drink. He lectured mostly on the magical purity of plants and the difficulties in retaining the magic with which they were imbued while harvesting. Apparently, many things could impact the harmony of a plant's magic, especially spells. A wizard, he said, could swipe a tree down with a cutting curse, as they had previously discussed, but the magic of the curse would interact with the magic of the tree. What would come of that interaction was not always totally predictable, but usually the purity of the tree's magic would be damaged. A damaged tree meant a damaged ingredient, and a damaged ingredient meant an impotent potion. "I see," said Harry, while Edward finally took a longer break from his lecture. He was finishing his fourth tankard of what Harry had decided was definitely cider. Truthfully, Harry did see. At least, he got the gist of it. Magical plants were better harvested by hand. The rest of what he understood, he knew he'd forget by tomorrow morning. "I saw your brother squeeze a plant once when it tried to attack him." The mention of his brother brought a tightness to Edward's face. "Bah," he said, waving his hand. "My brother's wasted as a mere gardener." Sarah, who'd also sat quietly and listened, frowned. "Edward," she said warningly. "What?" Edward said defensively and drunkenly. "It's true, you saw him at Hogwarts, what a curse breaker. By his 4th year, he was better than me in my 7th, and I took defense against the dark arts as a newt. Newts, Harry knew, were something like a wizarding a level. All that keeps him here is that loyalty to a dead man. He should be out there." Edward gestured angrily toward a window, his voice booming. "In Egypt or Sumeria or Assyria, cracking the hidden cities, not slaving away for the memory of a dead man, gambling and cheating to make ends meet. For the great Lord Quirinus, who got himself killed off gallivanting, fighting for a madman for what? So Holt End can decay, so Hercules can be left with a ruin. Well, bugger that, I'll not have that for my brother." Edward finally ran out of breath. Harry stared at the table. Though the shouting wasn't directed at him, the deep bellowing had brought that cold fire back again. "I'm sorry," he said shortly. "Excuse me." He stormed out in exactly the same manner his daughter had before him. Harry kept his eyes on the table, admiring the grain of the wood. What was that about? Did Eric Lyle really admire Lord Quirinus that much? Drink had loosened his tongue. Edward's resentment had poured out like water from a leaking tap, first slowly, then all at once. Harry pushed the thought around his head and kept his eyes on the table. "I'm sorry you had to hear that," he heard Sarah say. He kept his eyes on the table. She reached over to touch him on the shoulder but stopped halfway. "Harold," she said softly, coaxing his eyes up. "He didn't mean it, and it wasn't directed at you anyway." She gave him a warm smile. "He has this rant at least once a month. Do you understand?" Harry nodded numbly. The cold fire was finally spluttering out. The floorboards creaked by his feet. He glanced down, thinking nothing of it, and then a glint caught his eye. Something he hadn't noticed before was half hidden under a rug, perhaps uncovered by Edward's stamping as he'd marched past. It was blue and small. No, it was azure and delicate, and shaped like a hairpin. Harry's mind spun back to the first day he'd come here, to that first meal. "Sarah," he said, forcing his eyes away, a sinking feeling in his gut. "Aside from Eric, do you have many visitors to your cottage?" Sarah blinked. "No," she replied, obviously bemused by the topic change. "The odd old friend, a few of the merchants who pass through the Methydrian. Lady Cybele's and her handmaiden visit on the Feast of Fools." Harry didn't know what the Feast of Fools was, but he reckoned it only happened once a year. Oh, right. That sinking feeling became like an anchor, ready to drop him to the bottom of Holtmere. What was Amanda Sooth's hairpin doing in Lisle Cottage? The thought followed him as he made his way back to the castle. It twisted and turned in his mind. How could the hairpin end up there? What sort of logical explanation could there be? "Right in front of you," Harry's mind whispered. "Why can't it be what it is?" Harry grimaced. Surely there was another way it got there. Maybe Amanda was just visiting, and then the hairpin just fell off, and she didn't notice. "That's impossible," Harry whispered to himself, as if afraid to speak it out loud. The grounds were silent. There was no one else to hear, but he whispered regardless. "Think Harry, Harold, there must be some reason." But the reason his mind returned to was not the reason he desired. He dawdled back to the turret. Once he got there, he'd have to go to sleep, and once the day was over, he'd be late for Hogwarts. But his feet carried him inexorably onwards. closer toward failure at least, until he arrived at the antechamber beside the dining room. The steady clink of knives and forks and slow conversation wafted in through the door. Harry found his hand reaching, unbidden, for the hairpin in his pocket. He picked it up while pretending to tie his shoelace. It was cool to the touch, but seemed to burn like molten lava. If Edward and Amanda were having, he searched for the word, an affair, then that probably made him the traitor too. If Lady Sibyllys were told, then perhaps he could arrive at Hogwarts right on time. Harry shook his head. No, he decided shakily, even that's not proof. He made to ascend the turret, but his feet refused to move. Tell the truth, that same voice said. Tell the truth. Oh God, he said, forgetting his wizard swear. I've got to tell the truth. I've got to tell the truth. I've got to tell the truth. But then his legs carried him toward the stairs. I can't do it, Harry thought. I just can't do it. He made it 5 steps before stopping. A painting was staring at him, a painting he'd never noticed before. It seemed like it had been pushed away, almost hidden from sight, for it was hung so high that it almost touched the ceiling. Accusing eyes were staring down at him, and a smile that now seemed mocking. They were dead eyes, the eyes of Lord Quirinus Rosier. He'd been looking down at them all along. Harry turned back and barely hesitated before he strode through the door. Lady Sibyllys, Amanda, Lyle, and Hercules were sitting at the table. Their meal seemed less impressive than that first feast. They all turned to him. Harry stiffened, but it was too late to retreat now. Harold, Lady Sibyllys said, smiling tightly. What a surprise. Have you come to join us? Harry drew closer, closer enough that they'd be able to see it. And not exactly Lady Sibyllys. His voice sounded weak to his own ears. He struggled to gain control. I was having tea dinner. He corrected himself, recalling late that witches and wizards always called tea dinner. I was having dinner with the Lyles and I found this. He held out the hairpin, which glimmered like mercury in the light. It was on the floor, H hidden under a rug. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Everyone looked at the bauble in Harry's hand, and Harry felt like dropping it, like running out of the castle and into the forest, never to be seen again. Maybe this had been a bad idea. Maybe it meant nothing, Ma Eric. Lady Sibyllys shrieked. Stun him at once. Take him to the dungeon. Harry didn't even have time to think how much this had backfired before a red light came at him. Then there was nothing. Boom, 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 boom. What was that? Harry thought foggily. Boom, 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 boom. A thin prick of light entered his vision. It slowly widened as his eyes fluttered open, becoming a circle, then a white-plastered wall. The sound, he then realized, was the sound of his own heart, and he'd been stunned. The realization seemed to make all sensation return to him all at once. The sheets beneath him, the heaviness in his head, the soreness in his throat. Stunning symptoms his mind supplied. The Dada book said they were worse on people unused to being stupefied. Harry wasn't planning on being stunned too often. All his memories had come back too. Take him to the dungeon, he muttered. Looking around, this was not a dungeon. It was a room, a totally empty room, excluding the single-sized bed. Where was he? Surely it had been Lyle who'd moved him, as it was certainly Lyle who'd stunned him. Why hadn't he taken him to the dungeon? Was this better or worse? Better because Lady Sibyllys took mercy on him and changed her mind, not wanting to expose him to the cold and damp, or worse because Lyle had disobeyed his lady's orders for his own designs. Harry shivered. Lyle was not a nice man. Would he arrive soon? Was he watching? Harry peered around, searching for something. There was nothing, only the marks where furniture had once sat, now likely sold. He decided, in an empty part of the castle, and Lyle wasn't around, or he'd already be there. There was little else to do but explore the room. He checked the door first. It was locked, of course, and stern. A crudely indented rose, overshadowed by 2 trees, was carved about 3/4 up the timber. He gave it a thud, then shook his stinging hand. It had not budged an inch. An adult wizard wouldn't be able to break it down without a wand. Harry wouldn't even be able to break it down with a wand. The walls were next. They were plain, almost formless in rectangular conformity. His inspection lasted less than 10 seconds. Last of all, he examined the window. They were shuttered, hinged on 2 great hinges set on black bands that met in the middle. They did not give either, and yet they did flex, just a little. Just enough for Harry to observe a flash of dusty red light leak from the edges of the window jambs. It was still evening then. It was still October 31st. The thought made him crash back onto the bed. It made him want to curl up and cry. It was still a day from Hogwarts, from all the things he'd read about. From the deep red Hogwarts Express, from the Black Lake and the dreaming spires, from the redoubtable houses, the secret pathways and the Black Forest. But he was stuck at Holt End, with its lonely mere, ruined corridors and forest of death, and he was all alone. Harry felt wet tears run down his cheeks and onto the sheets. They pooled in little puddles by his ears. If only, he thought, if only he hadn't been so tempted, the lightspeed burned in his pocket like some sort of acid. He wanted to throw it away, to hurl it so hard it would disappear into some distant ocean. No, so hard that it'd break up in the atmosphere. He'd not even gotten to use it. Harry curled up and sobbed. He sobbed for his dreams. He sobbed for his failures. And most of all, he sobbed for his own stupidity. His throat tightened quickly, then his limbs went weak. Finally, the tears ran dry, and so did Harry's soul. He felt strangely free, like a falcon unburdened by gravity, as though his mind could stretch across the stars. So with that mind, and that weight released from his shoulders, he began to think. Why did Lady Sibyllys react so badly? What did it matter to her if Amanda and Edward were having an affair? She liked Amanda. It was true, the girl imitated her too. Wasn't imitation the greatest form of flattery? Harry's nose curled. He swore he'd heard that somewhere. But just because they liked each other, that didn't mean she couldn't do anything wrong right. After all, the hairpin was the strongest evidence anyone had of wrongdoing in the castle, and if Amanda was doing one thing wrong, didn't it imply that she was doing something else wrong too? Guilty, traitor, guilty, just like Mander had accused. And only Harry had heard Manders shouting. He sighed. He'd been stupid. His own logic didn't really work, and worse, he realized, there was the note. The note. He'd not even thought to mention the note. He should have told Lady Sibyllys about the note first, told her about Mander, then showed her the hairpin. Then she might have understood. Then she could have made a proper decision. A decision that didn't involve panic or putting him in a dungeon. Merlin, he was glad Eric hadn't done that. What was even down there anyway? Rats. Worse. Maybe the things from the forest had found paths in. Perhaps there were wild things down there, and Fae, and Acromantula. Harry lay for a while, strangely calm, imagining all the things that might, but probably weren't in the Rosier dungeon. That was until he heard the boots. Clack, clack, clack went the metalled heels. Harry recognized the sound. Lyle was coming. He shot off the bed and tried his best to wipe his tears with the back of his sleeve. He stared at the door, waiting for the fear to turn his stomach to mush. It hit him like a sledgehammer when the lock turned. The door swung open, revealing Lyle, tall and sleek, blocking the doorway. He wasn't smiling, he was usually smirking, which he thought tremulously was worse. "Hello, Skarsgård," he said. "Lyle," he replied warily, eyeing his wand arm. Then Lyle chose to smirk. He stepped out of the doorway. Harry stared. "What are you waiting for? No trick." Harry felt like his veins were about to explode. Everything screamed danger, like Lyle was baiting him to move. He felt like a cornered mouse. Of course it's a trick. Lyle laughed and stepped into the room. Harry stepped back toward the bed. Of course it isn't. I might be an evil man, but I'm an honest one. He prowled around Harry like a big cat and sat on the bed. Now there was nothing between him and the door. "Run," a voice said, but quietly. He didn't dare move. He knew how fast Lyle was, or what he'd do. He still remembered that plant, the utter indifference on Lyle's face as his own blood had ran down his hand as he squeezed it into submission. "If you're so honest, why were you passing notes to the merchants?" Eric barked out a laugh. It made Harry jump. "You saw that, did you? Clever boy. I always knew there was something different about you, ever since young Master Hercules told me about the creature in the woods. You showed bravery that day." He smiled mockingly. "You showed bravery today, too." There was no responding to his sneering. Harry did his best to ignore it. "You didn't answer the question." "If I answer, you'll think better of me," he said. His tone had turned teasing at the flick of a wand. "I'm not sure I want that. You're so fun to annoy." Harry said nothing. "Fine, lad, fine. It was a bailiff's note, signed by me from the August Guild of Bailiffs and Reeves, bar bunch of coffee drinkers." There was a moment's befuddled pause. "Oh," said Eric, laughing genuinely this time. "You grew up in some Merlin-forsaken hut in Norway, I forgot." "Yes, yes. They're men who come to collect debts, the Rosier's debt in this case specifically. They take what's valuable and leave what isn't." He made a flamboyant, wide-sweeping gesture. "My room." Harry followed his hand to the white walls, to the mark where a nightstand once stood, to the ghost of a painting's frame. The room was empty. His room was empty. This was Lyle's room. This meant the bailiffs had sneaked in some night and taken all of Lyle's furniture, all his belongings, instead of the Rosier's valuable potions ingredients. Why? Why? Eric said. All the mockery fell from his face like so many lone-shed tears. His voice, for once, was straight as an arrow. For Lord Quirinus, for the Rosiers, for young Master Hercules. And finally, Harry saw some glimpse of the truth behind that mocking smile. It made his head spin. It was as though Lyle were reforming before his eyes, the subtle glimmer in his gaze morphing from malice to mischief, his smirk from disdain to amusement. Aye, so who? Eric looked down for a moment. There's a reason Lady Sibylline's panicked when she saw that hairpin. They're a set of two. You found hers. What? Now it was not just Eric. Now the whole world was spinning, or was that the room? His legs felt like jelly, his head like a fluffy cloud. He crashed onto the bed. Eric steadied him. I'm sorry, kid, for the surprise. He smirked lopsidedly. I can't help myself. Harry grinned back weakly. So did she? Yes and yes. But why? A traitor and a cheater. It seemed unimaginable. Sibylline's Rosier was the head of the house, at least at Holt End. Harry didn't know much about wizarding nobility, but he knew enough. For her to betray her own family, why would she do that? What would she have to gain? Nothing, Eric said, his features hardening once more. Nothing except lies. The ministry, even the Gampists like Malfoy despise us. They'd love to see us crushed. They scheme from the solos of their pixie-built Grecian manor houses. Yes, she's been promised something. Perhaps a rechartering of the forest, perhaps a stipend, all in return for betraying Caudicus and thereby squeezing shut an outlet of dark artifacts. He took a long, sad breath. I couldn't get much from her babbling. Harry swallowed heavily. Lady Sibylline's had never seemed the most lucid. She always took him as slightly fragile, like a beautiful vase, and Harry had knocked the stand. He'd made such a mess. Where is she now? In a strong room with my brother. Amanda's keeping an eye on the door. They could hold out for a long while. These old walls are still strong. The Octa-Scutum gave this place such life once, but eventually we'll wear them down. Harry didn't know what the Octa-Scutum was. Nor did he want to know just what sat at the center of Eric's heart when he uttered that word, brother. What could the younger sibling think of the older now? Now he'd betrayed their shared, departed lord. Now one had brought ruin to the house they were pledged to serve. His mind was then cast to the crest, carved into the door just a few feet away. That wasn't bad workmanship from a carpenter. That was Eric, reminding himself of his allegiance whenever he woke. Then he thought of Edward, red in the face, ranting for the great Lord Quirinus, who got himself killed off gallivanting, fighting for a madman. Harry frowned. Was it all a ploy, mere revenge? I'll not have that for my brother. Did Edward even love Lady Sibylline's? A great pang of something ran through him. Harry didn't have the words to describe how he felt. Tired, perhaps. No, it was more, but he was tired. Tired of all the waste, all the pointless fighting. He decided it didn't really matter how Edward felt about Lady Sibylline's. What will happen to them after they've been caught? There would be no arrest for them, no auras, that was for sure. The old families have their own ways, Harold. You don't need to know. You don't want to know, he said without saying. And Hercules? Eric smiled wryly. It was one of those new smiles Harry had never seen from him before. I was wondering when you'd ask. He's with Emily and Sarah somewhere safe. They already know everything. Sarah's kind eyes flickered through his mind, her soft company, her warm voice. She wasn't as pretty as Lady Sibylline's, Harry thought, but she was nicer. Why would Edward throw it all away? Eric spoke before Harry could reply. Here, he said, thrusting a crumpled bit of paper at him. Harry took it gently, trying to unfold the yellowed edges. What is it? Instructions, Eric said. For your light speed. After all, wasn't that what you were after? It was like cold water had been thrown over his head. Oh. He put the note in his pocket in a daze. Thanks. Eric barked a laugh and ruffled Harry's hair. The show of affection was coarser than his brother's, not so practiced. If there were competitions for such things, Harry reckoned Eric wouldn't win any medals. But it didn't matter. Unlike Edward's affection, it was real. The older man stood, brushing imaginary lint off his robe. The teasing smirk returned to his face, though it now seemed quite so harsh. You should leave now, Harold. Haven't you got a train to catch? Harry blinked, a rush of excitement propelling him to his feet. I have, he said. I should get going. He made it close to the door before realizing, wait, where should I go? Don't you remember? Follow the golden ribbon. The order of life will return you safe and snug to Diagon. Don't worry about your owl. I've already let her out. She's a feisty girl. Harry paled. This was the second time he'd had to rely on someone else to let Hedwig out. Darkness was fading in by the time Harry had left the Lisle cottage, and the world was turning grey. As though nature herself knew of the ghastly goings-on at Holt End, and had decided to hide the Rosier's misdeeds from prying eyes, blotting out the dying light with a vast silver hand. Harry crept through that semi-darkness silently, at first searching for the glint of gold along the first path. But through the empty night shouts came, and screams and insults. Harry bit his lip, his eyes flickering between the shadow-strewn forest and the silver-touched castle, above which a gentle crescent moon hung. He shouldn't, he thought. Eric had said it would be dangerous, and why risk being unveiled? But those sounds, they could only be the clashes of a duel. Though his mind told him to be sensible, his heart, his soul told him otherwise. The two warred for a moment, and his feet carried him, unbidden, toward Holt End. He halted by the gatehouse, as the sound of battle rushed forth toward him. Somehow, the strong room had already been broken. Eric and Amanda, Lady Sibyls and Edward, were dancing in the ward. Eric was a whir of motion, his brother a statue, blocking and parrying from a position of repose. Peeking around the gatehouse wall, Harry even saw Edward conjure a flock of sharp-taloned birds who swooped at Eric. Eric proceeded to engulf them in an intense, but surely tiring, ball of fire. The duel between Amanda and Lady Sibyls was somewhat less advanced, at least to Harry's judging eyes. They were throwing hexes and curses at each other, trading flashing lights like darting deer. Neither seemed to be able to hit the other. Both were teary-eyed, and both lamented as they fought, each an echo of the other. Harry watched it all keenly, trying his best to grasp some rhythm, some understanding of the art of dueling. His gaze centered mostly on the brothers. They were the superior duelists as he understood it, and theirs was the more spectacular clash. Soon, Eric revealed that he too could implement conjuration into battle as he willed to life a snarling wolf, which leapt at his brother with deadly ferocity. All the while, curses pounded at Edward's unyielding shield, which appeared somehow to draw force from the earth itself. But Edward could not shield the spells and the wolf at once. His shield withdrew with a snap, searing into his wand, from which came a great beam of light. But the beam was flung not at Eric. Red power seared into the night sky, cutting a cloud in twain. His wand had buckled upwards in his grip. The force had been too much to control. All the while the wolf drew closer, and then a white mist descended. The deacon, Harry frowned. What could he want here? Enough! The voice boomed through the mist. It was the voice of a man, the voice of command. It made Harry feel as though his bones were rattling. The wolf vanished at once. Amanda and Lady Sibyls ceased their squabbling, and everyone watched as the mist condensed into a figure. Enough, said the ghost. His visage was the final piece of a decade-old puzzle. The picture finally became clear, his door opening by itself at night, the hairpin found in an easily noticeable place. He was strong once, Hercules had said, almost a poltergeist. His ghostly brow had refined, aristocratic features, paired with sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw, and elegant, dimpled cheeks. No more, Lord Quirinus commanded, as though he were still alive. The thing is done. The truth is uncovered. He turned to his wife in judgment. I do fault you little, my lady. My absence has been an affront to your mind. My demise has turned your thoughts to ruin. I loved a woman who exchanged poetry with me, who stood by me with good sense when I was lost. That woman is gone, and I pity the shell which has wandered these halls since my death. To Amanda and Eric, to you I owe this house's future. Your loyalty is what our kingdom of wizard-kind was once made of. I honor you as you have honored me. Guide Hercules well. Keep to him good counsel and honest friends. To Edward Lisle, I scorn you. Whatever punishment is put upon you will pale in comparison to what you deserve. You have impinged your dignity and shredded your vows for resentment, which has eaten you as the maggot eats the apple, from inside to out. And to Harold Skarsgård, wherever you may be, I wish you good fortune. Then he was gone, leaving a wailing lady and a defeated man, and a Lightspeed sitting in Harry's pocket. End of Harry Potterin, all for Lightspeed. Glossary. Giswiffen is Old High German for swift. Perhaps you could pay attention to the origin of the etymology of magical concepts as the story moves forwards. Zeno the Green is also Zeno the Stoic. Born in the Greek colony of Citium in Cyprus, his ancestry is unclear. Citium was inhabited by Greeks and Phoenicians. His father even had a pun name, meaning forgetful in one language and mindful in the other. He is described as dark-skinned. Though that is a term relative to the skin tones of the Greeks at the time, it is commonly thought that they had lighter features now more associated with more northern peoples than they do today. It might also simply be an allusion to his tanned, grizzled exterior, which he gained during an ascetic life, though he was very wealthy. Zeno's youth was adventurous in its own way. You need only read his Wikipedia page. And he eventually came to found the Stoic school of philosophy, settling down in Athens. A full outline of his life would be as long as this chapter, so I'll stop here. Here, Harry will be referencing David Suchet's Poirot, which first aired in 1989 and is an iconic 90s British show. In the books, Poirot's mustache is massive, like Sir Kenneth Branagh's recent films, while Suchet wore a short, thick, and petite handlebar mustache. The show was a great success and ran intermittently until 2013, though later series were modernized. Read, they lost their humor and scarred the historical setting with modernisms. The Feast of Fools was an early medieval feast day celebrated on the 1st January. Akin to the Roman Saturnalia, though no connection is yet proven, master-servant relationships were flipped. We don't actually know much about the Feast of Fools. It's quite mysterious. As an unofficial feast day, very little was written about it. In real life, Northerners tend to use dinner while Southerners use tea. Midlanders tend toward tea. Harry is a Southerner, Latin for augmenting shield. Octa is the second person singular present active imperative woo. And Scootum is. Well, I'm sure most of you know. Ren, the hidden hand of Holt End is revealed, or is that hidden hands, and Harry gets away just in time. Harry's first sight of Hogwarts will be in the next chapter. What friends will he make? Which enemies? What house will he call his own? Find out next time in the next installment of The Duelist. Take care of yourselves. JoustingAlchemy. 6. Gabriel and the Dueling Club. Harry Potter in. Gabriel and the Dueling Club. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, makes his way to Hogwarts, the center of magical learning in Britain. He knows he's supposed to be famous, a celebrity scion of a famous family. Yet his knowledge of the wizarding world is vanishingly small. How will he manage his ignorance in a vast, strange school when hundreds of eyes watch him unceasingly? And how will he seek to achieve his ultimate goal of becoming the duelist? The Floo powder glinted dimly in the palm of Harry's hand. What, he vaguely wondered, was it made of? He passed the grey-green granules between his fingers, considering the unfamiliar sensation scraping against his skin. Sand was the most obvious comparison, but sand could be soft as well as coarse. Floo powder, he decided, felt more like he imagined glass, shredded into tiny spheres. It was only the second time he'd used Floo powder. First had been yesterday, when he'd finally fled to the Order's cottage. Merlin, that had been a terrifying journey, especially after he'd skimmed through creatures of land, deep and sky. Worse even than Hike's descriptions was the memory of the wild thing, which haunted his imagination to such a degree that he had seen its twisted face often in the corner of his eye, behind every crooked other tree and in low-creeping bush. But he had found the Order's cottage without issue, and certainly hadn't stayed for supper. He'd found there the same strange masked men, or at least, he thought they were the same, sitting in the same chairs. Those chairs were not particularly strange. They'd acquiesced to his request to use the Floo without complaint. Harry had wondered if Eric had had anything to do with that. They'd even taught him how to use the Floo, which itself was a nerve-wracking experience. First was the problem of admitting to a pair of bemasked purebloods that he didn't know how to use the Floo. He'd employed the Norway excuse. They seemed to buy it. Then there was the powder's apparent cost. He hadn't forgotten that the Rosiers had disconnected themselves from the Floo network to cut costs. Last but not least was the action of using the Floo, that is, stepping into a fire. Harry hadn't really fancied that, but he'd had no other choice, so he had. Ogden's Square, he'd called out. The flames had flared green, the heat had whooshed out of them, and he'd stepped into the fireplace. A feeling of unease had taken his feet from under him, pulling him into a rush of light and noise that had pulled his breath from his lungs in turn. He had seemed to fall through a bright nowhere for a moment, where strange patterns of fire twirled at the corners of his vision, and then arrived all at once. The very moment Harry tumbled onto Diagon's Alley's cobblestones, he'd relaxed. Every muscle mellowed flop, even as he pressed his hands gratefully against the cool, hard surfaces of the pavement beneath his knees, just to feel that they were there, that he was back. Back in Diagon Alley, back where students skulked around Flourish and Blatz, where Florian Fortescue made the second asterisk, best ice creams in the country, back where he'd witnessed Montague and Neen duel, where he'd found his purpose. He'd taken in the sights gladly and found Diagon different in the dark. The public hearth behind him lit only the cobbles close by, and cast on his behalf a vast shadow that flickered against the wall of Gamble and Jape's wizarding joke shop. Otherwise, light filtered only from the edges of shutters or tight-shut curtains, and more significantly from serenely floating glass baubles in which burned what Harry had guessed were bluebell flames. They were seemingly patrolling the streets, bathing a doorway, an archway, the mouth of an alleyway in a calm and deep-shadowed light. No one had been around. Midnight's chimes were sounding from the clock tower. Once he'd recovered, Harry had made his way through the dreamy byways of Diagon at rest at a watchful pace. Not only had he begun to worry about Tom the barman, what would the gentleman say if he saw Harry with bright auburn hair, but he also feared for his own balance. Midnight's shadows made deceitful footing, fashioning false lips in the cobbles and concealing real crimps and hitches. The Diagon entrance to the leaky cauldron had opened with a cringe-inducing creak. Harry had felt sweat damping his brow. Surely Tom would hear that and wonder who was looking to come in so late. But he was too tired to feel too much fear. He'd peeked by the door's edge with the utmost reluctance, expecting to meet the warm, brown eyes of Tom the barman. Tom was indeed at the bar, and that made Harry's stomach lurch. But he was turned away, talking animatedly to a queer-looking man in a dark cowl. Were there, he had mused later, cowls other than dark cowls. He'd looked more like a denizen of Nocturne Alley. Ushless, he'd heard Tom slur. There had been humor in his voice, even in insult. Bohemians, can't sh stand up to old Frederick after all the hiccup these years. Valentin the vigorless. The man spat back in disgust, his English darkly shaded with a harsh Balkan tint. He downed some foul-looking liquor, which glowed fluorescently under its own light. But what'd you expect, eh? Weak all the time, weak. No strength. He shook his head, despairing, no strength. The bar was otherwise empty. Harry had easily snuck by the pair. Tom especially had seemed a butter beer away from collapse. Even in the dark, he'd soon found his old room still, delightfully, kept just as he'd left it. First he'd fished a cleanser from the bottom of his trunk, briefly checking that all remained where he'd left it, and washed it through his hair. Then he'd looked into the mirror, and had seen Harold Skarsgård no longer. Dark-haired Harry Potter stared back at him, though thankfully with new, square-rimmed glasses, and rather fetching navy robes. An unbidden yawn had forced itself from his mouth. For the first time in nearly a week, he'd flopped down on the bed of room 10, the leaky cauldron. It had taken him only moments to fall asleep. The next day had dawned with a painful peck. One moment he'd been fast asleep. The next he'd cracked an eye open. Hedwig stared down at him impassively. "Oh," Harry'd said dumbly. "I'm sorry." Harry didn't want to linger on what followed. But in a sense he'd been glad, for after all that effort, he might have missed the train and he wouldn't be standing where he was, examining the oddity that was flue powder. He gripped the handle of the trunk at his side and felt Tom the barman's eyes on his back. "Platform 9 3/4, Harry said loudly. The fire flashed green, and Harry Potter stepped toward his destiny. The same rush seemed to pull him forth into a subtly different brightness. This time he watched the twisting fire, the flames atop flames atop flames, but he also made sure to hold his breath and bend his knees for landing. This time he was only reduced to a crouch upon landing. Harry blinked the light from his eyes. The flagstones here were broad and square and sensibly flat. They were very different to Diagon's cobbles, ordered, straight, and perfectly rational. And then he looked up and forgot all the minute details of the paving. A scarlet steam engine was reposed by a packed platform from whose boiler dreamy white smoke gently curled, drifting like a great tail toward the rear carriages. Platform 9 3/4 was displayed boldly upon a clean white sign hanging above the station. Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock, was written upon another. He had made it. Something seemed to lift from his chest, something light and bright and beautiful. He'd really made it. He was really going to Hogwarts. But so were all these other children. Dozens were milling on the platform, chatting to friends, to parents, playing with owls and cats, and the very occasional toad. There were a lot of people, each and every one of whom knew his name, the legend, the boy who lived. Harry gripped the handle of his trunk so hard his fingers hurt. "Oh, come on, Harry," he muttered to himself. "You've done the hard part." For a moment his feet seemed to be made of rusted iron, and they would not move. But slowly, slowly, the rust was shaken off, and Harry made his way down the platform. The first few carriages were already full. The platform there was heaving with parents, some of whom were wishing their children tearful goodbyes through the window. It made Harry's chest clench to see, as though his heart were gripped in a merciless hand. Was that longing? He remembered, when he was very young, feeling sad when he saw the parents of children in the school playground, but as time passed those feelings faded. He'd never really thought about it, but Harry now supposed he'd accepted the absence in his life. Now it felt like the void had wedged itself open again. He swung open an empty carriage door about 3/4 of the way down, then swung Hedwig's empty cage in. Heaving his trunk up the lip was much more difficult. Worse, he realized that it was subtly vibrating in his hands. The pulse sent his own heart aflutter. Tom the barman had warned of this particular magical objects. He'd said, like trunks, were apt to react badly to flu travel or portkeys. But Harry didn't know what portkeys were, so that didn't matter. What did matter was that he'd been told to look out for any vibrations in the grain, and they were there. They weren't too violent, or it would have shaken itself apart by now, but still, they were there, and that was worrying enough. It was a good thing he bought a basic model. How would an expensive trunk have fared through the flu? As he sat on the bench seat of his plush and blissfully empty carriage, he imagined his faithful trunk exploding into splinters. What would happen to his clothes or his books? He suddenly decided he was never taking a trunk through the flu again. Just then, the flutter of wings and a rush of air interrupted his reverie. Hedwig had flown in from the window and was waddling toward the bird cage. The flu wasn't kind to animals either, so Tom had suggested he let her fly to the platform. "Good girl," Harry cooed, leaning over to stroke her feathers. Hedwig preened, then started when he proceeded to fish a thin streak of bacon from his robe pocket. He had a lot to make up for, after all. She wolfed it down as much as an owl could without being a wolf. She soon settled onto her perch, blinked lethargically, then closed her eyes. Harry smiled fondly and shut the cage. "Sleep tight, girl," he whispered, and took out magical draughts and potions. He doubted it'd be his favorite subject, and it certainly had nothing to do with dueling, but it was a required textbook for a required subject. Harry began to read. First, he idly flicked through some of the recipes, noting at once the subject's similarities to cooking. That was not surprising. He'd thought the same the last time he opened the book, at least 2 weeks ago. Once he suspected the comparison would have interested him, but after being served meals at the Leaky Cauldron, then at Holt End, he found his tolerance for cooking somewhat dampened, or at least his tolerance for the thought of cooking. Perhaps he'd begin to enjoy it again at Hogwarts. Regardless, he could tell just from the recipes that potions would be a different animal to Muggle cooking, as different as a wolf and an owl. Smiling at his own joke, Harry wondered at some of the ingredients. Eye of newt, flabberworm mucus, spine of a lionfish. What even was a flabberworm? And how did you prepare a newt's eye? What was even special about the eye of a newt? But the ingredients were only half the divergence. The other half lay in the precision of the instructions. One of the recipes demanded an 8th clockwise turn and an 8th anti-clockwise turn thereafter. At least he now knew the reason for the notches on his cauldron. Growing bored of the recipes, he turned to the beginning. Preface, the first subtitle read. Harry began to read, and read, and read. Frowning, he followed his gut and turned a page. Still the preface. Then another. Still the preface. Merlin, the preface was 8 pages. Finally, it ended with the author signing his name off Arsenius Jigger. Scanning through, Jigger had spent every page of the preface thanking family or friends, discussing the history of potions in vague and academic terms, or casting aspersions against his contemporaries. Harry sighed. A waste of time. The same man had written the essential defense against the dark arts, and that hadn't been full of nonsense. Just then, the corridor side door slid open, revealing two olive-skinned Indian girls. Twins, Harry noted. That was disconcerting. He smiled his best smile, which felt forced upon his face. He wasn't used to other children. Dudley had made sure they didn't really talk to him at primary school. "Hello," one of them said. Their accent was refined and entirely English. "Hello," Harry replied, still smiling. What was he supposed to do? He'd gotten along with Hercules, but he was younger, and they always had something to talk about, and he was nuts. And he could probably get along with a squirrel, or at least talk it to sleep. What was he supposed to talk about here? "May we join you?" Harry followed her hand to the opposite bench. "Of course," he said thoughtlessly. Then he cursed his thoughtlessness, then cursed his cursing. He couldn't exactly say no, could he? The girls settled in, each aiding the other in hoisting their trunks into the overhead storage, then sitting daintily. Harry tried to settle in too, returning to his book, but he couldn't focus. Eyes were watching him. He kept his head buried as long as he could, but eventually could bear it no longer. He glanced up and met two identical pairs of deep brown ears. "I'm Parvati," said the girl on the left, smiling with the hint of a grin. "And I'm Padma," said the other. Harry gulped. Harry, he knew he should answer. Should. It was a moment he'd been dreading for a month now, ever since he'd truly understood the legend of the boy who lived. How would people his own age look at him? Would he even be able to make friends, real friends? Dudley had destroyed his chances before. Would fame do the same? Perhaps he was being cynical, but the more he read— "James," Harry answered, flattening his fringe and hating himself. Now he was James, at least for a train journey. He wished he'd never read those books, never read what they'd said about him. "Nice to meet you, James," Parvati said kindly. "Aren't you excited? It's so amazing that we're all here off to Hogwarts." Hogwarts. Merlin was a student there, and Morgana Le Fay, and Maximus Hailstrom, and Glanmore Peaks, and well, loads of people really. If not for her complexion, which was flushing with her excitement, Harry would have thought her related to Hercules. Padma pinched her nose and waited for her sister to finish. Sorry, she's always like this." "I'm not." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are." Even Padma was getting annoyed now. Harry let them be and went back to his book and his guilt. Soon a sharp whistle sounded, and a great cloud of steam poured above the train, a cloud so large it wafted past Harry's window. The whole structure seemed to be vibrating, like a giant awakening from a long sleep. "We're moving," Parvati said, almost pressing her face against the glass. "Amazing, amazing." The wheels were grinding now, squeaking shrilly, then roaring as they built up speed. Harry felt the sheer weight of tons of steel pushing forward, shunting along as though shoved by a giant. It was the first time he'd been on a train. Harry leaned back into the bench and closed his eyes, savoring the visceral surge of excitement. He imagined Hogwarts. Its vast wards, its glistening black lake, its spiraling towers reaching toward the sky. Hogwarts, a history didn't have any pictures, but he saw it clearly. "We're far from Sringaga, Padma," Harry heard Parvati murmur. "Over the hills and far away." Padma agreed solemnly. Harry left them to it and returned to his book once more, glancing occasionally at the houses flying by. After his preface, Jigger had also written an introduction. The discovery had almost made Harry throw the book down and try to extract some sense from tricks to ensnare instead. Yet he was soon glad he stayed his hand, as the introduction explained, in usually plain language, the basic principles of potioneering. And strangely enough, he began by referencing Zeno the Green. Harry didn't know what to think about that, but it certainly made him wince. He'd learnt a lot at Holt End, and yet he'd been undoubtedly stupid to find himself there at all. Had the risk been worth it? On the one hand, he had managed to come away with a lightspeed tucked safely away in his robe pocket. On the other, what if it hadn't worked? What if he'd been stuck there or worse, discovered? Regardless, as the capital petered out into gentle farmland, Harry learned that Jigger considered Zeno the grandfather of potions. While the art was rudimentary in his time, his laws of cropping had provided the potency the ingredients required to meld them together. Apparently, melding, merger being the academic term, had been the keystone of potions for more than 2,000 years. Edward Lyle had told Harry about the difficulties in retaining the potency of magical flora, and though he turned out to be a bad man, he had no reason to assume anything he'd said was untrue. Lyle had spoken mostly in practical terms, begetting his experiences as a groundsman. Jigger came at the topic from a theoretical angle, and his knowledge was expansive. He wrote of the essentia asterisk of flora and fauna, which he also called quiddity. Correct cropping was supposed to retain the essentia while disposing of everything else. Harry suspected that what Jigger called everything else possessed their own associated terms and concepts, but Jigger, as a textbook author, didn't think a first-year student needed to know them. Harry couldn't find it in himself to care, and would let the mystery lay. It certainly wasn't related to dueling. It was around 12:30 when Harry was interrupted by the thud of the sliding door. He took his head out of his book to meet the eyes of a smiling, dimpled woman. "Anything off the trolley, dears?" she said. Harry wasn't hungry, but Parvati dug into her robe pocket, retrieving 6 shining sickles. "Could we have a packet of Birdie Barts every flavor, please?" He watched in interest as the trolley lady took the coins and gave her a multicolored bag of which, unless his eyes were betraying him, was jiggling. Padma was looking at the bag dubiously. "I don't know how you can eat that stuff," she said, her nose wrinkling. "You don't even know what you're eating." Parvati shrugged. "That's the fun of it." She held the bag out. "Would you like one, James?" Harry looked at the bag. It had at least stopped moving. Now it was open, displaying hundreds of little beans of 100 different colors. Would it be rude to refuse? "Okay," he said, and took a bean. It was bright yellow. "Hopefully not earwax," Parvati giggled. Earwax, that wasn't even a food. He held the bean carefully between 2 fingers. It was faintly squishy and didn't smell of anything, which he supposed was the point. He took a bite. "Butter," he said in relief. "Could be worse," Parvati replied. She almost sounded disappointed. "Could be a lot worse," Padma said. "Half those beans will be horrible." Parvati rolled her eyes. "That's the point. That's my point." Harry detected another argument brewing and turned back to his book. Jigger had begun to discuss the usual methods of cropping. Merlin Harry, though, he was so boring. It was like he was writing in monotone. He felt his eyes waver, his gaze wandering around the page. The steady rocking of the Hogwarts Express was pleasant. It made him want to. He'd fallen asleep twice more before the sky began to darken. Padma had woken him, announcing their proximity to Hogwarts. Harry had read that himself in Hogwarts, a history. They all changed into their school robes, which were plain cut and dark, but not badly made, and waited quietly. The twins, Harry thought, were probably daydreaming, or was it evening dreaming, of Hogwarts. Harry certainly was, that, and controlling his nerves. He was finally close to Hogwarts. He'd read and heard so much, had waited so long. What if he messed up? What if he tripped and fell in the lake? What if everyone was looking at him and he lost his voice? "WH, we will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time," a voice crackled through the train, derailing his worries. "Please leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the school separately." The Pattles shared a look. Their bronzed skin seemed to be paling, and Padma had grasped her sister's hands. That is, unless they'd swapped seats while he'd slept. Harry looked through the window. Beyond the darkness he saw forests and distant mountains, lit by a bruised purple sky. He stood. There was no longer any time for nerves. Parvati and Padma followed him into the corridor, where they joined the jostling crowd. Students of all ages surrounded them. All of them were wearing robes, most trimmed with the accoutrements of the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each maintained the ideals of their founders, their essentia, Harry thought with a small grin. Bravery and courage for Gryffindor, loyalty and hard work for Hufflepuff, cleverness and wisdom for Ravenclaw, and cunning and ambition for Slytherin. The squealing of brakes announced the slowing, then stopping of the train. People shuffled toward the exits. Harry found himself separated from the Pattles, alone on a tiny, dark platform. Harry could see his breath and shivered. The older students were walking off somewhere. Was he supposed to follow? Just then a lamp came floating out the night, at least 6 feet in the air. "First years," a familiar voice called. "First years over here. Come on now, gather round." Hagrid's smiling face was beaming above the first years' heads. He was just as massive as Harry remembered. His beetle-like eyes lit up. "All right there, awry. Follow me. Any more first years? Mind your step now. First years, follow me." They were all led down what seemed to be a winding, narrow path of loose gravel. Trees must have lined each side. It was so dark. The moon's light was definitely flickering between tall branches, so that it flashed like a vast and broken light bulb as Harry followed the giant man. Nobody spoke anything more than a whisper, if at all. Someone was sniffling, though in the dark he couldn't locate who. "Ye'll get your furs sight our Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called back. "Juice, round this bend here." Sounds of amazement rippled through the crowd. The narrow path had opened onto the edge of a vast black lake, whose waters reposed, calm and glassy. And in that glass-like surface was reflected a rocky mountain, and perched atop that mountain Hogwarts school of witchcraft and wizardry reached like a muley-pronged dagger into the purple-tinged sky. Gasps were erupting from those around him, but Harry stood stock still and ignored each and every one. He kept his eyes on the castle in the distance, observing the multitude of its turrets, the vastness of its great towers. In Hogwarts' center, an immense square kept the size of a Muggle skyscraper, it seemed, soared into the heavens like a clenched fist. Everywhere, little points of light flickered from innumerable windows like a second set of stars. His heart soaring in turn, Harry imagined himself sitting in one of those windows, looking down at the world below. Hogwarts was as different from Holt End as a tenement to an Arabian palace. What secrets awaited there? What hidden places? Would the portraits speak to him? Surely there would be classrooms spare, places he could use his lightspeed unobserved. Hagrid's booming voice shook him from his reverie. "No morn fort or boat," he called, pointing to a fleet of little boats by the shore. Their hulls were silver in the moonlight. Harry helped a round-faced, red-haired girl into one. "Thanks," she murmured softly. Harry followed her in, and was soon joined by an Asian girl with hair like midnight and a gaunt-looking boy with peculiar pale eyes. They all shuffled around, trying not to rock the boat when finding a comfortable spot to keep their legs. "Everyone in," Hagrid shouted. He filled up a boat himself. Right then, forward. And all at once, all by themselves, the little boats took sail, gliding like swans across the darkly shimmering lake. Everything was silent. The bows appeared to cut the water without friction, and all the creatures of the night seemed to watch in contemplation as the children of magic made the final stretch of their journey. Closer and closer they drew, and Hogwarts towered above them. Every foot revealed the magnitude of the castle. There would, Harry knew, be places to steal away, rooms where no man he'd trodden in years. He would finally get to use his lightspeed. The glimmer of the moon against the lake caught his eye, drawing his gaze away from the vastness above. It was then Harry realized with a start that the lake was no ornament. "Methydrian," he whispered. "Carrot-class," the red-haired girl whispered back. They shared a grin, and Harry knew they were sharing the same thought, a mental image of a vast ship emerging from the black water like a leviathan of legend. "Heads down," Hagrid yelled. Harry started, turned, then ducked. The cliff was rapidly approaching, and worryingly, the boats didn't seem to be slowing down. The red-haired girl was frozen still, at least until the boats carried them through a curtain of ivy which hid a broad opening in the cliff face. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Down a dark tunnel the boats advanced, whose sides were so distant, so black, Harry had to imagine that they were there. Otherwise, they were traveling through a vast nothingness. Eventually they reached an underground harbor, where the boats neatly docked themselves. Harry clambered out onto pebbled ground that crunched beneath his feet, then held out his arm for the red-haired girl. She blushed as red as her hair and murmured, "Thanks." "Oh, you there. Is that your toad?" said Hagrid. He too was helping students out of their boats, sometimes two at a time, one in each hand. He could pick them up like they were made of feathers. One of the boys who'd been hauled out stumbled toward a slimy green pebble. "Trevor," he cried, more relieved than happy. Hagrid held up his massive lamp. "Come on," he said. "This way." Bannerless stairs were carved into the raw rock, winding up an inner cliff. The giant took 3 slippery steps at a time, while Harry and the other students scurried to keep up as quickly as they dared. Where was this leading? Harry felt his feet beginning to ache. Finally, they emerged at least onto damp, dewy grass in the tall shadow of the castle. Harry peered up, but struggled to see the tips of the towers. "Everyone here." "You there, still got your toad?" Hagrid led them a short distance to a vast oaken door banded by strange metals. He knocked 3 times, and each knock hit with a thump that seemed to vibrate Harry's bones. It swung open immediately. In the doorway a tall, dark-haired witch stood, whose emerald robes were embroidered tastefully in silver. She had, Harry thought, sharp eyes, which seemed to take in the crowd all at once, and yet see each and every one of them. He struggled not to fidget. She seemed like someone he wouldn't want to antagonize. The Furs years, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid gestured with a meaty hand, almost hitting the nervous boy, Neville, with a massive fist. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them across the flagstones of a vast and strangely, classically decorated hall. The ceiling was so tall it was but a breath of shadow in the heavens, while Baroque paintings festooned the walls. Playful nymphs, cunning satyrs, and effusive dryads watched, mischief in their gaze. Professor McGonagall ignored them and ushered Harry and the rest of the students into a tight antechamber where they crowded nervously together. A plush red carpet muffled their steps, but failed to dampen the low, heavy murmuring of voices through the right-hand door. That, Harry thought with a lurch, must have been the rest of the school. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall primly. The start-of-term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn you your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Her eyes lingered on a few particular students, while Harry struggled not to flatten his hair. A girl with elegant auburn hair, which reminded Harry of his own hair color as Harold Skarsgård, adjusted the dark-tinted oval spectacles perched atop her small nose. I shall return when we are ready for you, the professor said. Please wait quietly. She left a crowded, nervous, and thunderously silent antechamber. Harry swept his gaze over his assembled peers and tried to smother his own nerves. Reassuringly, they all looked just as nervous as him. Parvati and Padma had speculated for what felt like hours about the sorting. Mostly, it had been Parvati spinning increasingly ridiculous tests to scare her sister. Surely, she couldn't be right. Of course, she wasn't right about having to fight a mermaid in the Black Lake. But what if there was something? Something brushed his shoulder gently. Harry started. The red-haired girl who'd stuck to his side all the while was smiling at him tremulously. I'm Susan, she said. Her voice was so soft, so quiet, it was like the murmur of a breeze on a still night, and there were tears of fright in her eyes. Was she trying to distract herself? Harry tried his best to smile back. Harry! The sorting hat waited patiently on its stool. It had been waiting centuries. It knew it would wait centuries more. Though this was the most exciting time of year for the hat, it knew there was no rush. After all, what was there to rush to? No, the sorting hat never rushed, nor tired, nor grew bored, and though the sorting hat occasionally felt a certain anticipation, it never felt excitement either. That it knew for sure, as the hat had seen excitement as the hawk spied the mouse, and it had smelled fear as the gazelle before the lion, and it had heard hatred as only man could hate man. It had experienced it all, yet felt it not. Gryffindor in his aging wisdom had known that, given time, the sentiments, the hopes and fears and childish dreams would have fed into his own hollow soul. The hat judged that Gryffindor was right. A heart would do that hat no good. But still, sometimes it felt, just a modicum, only a hint, a mere whiff of anticipation. It was feeling it now. Now it had sang its song, and now it had sorted Sally Ann Perks, because it was time for Potter Harry. The hat watched without eyes as a small, thin boy with a shock of black hair and bright green eyes stepped forward, self-consciously adjusting his square-rimmed glasses. Harry Potter looked just like his father at 11, but his father had held in trust the lineage of just about every wizarding family in Britain. The boy was thusly well-formed, but just who he would take after remained a mystery. His cheeks were still round with baby fat. Beyond Potter himself, the great hall came alive with whispers. Every pair of eyes was watching, wondering. The hat especially noted the 2 Pattles exchanging angry looks from the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. The anticipation built. Harry Potter, the hat thought, who are you? The boy picked the hat up and stuck it on his head. A spark of invisible light lit around the hat, illuminating Harry Potter's heart and mind like shadows cast upon the impenetrable soul. James, he heard the boy lie to the paddles, and saw in his mind the shape of purple guilt driven like a spear, and the twisting decay of grey disappointment creeping around his heart. Why wouldn't he tell the truth? Potter had lamented. But the ease, the hat thought, the ease with which the lie was spoken, the way his guilt decayed in turn, the search continued, quickening. Green spindles were floating, trapped grim echoes of hungry nights, a small cupboard under the stairs. Interesting, very interesting, the hat said without speaking. Under its brim, Potter jumped. The hat felt him try to suppress his panic. What do you mean interesting? The hat continued to search. Long, square days of drab, brown boredom spun in spirals, tinged by sharp-edged crimson corners. It saw it all, it smelled the isolation, and heard the fear in every beat of the boy's heart. Then the letters of brilliant blue, singing songs of promise. The sea, the giant Hagrid, the letter in his hand. The hat let all that hope simmer in his hollow soul, tasting it as the pincer sups the food. Better even arrived next. Brilliant red streaks flickered and flamed, pulsing and leaping, and in their heart 2 men duelled, dancing eternal. Deep green ambition glittered in shimmering wide eyes, and the hat watched Potter's quest unfold. Long days of practice, anxiety, despair, sublimity, fear. Lies, so many lies, all spun together in so many shades the hat struggled to pick them apart. This, the hat knew, was more usual in an adult's mind, and the hat's anticipation grew. Such a difficult choice, it finally crowed. So very difficult, not a bad mind, and sharpening every day, yes, and ambition, oh yes. The duelist you will be, yes. But there are many kinds, and Slytherin, I think, will help you nicely to your destiny. Potter's mind turned over like the spindle asterisk, logical, precise, and Slytherin. The hat let itself be the distaff asterisk. Not Slytherin, Potter thought aloud, at least to the hat, which heard all his thoughts. Slytherin wouldn't do me any good. The boy pushed drawings of Death Eaters to the front of his mind, their robes frayed with hot hatred. The hat was unmoved. I care not for the affairs of man, it said. You belong in Slytherin. Potter frowned. But you sort them, don't you? He pushed forth images of other new students who'd already been sorted into Slytherin. Would they be better off with the boy who lived in their house? Their destinies are just as important as mine, aren't they? The hat paused. Adults, it knew, often appealed to the fates of others, but in all his years, students rarely mustered the same maturity. Where, it said, would you be put then? Rather than reply, the boy summoned a memory that was at once single and many over 100 even. Potter, sitting in his room, on his bed, in a chair, opposite a mirror, repeating, ever repeating, the Giswiffen, the old wand movements formed hundreds of years before the hat was ever thought of. If the hat had a true sense of humor, it would have laughed. Very well, it rumbled. Hufflepuff. N. After Mr. Bellows, of course. The most famous line of a traditional British folk song over the hills and far away. It became famous in the 1990s when it was the main theme of the long-form television show Sharp, an adaptation of Bernard Cornwell's novels which centered around Richard Sharp, a working-class soldier first in the Anglo-Mysore War and the Napoleonic Wars. The Pattle sisters, of course, would not know the song from this source, as they are witches, and the show was first aired in 1993. Merger is the second-person singular future passive indicative of mergo and means something like to immerse in Latin. Essentia, as I'm sure you can guess, is Latin for essence. To be more specific, the term essence is derived from essentia. Quiddity is a medieval scholastic term denoting the same concept. Haxiody is a third term. All of them reference Aristotle's original idea, en einer I, the what it was to be. A pincer is the Latin term for cupbearer, one employed to taste food and wine at court. In the feudal context, this would be the honor of a high-ranking nobleman. In more ancient tyrannical societies, slaves were more commonly used in this role. A spindle is a traditional sewing tool, a wood spike used for spinning fibers together, while distaff is employed to keep the unspun fibers in place. Harry arrives at Hogwarts and is sorted into Hufflepuff. Does this mean Harry will be cuddly, angsty, and fragile for the rest of this long, long fanfiction? I'm sure you can already guess. Either way, I'm sorry this has taken a long while to come out. I've had to plan the next arc in detail, and I've got to work a 39-hour work week. As you might have noticed, I've also merged some of the previous chapters in accordance with my new policy of posting longer chapters. The first chapter of All for Lightspeed has also been revised, specifically the section involving the forest. I've slowed the pace down. I hope you've enjoyed this chapter and enjoying the rest of this arc. Take care and Merry Christmas. Jousting Alchemy. 7. Gabriel and the Dueling Club Roman 2. Gabriel and the Dueling Club Roman 2, the phantom weight on Harry Potter's shoulders, the pounding of his heart, the lead in his stomach, vanished all at once. Merlin, he thought as he took off the hat. That was close. He walked over to the Hufflepuff table, trying to ignore the swell of exclamations that shook the hall and the rather put-out looks from the other houses, especially the Gryffindors. The cheers were the loudest cheers yet. He took a place beside the boy from earlier, the one with the pale eyes. Professor McGonagall had called him Hopkins Wayne. They exchanged smiles. "Hello," Harry said, easing himself onto the bench. The surface beneath him was varnished wood, but cushioning charms provided some flex to the timber. "Hiya," the boy replied. "I'm Wayne, and you're nobody." His unsettling eyes glanced meaningfully between the watching students and the teacher's table. All the attention of the hall was centered on their corner of the Hufflepuff table. Harry laughed, but felt his smile slip slightly. What would it be like to be just another wizard? I'm sure they'll get used to me. Wayne opened his mouth to reply, but was interrupted by a lanky Hufflepuff with a golden P badge pinned to his robes. He paced down from his place at the table to talk to him, to the boy who lived. He shook Harry's hand and gave him an earnest, excitable smile. "Great to meet you, Potter. I'm Dennis Falkirk. Great to meet you. If you need anything, anything at all, I'm here." Then he walked off back to his seat, as though he'd not just made a nuisance of himself in the middle of the sorting ceremony. Harry watched him leave, now a little pensive. They'll definitely get used to me. Surely the next 7 years wouldn't be like that. It's not like you're the only notable person at Hogwarts, Wayne offered. Just ask Susan. Harry followed his gesture and saw the same red-headed girl from earlier. How hadn't he seen her when he sat? Her hair was like a scarlet lighthouse. Susan's cheeks were matching said hair. "Wayne." "What?" Wayne grinned. "You don't have to boast about your manor, but it's still there." Susan squirmed at the attention. "A manor house," said the boy to Harry's right. He had curly brown hair and an accent that could have cut glass. "I thought wizards preferred castles." "Some do," another buted in. He was slightly chubby, blond, and sitting beside Susan. "But not all. Myself and Susan's families built manors when it became the fashion." "And you are?" "Ernie Macmillan." He offered his hand, and the brown-haired boy took it. "Justin Finch Fletchley." Macmillan nodded. "Muggle-born." There was an unsubtle squaring of Finch Fletchley's jaw, not that he had much of one, being 11. "Yes, my family had my name down at Eton before I got my letter. What a surprise. Mother wasn't sure about it all, thought it was a trick, but father convinced her." In the background, almost forgotten, Turpin, Lisa, was announced as a Ravenclaw. "A good choice," Macmillan said, lowering his voice as he heard the hat's cry. "If you'd refused Hogwarts' offer, you still have to train to be a wizard. It'd be dangerous to leave an untrained wizard running around. But Hogwarts might not have re-enrolled you." He shuddered theatrically. "Then you'd have had to go to one of the other schools." "Other schools? What other schools?" "Not everyone can afford to go to Hogwarts, you know," Macmillan said pompously. "There are other schools." Finch Fletchley sniffed. "I'm sure my parents could afford Hogwarts, even with the wizarding gold standard." Despite their attempts to be quiet, they were, slowly, animating themselves against each other, or was it just enthusiasm? Harry watched them, glad to be forgotten himself. He barely noticed when someone called Weasley. Ron was sorted in Gryffindor. "Of course," Macmillan patronized. "What do they do?" "My father's a commodities trader," Finch Fletchley said, boasted, really. Harry didn't know what a commodities trader was. "Mother manages our properties, big houses mostly, in London." Whatever that meant, it made Macmillan's expression light up. "Big houses. We own a London house, though not anything a muggle could see, of course. How many do you have?" Finch Fletchley made an unhappy face. "MHMM, about a dozen. Mother wants to buy another while prices are depressed by the war asterisk, but father isn't so sure." It didn't take Harry long to figure out what he meant by the war. Even Harry in his cupboard had heard of Saddam Hussein. Uncle Vernon had practically ranted about ragheads and madmen every time his face appeared on the television. What he had to do with the price of London housing stock, he couldn't even guess. Just as he was reminiscing, Zabini, Blaze, was sorted into Slytherin, and Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat and the stool away. At the clicking of her boots, Macmillan and Finch Fletchley stilled like startled prey. But it was not only those two. The whole student body felt it at once, and a hush came across the hall as though it were a moor at midwinter. He could not quite explain why afterwards, but Harry felt a compulsion to raise his gaze to the teacher's table. There he saw Hagrid, and that strange man, Professor Quirrell, the other Quirinus, and a few others he didn't recognize. But his eyes weren't drawn to Hagrid's vast size or Professor Quirrell's odd turban, but to a regal figure in the most prominent chair. Him he recognized, from collectible cards, from sketches on pamphlets, and from drawings in books. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, stood tall, his arms held out wide, his silver beard shining. Harry worked hard to take him in. He was a legend, the greatest wizard of the age, the kind produced only once a generation. And most importantly to Harry, he'd fought the duel of the century against the dark wizard Grindelwald in a combat so fierce it had shaken a mountain. What had that been like? He wondered. How far was the gap between men like Auror Neen and Montague and figures like Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Perhaps 100 feet separated him and Dumbledore just then, but it felt like a chasm. Harry felt his hand twitching toward his wand. He was at the best school in Britain. He had all the time in the world and no distractions. It was so exciting. "Welcome," said the great man. He was beaming merrily, as though he truly couldn't be happier to see them all. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Ardment, Tweak. Thank you." Without further ado, Dumbledore sat back down. Harry blinked. What was that? A collectible card he'd once read had called Albus Dumbledore. What was the word? Eccentric. His mind flew to a flyer he'd picked up, which had criticized the ministry's import-export policy. Harry had barely understood a word of it, but knew that the piece blamed Dumbledore. That had used less, kind phrases of description. Finch Fletchley, too, was looking at the headmaster, bewildered. Was that? A mad touch, Macmillan chuckled. It made him look like a bland squirrel. The best ones always are a bit, you know. Just then, the empty golden plates on the tables filled with food. After the startling surprise, what first hit him was the smell. He'd never been so aware of the aroma of food before. 1 minute there was nothing, the next a cornucopia of roast chicken, roast beef, roast pork and lamb. Vegetables were piled high beside roast potatoes and Yorkshire pudding. Most of all, the steaming, mouth-watering scent of gravy hung over the hall like a delicious, invisible cowl. The dishes weren't as exotic as those at Holt End, but Harry had never seen so much food before. How many house elves, Harry wondered, served the Hogwarts kitchens? He was quick to discard the thought, and dug in eagerly, taking a bit of everything, and everything was scrumptious. Finch, Fletchley, and Macmillan, meanwhile, continued to converse. Their animosity continued to diminish as they contrasted and compared the Muggle and magical worlds. Harry was content to listen, along with Hopkins and Susan. The only significant interruption occurred when Susan cried out, dropping her daintily held fork. It fell straight through the tonsured head of a friar, whose ghostly apparition had just risen through the tabletop. "Good evening," the ghost said amicably. Susan stared back. Good evening," she squeaked like a mouse. "I'm Simon," the friar said, spinning in place to include them all. His eyes lingered on Harry. "But many call me the Fat Friar. I mind not." He patted his rotund stomach, which wobbled even as a ghost. "I didn't mind my food when I was alive, I tell you now. On Epiphany Asterisk, Annunciation, and Paschal month, I showed my faith by food." He laughed a generous laugh, his jowls jiggling, and floated off. Harry watched him leave. Was that normal for ghosts? He'd only met the deacon, who wasn't even the deacon. He'd been scary, but the Fat Friar was just a man. He scanned the hall for other ghosts. About a dozen were floating about. Most were talking to each other or to students. One was chatting to Professor McGonagall. She didn't seem very impressed with whatever he was saying. At the Gryffindor table, a spectacularly dressed ghost was displaying his half-severed neck, tipping his head as though it were a hat. Harry blanched as the younger Gryffindors exclaimed in disgust. He turned toward the Slytherins. At the head of their table, a medieval figure sat silently, staring seemingly into the nothingness, or whatever he could see that mortals couldn't. He was covered in blood. "The bloody Baron," Hopkins chimed in, following his gaze. Blood was dripping down his tunic, dripping, then vanishing before it hit the floor in an eternal stream. I've read about him, Harry said distantly. Whose blood was it? Hogwarts, a history. We've shared the same reading material. When the students had eaten their fill, and Harry was feeling his eyes begin to droop, the remains of the meal disappeared. In its place, dessert popped into place. The mere sight of ice cream, rice pudding, and treacle tart dispelled the onrushing spell of sleep. Harry decided that the ice cream was almost as good as Mr. Bellows, while Finch Fletchley and Macmillan were still talking about business. For a while he listened to them discuss the difficulties currency conversion between the Muggle and Wizarding world. Apparently, Muggle money was almost worthless to a wizard, until he grew bored. Hopkins was talking to a lanky boy to his left, and he had no chance of joining the young entrepreneurs in their shared lecture, so Harry looked across to Susan. She was eating strawberry ice cream tactfully with a delicate silver spoon. "Susan," he began, then paused, as she glanced up at him. What did he even mean to say? How do you have any relatives in Hufflepuff? My aunt was a Hufflepuff, she said softly, then added. She doesn't talk about it much. Well, that didn't sound too great. Do you think she didn't enjoy it? That made Susan smile, which, like her tone of voice and her demeanor, was characteristically restrained. Oh no, she's just a private person. I think it helps her with her job. Harry finished another spoon of ice cream, then licked his lips carefully. Susan was so ladylike. He was becoming very conscious that he should avoid messiness himself. Is she someone important? The red-haired girl drew herself up in her seat proudly. She practically glowed. Oh yes, she's the head of the DMLE. I think she knows the name of every aura in the country. It was not a difficult acronym for Harry to place. The DMLE was the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where auras were the elite, the closest thing magical Britain had to an army. If Susan's aunt knew all their names, has your aunt ever spoken about Oranine? She bit her lip. I think so. I've seen him a few times, I think. Dark hair, tanned, very focused. Focused was a polite way of describing the man from Harry's judgment. Intense, stern, coldly passionate, those would be his terms. I saw him apprehend a criminal in Diagon Alley once. Was it scary? Harry shook his head, recalling that mesmeric dance. It was inspiring. He paused. Could he admit to such a grand ambition? What if he turned out to be rubbish? What if? But Susan's wide grey eyes were watching him patiently. He got the feeling she'd never laugh at him. I want to be a duelist. Harry finished off his ice cream, then savoured the final tiny piece of treacle tart he'd been saving. He must have been one of the last to finish eating, because the remains of the desserts vanished when he put his spoon down. He heard Susan let out a surprised, "Oh," as what must have been an imperial ton of ice cream disappeared before their eyes. Once more, the headmaster stood, and the hall grew silent. Ahem, just a few more words now, that we have all been fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils, and a few more of our older students would do well to remember that as well. His eyes flashed, for but a moment towards somewhere particular at the Gryffindor table. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I should tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Before Holt End, Harry might have laughed. Now he just stared out at the other faces at the Hufflepuff table, looking for some echo of humor in the older students. There was none. And now, before we go, let us sing the school song. Thereafter, there was an assault on Harry's ears, as in the headmaster's own words, everyone picked their favorite tune and proceeded to sing a silly little jitty in 1,000 different melodies, keys, and beats. Two red-haired twins at the Gryffindor table were the last to finish. Music, Headmaster Dumbledore said. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime, off you trot. While the older students dithered, a few of them, all with shiny P badges pinned to their robes, were standing up and making their way over to the first years. Dennis Falkirk was one of them. First years this way, he called, echoing Hagrid in the strangest way. First years this way. Harry and the rest of the first years weaved their way to Falkirk and his female counterpart, who, bizarrely, looked like a female version of him. Wearing the same robes, well, not exactly the same robes, with the same curly hair, square-rimmed glasses, and earnest smiles, they might have been siblings. They could be siblings, Harry thought. Falkirk led them past the tables and through the main entrance, whose door could fit at least 4 Hagrids under its arch. That led them to a long gallery which split off to their left and right. Light dappled from stained glass windows, illuminating countless paintings on the hall-side wall. Harry's jaw dropped. The wall was festooned. He couldn't see an inch of bare stone. Canvas and frame filled half his vision. How many essences were captured here? How many stories? How often did people even talk to the upper-level paintings, which were well above head height? He didn't get the chance to examine them. The prefects took them down the gallery and made a right. Another long corridor greeted them. Here the air was cooler. The clatter of the raucous feast was fading, and Harry breathed in a long breath. Legs felt like jelly. Only away from the noise, the people, the stairs, did he realize just how exhausting the feast had been. All those eyes watching him, all that movement. He was used to his cupboard, the quiet streets of Little Winging, and as of late, the plush calm of number 10, the leaky cauldron. Eventually, Falkirk and his female counterpart led them down a tight, twisting staircase. That brought the first years to a landing. Great casks lined the walls. This, Harry thought, had to be the basement. Hogwarts, a history located the Hufflepuff dorm thence. Falkirk strode over to a particularly vast barrel. "Watch carefully," he said. Then he tapped the barrel with his wand in time to Helga Hufflepuff. He stepped away. Nothing happened for a long moment, during which many of the first years were looking at him askance. But slowly, silently, the head of the barrel swung open. Inside was perhaps the comfiest space Harry had ever seen. Like the entrance, the room was round, and reminded him distinctly of a wheel of cheese. If cheese were soft and squishy and emanated that sort of deep warmth that made you want to fall asleep. Everything was yellow. The sofas darted around the room were yellow. The little balls hanging from the ceiling were yellow. Even the tables were painted yellow. Not a bright yellow, of course, but the sort of yellow that was edging into bronze or gold. And everything that wasn't yellow was black, including the views from the little round portholes set high up in the ceiling. The night was well underway, and the reminder made Harry want to yawn. In the center of the room stood an open brazier which burned merrily. Its smoke was spun into a little tornado by a strange contraption in the ceiling, which itself slowly rotated. "Welcome to the Hufflepuff common room," Falkirk's female double, sibling, clone, announced brightly. "Got sofas you could get lost in, chairs that have more give than a sea sponge, and the tables are just tables." Falkirk smiled his earnest smile. "Sorry, Melissa's mouth sometimes outpaces her thoughts. Anyway, through that door on the left is the boys' dormitory, and through that door on the right's the girls'. Obviously, the girls' door won't open for a boy and vice versa." It was Falkirk's turn to trail off this time. "And don't mess with Spinner," Melissa pointed to the contraption sucking up the smoke. It, Harry noticed, was one of the few objects not black or yellow, being in fact silver, and was itself slowly rotating. Last time it took ages to get the smell of smoke out. "Yes," Falkirk said sourly. "Indeed." Then he brightened. "Well, off to bed now." Harry was only too eager to make for the boys' dormitory. As it turned out, the pair of prefects had actually forgotten to tell them a lot, as the first years soon discovered to their pain the next day. Since the dormitories themselves were set down another flight of spiraling stairs, and therefore totally below the ground, simulated sunlight would descend from the ceiling of the shared dormitory, which was also round, each day. It was strong enough to shine through the curtains. It was therefore the source of a dozen groaning, moaning, unhappy boys, except for Harry, that is, who was accustomed to early mornings. He was already up, practicing Jiswifan movements behind the curtains of his four-poster bed. By now they'd become a routine, something almost meditative. He could not help but chuckle at the pained groans of his new schoolmates. About 15 minutes later, he descended the stairs to the common room. He was greeted by the stares of half a dozen older students who were sitting around a predictably round table. They'd been talking in quiet murmurs, at least until Harry had arrived. At once, they turned to look at him. Squaring himself, Harry did his best to ignore their observations. Perhaps they were just surprised to see a first year up so early. He repeated that obvious lie a few times until he arrived at a squashy armchair, where he sat, opened his satchel, and did his best to focus on tricks to ensnare and tips for victory. Soon, the older student's quiet conversation began again, and he felt the pricking stares divert away. Harry felt himself relax into the overstuffed chair. Tips and Tricks was discussing a classification of duelist the anonymous author called the Sly Ones. According to the book, these were witches and wizards who preferred guile and deception to defeat their opponents. It was not a kind description, but the author wasn't castigating. At least to him, trickery was just another valid way of winning. Which, Harry supposed dryly, made sense, considering the title of the book. Stranger was the book's recommendation for countering the sly ones, identifying them before the contest began. He advised researching an opponent's reputation beforehand if possible. If these were not possible, he continued, then examining the opponent's bearing, their face asterisk, and their wand was a suitable contingency. All that seemed a little far-fetched to Harry, but he was interrupted before he could pick fault. Susan was tiptoeing toward him. "Hello," she said softly. She was standing awkwardly by a chair, as if unsure whether he'd recognize yesterday's acquaintance. Harry smiled his most reassuring smile, or tried to at least. He knew that feeling well. How many times had he thought he'd made a friend, only to wonder the next day if Dudley had scared him off. "Good morning, Susan," he said. "Is no one else up in your dorm either?" Susan shook her head, her long-plaited hair swinging behind her. "No, but Melissa forgot to tell us about the Hake light." Hake light must have been the proper name for that fake sunlight. Harry shrugged and made sure to look at the chair beside him. "All the best seats for us then." She took the seat gladly. "I think they're all comfy. What are you reading?" Gingerly, Harry handed her his book. Susan handled it equally carefully. "This is odd," she said, examining the spine. "No author. None I can find." Harry measured his words carefully. "It's borrowed from a library. I found it on a shelf everyone seemed to have forgotten about." It was not a total lie. He did find it at a library, the library of the Rosiers of Holt End, rather than one of the mutual libraries, as Susan might suppose. Lady Rosier had given it to him as a token of appreciation. It had meant a lot at the time, considering the jealousy with which the wizarding world guarded their knowledge. Just then, watching Susan flick through the book, he realized the gift was poisoned. How had he returned it, if not with betrayal? But she betrayed the Rosiers first, Harry told himself. He took the tome back almost reluctantly and forgot to feel sorry that he'd lied to Susan. "That's more like someone's notes than a real book," Susan said. "Like a collection of notes." Harry returned it to his satchel. He'd think the book over later. "Are you an early riser too?" Susan didn't appear to notice the clumsy attempt at changing the subject. "My aunt always says that the early morning has gold in its mouth." Aunt Petunia was responsible for his waking routine too, but Harry suspected the two aunts had entirely different motivations for their discipline. Susan spoke about her aunt in glowing terms, while Aunt Petunia, well, the less said the better. He'd never been abused, but neglect stung enough. While Harry was ruminating, Susan pulled out a book of her own and began to read. Harry mirrored her, swapping over to his charms textbook. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, exchanging occasional words, but otherwise focusing on their respective books. The older students left the common room together, while yet more members of Hufflepuff House filtered in from their dormitories. Hopkins was one of the first, then a girl Harry thought was called Abbott, then a boy called Jorkins. Justin Finch-Fletchley and Ernie Macmillan arrived last. None of them really knew what to do. The night before, they'd been told to wait in the common room. They hadn't been told why, or for how long. It was awkward to sit waiting while other students were filtering out to their classes. It was more awkward to sit with their fellow first years. No one knew each other. To pass the time, Harry began to observe his classmates. Finch-Fletchley and Macmillan were getting on like two peas in a pod, albeit two peas with overinflated heads. Then again, if peas had heads, they were only heads, weren't they? Hopkins was sitting on his own, his strange blue eyes shining in the light of the fire. More than once they caught each other's eye, sharing the same thought. "You're watching me, and I'm watching you, and we're both watching each other." Otherwise, the first years seemed to split into four groups. First into boys and girls, that was obvious. The second split took Harry a long time to figure out, though the answer was right in front of him all the time. Specifically, it was right at his feet, or their feet. Two of the groups were made in part of students dressed in muggle shoes. The other group universally wore the supple wizarding boots common to robes. It was intriguing, Harry thought, that they'd all filter themselves until they formed groups with common backgrounds. It hadn't even taken a full day. Did that bode badly for the next 7 years? Harry couldn't even guess. How were Muggle-borns integrated into magical society? "Hello, my dears," said a prim and pleasant voice. It almost made Harry jump out of his chair. In the corner of his eye, he saw Hopkins smirk. Harry glared back half-heartedly, then turned to the woman who could only be his head of house. Pomona Sprout was, in a single word, earthy. In the literal sense, her grey-green robes were stained with dirt. The outline of where she'd been kneeling was obvious. Harry couldn't really expect less from a herbology professor. Yet what wasn't entirely expected were her well-formed laughter lines, enhanced by her radiant tan, or the little smudge of dirt on the tip of her nose that spoke of a certain dartiness. Wavy graying hair sat, pleasantly disheveled, above her earnestly smiling face. In a word, earthy. "You must be my new first years," she said primly, examining them all with a keen eye. "Oh, how wonderful! Lovely to have you all here." Her cheerful eyes narrowed. "No one is sleeping in, are they?" The first years shared significant looks and cautiously shook their heads. "Good, good. May I be the second, no, third person to welcome you all to Hufflepuff House. First, the rules. They're simple and short, so I'll keep it simple and short. Always put your best wand forward, don't be afraid to mix with the other houses, and no bullying." The latter command was said with such a stern tone that Harry suddenly felt the desire to stand a little straighter. Though Ravenclaws are renowned for their academic work, this is a school, is it not? Hufflepuff have produced some of the greatest witches and wizards of our history, and they've all had help. No man is an army, except perhaps our own headmaster Dumbledore. Here she let out a chuckle that sounded like two rocks grinding together. "So you all mustn't think you've got to do it alone. That goes for the other houses too. This is a school, not a four-way Quidditch game. The House Cup is for the fun of it, not a matter to prioritize over friendship, which is not to say we don't have our pride. The last rule is certainly not for fun." Harry shifted awkwardly on his feet. He felt as though he'd been dipped headfirst in cold water. Was this even the same woman? Any ill-hearted mischief, terrorizing or intimidation will be strongly discouraged. After all, the greenhouses always need cleaning, don't they? She let the thought drift through the air like an evil odor. Facts about Hogwarts' vast greenhouses jumped straight from Hogwarts, a history into Harry's mind. The number of flowering trees, the total acreage they covered, the tons of gnome mulch employed as fertilizer. Do you all understand? The Hufflepuffs shared another glance. "Yes, Professor Sprout." Professor Sprout beamed, gesturing with a grubby hand. "Good, good. Now all of you off to Charms. This is a school, is it not?" The first years filed out of the common room, a little bit pleased, a little bit fearful, and more than a little bit bemused. Bemusement turned to surreality for a while, a sensation to which Harry had become somewhat used to since that first owl delivered his Hogwarts letter back in the summer. He dreamed of walking the halls of the school, studying magic in her classes, and staring out at the Highlands from the tip of the tallest tower. Until now, Harry's imagination had always remained in his head. The reality of reality therefore made reality barely believable. And what a reality! Even getting to his first-class charms turned out to be a minor adventure in and of itself. There were 142 staircases in Hogwarts, and all of them moved. Some would shift at a right angle at random, others led to doorways that opened to different places each day. A few even circled around themselves forever, like one of those trick Muggle paintings. Ernie Macmillan got caught in one of those on his third day and ended up collapsing in a pool of his own sweat. Nor did the inhabitants make the school any smoother to navigate. Ghosts could pop out anywhere, at any time, from any wall or ceiling, and at the most inopportune moments. Sometimes Harry thought they did it on purpose and ran their own schemes to better scare the students. They were for the most part very different to the Deacon of Holt End, not that the Deacon was the Deacon, but that was beside the point. Susan in particular was very frightened by nearly headless Nick when she looked up from her charms homework to see him peering at her work over her shoulder. His long nose was inches away from her face. Her scream was the loudest sound Harry had ever heard her make. Worse, apparently, were Argus Filch, the old caretaker, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. Harry had been fortunate enough not to cross paths with them yet. Charms, as it turned out, was both delightful and disappointing. Professor Flitwick, a tiny little figure of a wizard, stood atop a pile of books to better lecture his classes. The first time he'd read Harry's name off the register, he'd squeaked, swiveled, and promptly fell off his perch. Not only did he have great comedic timing, but the professor was also an able wizard of great wit and intelligence, and a great talent for teaching. But his first classes were also comedically simple. The contents of his first class Harry had learned a month ago at the beginning of his self-study. It became even more ridiculous when the practical section arrived. About half the class pretended not to know how to cast Wingardium Leviosa, a basic levitation charm. Harry looked at Susan knowingly. She was staring down at a white feather on her desk. She was supposed to levitate it into the air. Of course, the trace wouldn't detect Susan casting spells in her manor house, and reading charms theory before the age of 11 wasn't illegal. Her unimpressed expression, set on her cherubic, faintly freckled features, was hilarious. Harry couldn't help but comment. "Having difficulty, Susan?" She turned to him, pouting. There was a mockery of anger in her eyes, which soon turned to mischief. Over her shoulder, Harry saw a Ravenclaw boy with curly brown hair scowling at his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said firmly. Nothing happened. His scowl deepened. Meanwhile, Susan casted Wingardium Leviosa. A moment later, the feather was tickling Harry's nose. He swiped ineffectually at it. "P.F. Herr Giraffe." Harry laughed as Susan maneuvered the feather away from his grasping hands. Behind her, the Ravenclaw boy looked like he was going to snap. Something broke across his features, though, and he sighed instead, looking forlornly at his own static feather. What was his name again? Jorkins. Harry plucked Susan's feather right out the sky. "Wait," he said, nodding to the Ravenclaw. Susan turned. "Oh," she said. But she did not immediately go to him, and Harry wouldn't have expected anything else. He'd not known her for long, but he did know that Susan was shy. The problem was, so was Harry. If he hadn't forced himself to go to Rosier's trifles, he never would have made friends with Hercules. Similarly, if he hadn't gotten into that boat, he wouldn't have spoken to Susan. Harry frowned. It was painful to watch Jorkins' irritation, especially when he could help. On the other hand, he really didn't want to approach someone he didn't know, especially someone his own age, but Professor Flitwick was on the other side of the classroom, and the Ravenclaw was only getting more annoyed. "Come on, Harry," he told himself. "It wouldn't be like before. You're the boy who lived." The legend was almost universally loved, and for a moment the thought lightened his mood at least until he recalled the exceptions. But would a family member of a Death Eater not know Wingardium Leviosa by the time they were 11? Biting the bullet, or was that biting the spell? No, that sounded awful. Harry approached Jorkins. "Hello," he said lamely. "Are you okay?" Jorkins jumped. He'd still been staring angrily at his feather. "No," he said harshly. No, I'm sorry." He gestured to the room. "Everyone else is, getting their feathers moving, and I'm just," he blinked. He finally saw who he was speaking to. "Wait, Harry struggled not to blush. "Someone has to be." He definitely hadn't worked on that joke. Sorry, I'm Alan Jorkins." He smiled sheepishly and held out his hand. Harry took it, studying his face. He had eyes the color of steel and looked older than his age. Some girls he knew would already call him handsome, with his defined chin and sunken cheekbones. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "Or nobody, as one of my housemates calls me." Jorkins laughed. "Must be a funny chap. I suppose the great Harry Potter has come over here to teach us mortals how to do magic." His tone was light, and Harry mirrored his sheepish smile. "Not all magic, just this spell. I leave conjuring lightning to the headmaster. Oh, and this is Susan Bones, by the way." He gestured over his shoulder, where Susan was almost hiding. "Hi," she said quietly. Jorkins nodded back, grinning. "Susan the no-stickler." A genuine burst of laughter left Susan's mouth, and with it all the tension drained from her shoulders. "Don't let the spell worry you," Harry said. "After all, the people who have successfully cast it all have something in common." Jorkins took the bait, casting his eyes around the room. He had a very expressive face. You could almost see the gears turning. "They're all purebloods or half-bloods." "Yep, the trace doesn't work in magical areas, and they've had years to read magical literature." "That's not fair." Harry shrugged. He was right, it wasn't fair, but neither of them could do anything about that now. "I agree. All we can do is play catch-up." "We." I didn't know about the wizarding world until a month ago, but someone tipped me off about the trace pretty quickly. I've been staying at Diagon Alley ever since. Jorkins looked flabbergasted. Probably because he just revealed that the boy who lived grew up a muggle. So, you stayed at Diagon Alley because, to break the law, Harry thought, in more than one way, thinking of the lightspeed buried in his trunk. I can't really say, can I? Suppose not, Jorkins said. Thanks for the tip, though, I'll remember it. Susan finally chose that moment to pipe up. Wait, she said in that customary quiet, breathy tone. Jorkins is a pureblood name. You should already know all this. Jorkins grimaced. It's a long story. My parents were, they didn't make it out of the war, and I ended up with muggles. His smile grew strained. I'm a pureblood muggle-born. Susan's face told Harry she thought that was a fate worse than death. Oh, she breathed. That's terrible. Have you talked, with your family since you came back to the wizarding world? Another long story. Harry didn't judge himself the most socially able, but even he could sense they were treading to sensitive ground. He and Susan shared a look. Another time, then, he said. It was not a subtle change of subject. Let's get this feather in the air. Jorkins smiled in relief and gestured with his wand in a way most wizards would consider too close to en menace. As Susan launched into an explanation of Wingardium Leviosa and the theory behind it, Harry began to realize that they'd have time later to tell him about that too. It seemed that they'd made a friend. They shared Transfiguration with Ravenclaw, a class Harry had been looking forward to ever since he'd read the introduction to A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emeric Switch, Hogwarts' designated first-year textbook. The first few pages were littered with inspirational examples of complex and large-scale transfigurations. On one end, turning a whistle into a ticking pocket watch, and on the other, transfiguring a slab of limestone into a colossal stained glass window. Transfiguration was truly a powerful technique. Harry's thoughts, of course, had immediately sprang to dueling. How difficult would it be to turn inane objects into weapons to be propelled at the opponent? Would it be possible to transfigure an object into a shield fast enough to block a spell? Switch had also warned of the subject's dangers, so Harry had restrained himself from practicing. It had not prevented him from studying the theory, which could be mind-bending at times. The author had even teased the possibility of conjuring material from nothing. When asked, Falkirk had told him they wouldn't approach that technique until the 5th year at the very earliest. The lesson itself was similarly humbling. Professor McGonagall was as strict as she looked, and reiterated the dangers of transfiguration in her clipped Scottish tone. Her stern warnings made Harry feel slightly queasy, but the lesson itself was disappointingly simple. After transfiguring her desk into a pig, she handed out matches, lectured for a while, most of which Harry, thankfully, understood, then asked them to change their matches into needles. By the lesson's end, Harry's match was thinner, pointier, and shone with a metallic sheen. Frustratingly, it could not be called a needle, but then again, no one else had seemed to have so much as touched their match. Susan and Alan were looking very frustrated. The most interesting part of the lesson came when Jacob Smythe, a rather lofty-looking boy, asked why witches and wizards didn't simply transfigure everything they required out of pebbles or stones or other odds and ends. If it was possible to make a transfiguration permanent, as they'd briefly been told it was, then what he said was the point of the wizarding seamstresses he'd seen in Diagon Alley. Susan had rolled her eyes at that, but to Harry it was a very good point, and one he was surprised he hadn't considered himself. Alan, too, seemed intrigued. This, Professor McGonagall began, is a twofold issue. First, it is a side effect of Hermeric's law of incongruity, so named after Hermeric, who soon discovered, after the advent of the wand and its transfigurative powers, the bonds that bind transfigured objects are most dissimilar to those of mundane objects, mundane, in this case, referring to a non-transfigured object. A mundane object may still be magical in essence. We witches and wizards can sense the strangeness of a transfigured object, and even muggles may notice something off about them. A transfigured robe is uncomfortable to wear and may react in unpredictable ways with the Generali's aura asterisk. That is, the magic of the air. A transfigured post holding up a house may one day decide to explode entirely of its own accord. Nor would this post hold the characteristics of the timber it was transfigured to emulate. Moreover, the magic required to induce permanence in a transfiguration is vast. In most cases, it is more sensible to cut down a tree for the post. You may substitute whatever example you wish. Does that answer your question, Mr. Smythe? It certainly wiped the haughty smirk of Smythe's face. That monologue alone made Harry's first transfiguration class more entertaining than herbology. Maybe it was Edward that put him off, or maybe Aunt Petunia and her gardening, or maybe it was the knowledge that herbology couldn't be used in dueling. But Harry found the class intensely boring. Professor Sprout was just as straightforward, just as kind, and just as quietly terrifying as he'd first thought. But no amount of kindness could make him enjoy cropping the gross fungi they'd been given. In fact, the only noteworthy event in herbology was his run-in with the pale boy from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. After Holt End, that seemed a lifetime ago. He introduced himself as Draco Malfoy, and this time Harry took the moment to properly study him. His clearest, most immediate impression was of wealth and pride, wizard's pride, the sort of raiment Ernie Macmillan clothed himself in, not his muggle-born friend Justin Finch-Fletchley. Malfoy was tall for his age, with slick-back hair as pale as his skin, which emphasized his piercing blue eyes. They were looking at Harry with an emotion he couldn't quite pick out. He was flanked by two thick-set boys who towered over them both, even the taller Malfoy. Harry couldn't have found any distinct emotion in their eyes if he'd looked for a week. Harry took Malfoy's outstretched hand. "Harry Potter," he said, then added jokingly, "Not that you didn't know." Malfoy smirked. "Nice to meet you, Potter. The well-born should stick together, don't you think?" He eyed Susan, who did not look back. "I think I can see you agree." Harry let go of Malfoy's hand. He wasn't trying to be rude. They'd shook hands for long enough, and he'd felt his heart begin to race. He didn't want Malfoy to feel it through his palm. It didn't solve his problem, though. After all, what did he say to that? People were listening. If he agreed, they'd think he was a snob. If he disagreed, then he'd injure Malfoy's pride and probably anger him. Harry didn't want to upset anybody. "I can see where you're coming from," Harry eventually replied. He did his best to keep his voice level. "But I've just been," he searched for the most abstract word he could find, "reintroduced to the wizarding world. I'm still finding my feet. Before I find my place, I think I need to look around first." He eyed Malfoy's friends by way of implication. "Too true," the Slytherin chuckled, glancing at the large boys he'd introduced as Crabbe and Goyle. "Could we perhaps see you at the Slytherin table one day for lunch to help you find this place?" Harry swallowed. He'd not been at Hogwarts long, but knew what Malfoy was asking. Slytherin was looked upon with suspicion. A low-level suspicion for the most part, but an exception might be made for the boy who lived. "Maybe one day," Harry said, "but I should settle in first. I'm afraid my appearance over there could cause a ruckus." Malfoy acquiesced to his reasoning and returned to his fungi. Harry had let out a long breath and did the same, only for Susan to elbow him in the ribs. "Do you know who that is?" she whispered angrily. Harry blinked, rubbing his sternum. It was strange to see her so animated. "A bit," he whispered back. "I'm sure you know more than me. That's the son of Lucius Malfoy. His father's the leader of the Gampist party, a Death Eater, Harry, a Death Eater." Her whisper had grown so loud that Hannah Abbott looked over at them, alarmed. She probably heard the words death and eater. Harry, meanwhile, chewed over her exclamation. He'd heard of the Gampists before, in flyers mostly, but Eric had mentioned them once too. He'd said the Gampists were the Rosier family's enemy, which didn't make much sense in light of this new knowledge. Quirinus Rosier had been a Death Eater too, so why were the Rosiers and the Gampists at odds? The contradiction was making his head hurt, so he decided to discard it and focus on the present. "I'll stay away from him then," he allowed. "But I don't really want to annoy him either. I'm practically a Muggle-born too, remember. I don't know what I'm doing." It had taken less than an hour for that fact to come out. His early ideas of hiding his ignorance were well shot through. Susan had been horrified. After herbology, they'd been given time to shower. The delectably warm water soothed his body and his heart and helped him calm down from his meeting with Malfoy. It also gave him time to muse, mostly on the nature of the shower itself. Not only was it perfect, not once wavering in temperature, but if Hogwarts were a Muggle school, they would never have been given the time to wash, never mind take a shower. They'd be out of the door and straight to another lesson. Instead, Harry and Susan took a gentle stroll around the grounds, met up with Alan by a quadrangle, and went to dinner. A few heads still turned to him as he wandered into the great hall. But as the scent of freshly baked bread hit him, and as he saw the brilliant dappling as the sun shone brightly through the stained glass windows, Harry decided he couldn't care less about his fame. Hogwarts was wonderful. And it's now mostly forgotten, but the world suffered a recession in the early 90s, which led to a brief period of falling house prices in Britain. Justin Finch-Fletchley is here laying blame monocausally on Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. Both were OPEC members, which is the reason for the rise in oil prices. Justin, of course, is 11, and though he's clearly business interested, he can't be expected to grasp the deeper reasons behind the recession. He's merely grabbed the headline, the cause he is aware of. Epiphany commemorates the baptism of Christ, while the Feast of the Annunciation celebrates the Archangel Gabriel's announcement to Mary that she would be the Mother of God, while Paschal Month is an Old English name for what is now called Eastertide, the broad Easter period. The practice of reading characteristics from the face is called physiognomy. It is an ancient idea at base, but received a scientific revisitation during the long Victorian period, during which time it became commonplace. Of course, past the epicline of World War II, it faded from the common consciousness, as physiognomy implies that characteristics of personality and intelligence could be connected to genetics. As of late, the theory has been tentatively revived, and so far evidence has validated what is, ultimately, common collective wisdom. This is likely because genes are multi-causal, e.g. genes which affect appearance may also affect the mind and vice versa. An English translation of a German proverb. Generali's aura can be read to mean something like general air. Here it is, the traditional run-through of Harry's first classes at Hogwarts, or at least half of them. After all, I write at my pace, and in detail particular to me. I suppose this might be called slice of life, and I think that's fair. Though nothing especially dramatic happens in this chapter, excluding the brief encounter with Malfoy, I believe that occasional slice-of-life chapters are important to the weight of a long-form story like this. If I were to skip from one major plot point to the next at speed, there would be no time to savor the moments. That aside, Harry has found his own trio, and it's 2 boys and a girl, how about that? I wonder where I got that idea from. Who knows? Anyway, in the next chapter we'll discover the identity of Gabriel, and Harry will finally get to his purpose. I've also received a message or 2 Abu, and I'll look into it. Obviously, I've never done anything like that before, and I wouldn't know where to start. A Harry Potter-based Discord, perhaps, where people can hang out and discuss the fandom, chapters in advance. That would be difficult, considering my work schedule and the amount of work that goes into each chapter. I'll take a look into it, Reed. I'll see what other people are doing. I hope you had a Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year, which is still ongoing, right? How long does the New Year period really last? Take care, JoustingAlchemy. 8. Gabriel and the Dueling Club Roman 3. Gabriel and the Dueling Club Roman 3. Harry practically leapt out of bed the next day with only one thought on his mind: defense against the dark arts. He almost bounced to the showers. Defense against the dark arts. He hummed the phrase out in a tune while scrubbing himself down. Then he was so eager to get going that he almost forgot to practice his Jiswifan wand movements, which he decided was ironic, considering that they were part of defense against the dark arts. After rushing his exercises, his wrist stinging sore, Harry bounded up the stairs to the common room, where he swiftly slowed and slowly curbed the stupid grin on his face. The few upper ears lounging around the room were looking at him as though he were mad. Harry felt his face burning. Soon Susan arrived to distract him, and they discussed what else but defense against the dark arts. Her aunt, obviously, was an expert, but Susan herself didn't know much about the subject. Apparently, Amelia Bones rarely let her work leak into her personal life. Harry felt there was more to it, but didn't want to pry. Still, they were both excited. His enthusiasm soon caught on. "It's amazing, isn't it?" Harry gushed, knowing he was being uncharacteristically loud. He didn't care. Defense is really everything else we learn at Hogwarts, all applied into practice. Charms, transfiguration, even potions and history of magic. A bit at least. He shrugged. "I'm actually not sure about the history of magic. Susan nodded, smiling shyly. It is, she said, but I don't think that's why you're so interested. You said you wanted to be a duelist, right? Of course, Harry replied. He was practically bouncing in his seat. They were interrupted for a moment by the sound of Megan Jones trudging up the girls' side staircase. Well, what sort of duelist do you want to be? Harry blinked. What sort of duelist? In the month since he'd witnessed the fight between Montague and Aurornine, the thought hadn't come up once. The kind that duels, he ventured. Susan giggled. From across the room, Megan gave her a very tired, evil eye. There's no money in dueling for dueling's sake, Harry. Some duelists go around the circuit, others become auras or hit wizards or bodyguards, you know, that sort of thing. That made Harry pause. Until recently, Hogwarts had been a misty dream. After Hogwarts, that'd been less than a dream, not even the shadow of a ghost on a sunny summer day. He considered the options Susan had laid out for him. Auras and hit wizards were like magical police, with auras being akin to detectives compared to any old policeman. Becoming a bodyguard, well, that was self-explanatory. The circuit, on the other hand, what circuit? The dueling circuit, silly. You know, people dueling each other for a prize, like a Quidditch tournament. Harry's mind did not go to Quidditch, which he barely understood, but tennis. He imagined duelists like Montague and Aurornine, or the Lyle brothers, battling each other while a crowd watched on. What a spectacle that would be. Back when he'd met Aurornine, he had said he was interested in becoming an aura. A hit wizard, he thought, would be much the same. But if he did, then he'd have to do what he was told. His mind turned toward the thousands of galleons piled high in his vaults. When he was an adult, he didn't really have to obey anyone, did he? So why put himself under the government? And he didn't exactly need the winnings from a tournament. The arrival of Justin Finch-Fletchley broke him from his reverie. Susan was still waiting patiently for his answer. Would she have waited until they had to go without a word? I want to duel, Harry eventually said, for the sake of dueling, for the fun of it. From his own chair, Wayne Hopkins sniggered. Don't let Melissa Lovell hear you say that. Lovell, Harry recalled, was the surname of Dennis Falkirk's seventh-year co-prefect. Strangely, they were not related at all. Why not? Oh, Hopkins said, in an unerringly accurate mockery of Melissa's voice. Dueling is so barbaric. Knock it off, Megan Jones said. Melissa's lovely. Well, that's love a lie, Hopkins said cynically. So's the gazelle. It still gets eaten by the lion. The conversation seemed to be pulling all the first years into its orbit, as Macmillan pointed to the crest on his robe. We're badgers, not lions. Finch-Fletchley decided to jump in too. Harry and Susan watched on quietly as they all started to discuss whatever it was they were discussing. Harry didn't have the heart to tell Macmillan about the time his stupid cousin was bitten by a vicious badger. He did decide to keep an eye on Hopkins. There was something strange about him. He always sounded older than he was. They met up with Alan just outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. His nose was notably wrinkling, and Harry soon discovered why. The whole corridor smelled of garlic. Susan looked ill. Where's that coming from? Harry asked the Ravenclaw. At that moment, Alan's expression would have made a baby cry. He shrugged. Maybe someone's been cooking something awful. Maybe 1,000 Frenchmen, Susan muttered. Harry smiled. Susan was cleverer than she let on. The only problem was that most of her witticisms were hushed due to her subdued manner. I'm sure it'll be better in the classroom, Harry said hopefully. It was not better in the classroom. It was worse. The whole dingy room reeked of garlic. The only saving grace was that, after being exposed to the smell for enough time, Harry became numb to it. Professor Quirrell, too, was disappointing. He stuttered terribly, so that lectures were often difficult to understand. Worse, his chosen textbook, The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection by Quentin Tremble, focused almost entirely on minor dark creatures like red caps and grindylows. They were interesting, but were only slightly more relevant to dueling than Professor Sprout's magical plants. The rumor quickly bounced around that the Dada professor had met a vampire during an expedition in Romania and had never been the same since. That would explain the garlic, though its potency against vampires was, as far as Harry knew, more of an old wives' tale than a magical fact. The strange choice of a headwear Professor Quirrell explained himself, ostensibly to dispel any hearsay. It was, he said, a gift from an African prince for ridding his land of a particularly troublesome zombie. Harry wasn't sure he believed it. Alan definitely didn't. They all left the classroom a little let down. Harry left the classroom immeasurably disappointed. His day was ruined. Another batch of herbology filled the day. Malfoy kept his distance, while Professor Sprout showed them basic potting techniques. They were no different to Muggle methods, and Harry had potted so many plants at the Dursleys that he could do it in his sleep. Not that Harry got that much sleep that night. His mind kept returning to defense against the dark arts, irritation building in him like an avalanche, slowly picking faults like a moving snowface might pick up rocks, then branches, then trees. He was too tired to practice his wand movements in the morning, but by then his anger had simmered down and stewed. It quietly smoldered throughout the week, which was filled with the three primary subjects, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, and punctuated by the secondary classes of herbology, astronomy, which took place, predictably enough, at the top of the astronomy tower, and history of magic. Harry found himself enjoying astronomy in a casual way. There was something wonderful about climbing the steps of the astronomy tower at midnight, at whose apex the vastness of the cosmos spread before them. The clear Highland air revealed detail suburban Surrey concealed, while handheld wizarding telescopes magnified those details with an accuracy Harry was sure could not be replicated with anything less than that Hubble thing NASA had just launched asterisk. The class was led by Aurora Sinastra, the astronomy teacher, whose personality reminded Harry of Professor McGonagall. They had the same no-nonsense approach, the same stern warnings, don't look at the Aratids for too long or you'll go mad, and the same sensible methods of teaching. Even so, the subject itself could not assuage his irritation. Dueling and astronomy was as far apart as the Earth and a distant star. Susan, however, loved each and every lesson. The stars seemed to mesmerize her. Behind the telescope, she seemed to lose all sense of time. Sometimes, Harry had to drag her away from the eyepiece. Alan, meanwhile, spent his week in anticipation. He'd heard about flying on broomsticks from his cousin Gabriel Jorkins, or so he said, and had become obsessed, which he didn't say, but Harry and Susan plainly observed. He spent almost every moment outside classes discussing what it would be like, how it worked, endlessly speculating. Even when they managed to shut him up, they could tell he was still thinking about it. But before Saturday's one-off flying lesson, Harry had to tackle Friday's double potions with Professor Snape, whose reputation was dire in Hufflepuff House, to say the least. Apparently, he made at least one Hufflepuff cry in their first lesson every year, and at least one a fortnight thereafter, sometimes more. What was the point of that? Dread was making him feel ill. It layered atop his long-burning irritation like ice frozen atop sludge. Fortunately, a pleasant surprise arrived in the post to distract him. Hedwig arrived with 100 other owls who circled the tables, dropping off packages, envelopes, and papers. It was quite a sight. Usually, Hedwig just came for a fuss, a nibble on his ear, and a streak of bacon. This time, she arrived with a message. Dear Harry, it read in large, untidy letters, I know you get Friday afternoons off, so would you like to come and have a cup of tea with me around 3? I want to hear all about your first week. Send us an answer back with Hedwig. Hagrid. What's that? Susan said. Harry handed the paper over and looked for a quill reply with. The thought of seeing Hagrid filled him with a pleasant joy. He'd only ever been nice to him. It made him reconsider Professor Snape's upcoming lesson. After all, how bad could it be? Quite bad, as it turned out. Harry had only briefly seen Professor Snape at the start-of-term banquet. He swooped into the murky, cold classroom like a bird of prey, or Harry thought, observing his plain black robe a bat. Professor Snape said nothing. He strode to his desk, where he immediately began to take register. He stopped at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said tonelessly. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. A few of the Ravenclaws sniggered behind their hands. One of them was Jacob Smythe, who he recognized from Transfiguration. Harry felt himself tense. What was this? There was poison in the professor's tone. Why? He finished the register without further comment, stood, and stared out at them all, his hands behind his back. He was like a ghost wrapped in a shadow, with pallid skin, dark hair, and black eyes, which observed with passionless contempt. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he said. His words were smouldering quietly, but Harry heard every vowel and consonant. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, Many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't believe you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop a death, if you want as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. It seemed he'd bewitched the whole class, because no one said anything for a long while. Of the serious professors, Sprout had been pleasant, McGonagall stern, and Flitwick cheery. None of them had been so. Harry struggled for a descriptor, profound. Potter, Snape barked suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood? Harry jumped, his heart pounding. Again, what was his problem? He searched his memory desperately, particularly his reading of magical drafts and potions. Nothing struck immediately, and he briefly wondered if it wasn't in the textbook, if it was just a cruel trick by the professor. He searched hopelessly among the shelves, bookcases and drawers for some clue, and surprisingly, found it with a ratty book in whose title was the word infusion. There was only one infusion-based ingredient in magical drafts and potions, and it wasn't even meant to be brewed by first years. It was a trick question of a sort. He was too scared to be angry. The two primary ingredients of the draft of the living death. Snape didn't even blink before firing off another question. And where would you look if I asked you to find me a Bezoar? Lily Moon of Ravenclaw raised her hand. Snape ignored her. Harry felt his eyes boring holes into his skull. He tried to rack his brain but couldn't think of anything at all. He'd frozen. I don't know, sir. Snape sneered. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry breathed a sigh of relief. This he knew. It was one of the first things he'd memorized. They're the same plant, sir. It was also, he knew, called aconite, but he didn't think Snape would appreciate that. Harry had been taught by similar, though less extreme teachers at St. Gregory's Primary School *. Mrs. Williams especially would look for anything that could be considered cheek. Snape, he judged, was much the same. Less than adequate, Snape snapped. But teachable, perhaps. Wolfsbane, my preferred name for the plant, is also called aconite as well as monkshood. A Bezoar might be found in the stomach of a goat and will save you from most common poisons. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? The rest of the lesson was similarly grim. Snape charmed a piece of chalk to write the instructions to Lamprey's boil-curing potion on the blackboard, split them into pairs, and set them to work. He said little the entire lesson. Harry felt like he was sweating into his own potion. Snape had lurked over them the whole way, silently criticizing, judging with every joyless flicker of his gaze. Eventually, the pressure exploded, just not at Harry's table. Lily Moon shrieked as a cloud of green miasma burst from her cauldron with an unearthly crackle. Spinning mechanisms, just like the one in the Hufflepuff common room, whirred into action, sucking the acrid smoke into the ceiling. When it was gone, Moon was revealed to be standing on an adjacent table, crying her eyes out. An evil-looking green liquid had burned a hole through her cauldron and the table beneath it. Snape cleared it away with a wave of his wand. Stupid girl. Harry felt a headache coming on, glad that his potion needed only simmering. If he'd missed a step while distracted by the commotion, no doubt Snape would relish his own misfortune. He took a look down at his own concoction and frowned. It was a deep grass green, which did match the color wheel in the textbook. But it was still due 15 minutes of simmering. Was that right? Was it supposed to be the colorum finalis, the final hue, with so much time remaining? Harry checked the instructions. Jigger made no mention of its ideal color before the final simmering. Damn. As it turned out, the color didn't change at all in the final 15 minutes, so Harry handed in his vial of potion without incident. Lily Moon, on the other hand, had been taken to the hospital wing as a precaution. Snape said she might have inhaled something during the explosion. Harry just thought he couldn't stand the sight of her. Harry could barely stand the sight of Snape, either. What an awful man. He didn't even bother to teach. With him glowering over the class, he'd only made them all skittish. Would Moon have blown her cauldron up if Snap hadn't been hovering over her like an overgrown bat? Harry doubted it. Fresh Scottish air proved a welcome balm to his sense of injustice. He, Susan, and Alan sat by the lake and watched as Hogwarts' infamous prankster twins, Fred and George Weasley, skipped stones across the surface. That was nothing unusual, but the sucker-lined tentacle poking out the water, copying them, was. Apparently, a giant squid had made its home in the depths of the lake, and it was friendly, playful in fact. Even Susan was staring. Soon 3 o'clock was drawing near, but none of them really wanted to move. Relaxing on the warm grass, the late summer sun glinting off the gentle lake, why do anything at all? A pleasant breeze caressed his cheek, lifting his hair. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. We've got to get to Hagrid's hut. Do we have to? Alan grumbled. He was laying back on his elbows. What's Hagrid like anyway? I only really saw him on the first day, and he was big. Harry thought back to when he first met the giant of a man, back on that island. He'd been fierce, making a mockery of Uncle Vernon's shotgun, and kind with his squashed cake, and ever so slightly mischievous with his tail-sprouting charm when Dudley had tried to eat the cake. No, Harry corrected himself. That was a punishment too. It was his way of being, just in a small way. But Harry didn't really know how to articulate any of that, so instead he said he was nice. The nicest person I've ever met, he added. Susan just looked pensive. He's awfully big, they were, Harry thought with a roll of his eyes, being silly. Come on, he said, standing. Let's get going. So they tracked around the lake, with Hogwarts looming over them like a living mountain, until they came to Hagrid's small wooden house by the forest. A crossbow the size of a child was propped up by the door. Susan whimpered. When Alan knocked, fairly softly, it must be mentioned, they were startled by several booming barks. Susan stepped back, flinching with each sound. Harry peered toward the door, himself a little wary. Whatever kind of dog that was, it sounded as though it were as large as Hagrid and twice as mean. Back, Fang, back. The door swung open, revealing Hagrid holding back a giant black boarhound. He waved them in with a hand the size of a dinner plate. Trepidation was plain on Susan's face, and Alan was frozen. Harry alone entered, and his friends followed reluctantly. Inside was a single room. Pheasants, rabbits, and hams were hanging from hooks in the ceiling, which Harry assumed were somehow enchanted to keep the meat fresh. A copper kettle was boiling on an open hearth, whose smoke was sucked away by an ocrite spinner. Harry had recently learnt their name from Professor Flitwick. In the corner sat a massive bed with a patchwork quilt. Make yourself at home, Hagrid said, letting Fang free. To Susan's terror, he immediately bundled over to her and began to lick her face. She sat stock still like a young deer that had just spied a wolf in the grass. Hagrid reached over and placed a reassuring hand on her back. He won't harm you, girl. Look, he's soft as muck. Fang indeed was just licking, and gently at that. His eyes were as dark as Hagrid's and equally gentle. He was not as rough as his name, though by the reddening of Susan's cheeks his tongue might have been. Slowly she relaxed. Then she put a hand by Fang's ear and petted him. The boarhound leaned into her touch, and Susan giggled. This is Susan, Harry said. He nodded toward Alan. And Alan. Hagrid made an amicable sound, which very much resembled a motor car's horn. Susan Bones and Alan Jorkins, I knows of you both. Your aunt's a great woman, always a good ally of the headmaster. And your cousin Alan, lovely character, so excited to get to know you. Helps me with me classes, does Gabriel, always standing up for what's right. Susan turned from red to crimson, while Alan just looked uncomfortable. He was always tetchy around the subject of his newfound family. Tea was quickly passed out, and rock cakes so hard they'd have to be soaked in water to be edible. To anyone except Hagrid, it seemed. So how have you found it so far? Alan did most of the talking for a while, relating their shared experiences of Hogwarts. Hagrid chuckled at their complaints about Professor Binns. Aye, bad business there, but took issue with their issue with Snape. But he seemed to really hate me. Rubbish, Hagrid said. Why should he? Despite his denials, he couldn't quite hold Harry's gaze as he said it. Looking forward to flying. That was a definite change of subject, but Harry saw it work. Alan launched into a gushing analysis of his newfound love of Quidditch and flying more broadly. Meanwhile, Harry picked up a newspaper cutting half hidden by a tea cozy. It was dated for that Friday, from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on 31st July, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. 31st July, Harry pushed that date around his mind. It only took a moment to click. Hagrid, Harry said, interrupting something Alan was saying about broom polishing. That Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have happened while we were there. This time, Hagrid definitely avoided his eyes. Pursing his lips, Harry reread the story. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day, like Vault 713, with its strange little package. After all, that was the only item in the vault, so that must have counted as emptying, right? Which meant that whatever the thieves were looking for, Hagrid had it. Harry didn't have much time to ponder the mystery of Vault 713. The day of the flying lesson arrived as though it wore wings. Alan was practically bouncing around the great hall at breakfast, nattering endlessly to all and sundry. At the Hufflepuff table, Finch Fletchley was green at the gills. "I hate heights," he lamented. "My uncle took me to the grand opening of 1 Canada Square in August. The Duke of Edinburgh was there. I vomited." Macmillan patted him on the back. "It won't be so bad. You'll have full control. And if you do fall, Madam Hooch will be watching. She'll catch you with a spell." The word fall made Finch Fletchley swoon. Hopkins was watching them, smirking as usual. You've got a real way with words. Harry, meanwhile, was sitting quietly by Susan, listening, observing rather than speaking. Hannah Abbott seemed eager, so did Megan Jones. The latter was telling the former about her Quidditch-playing cousin, Gwenog Jones. Harry kept half an ear to their conversation. Perhaps he'd pick up something useful, but whatever he might hear, he doubted it'd help his dueling. That irritation had never faded. Useless Professor Quirrell with his stupid turban and his garlic. Lately, even sitting in the Dada classroom had given Harry the most awful headaches. The thought made him scowl. "Come on," he said shortly. "Let's get Alan and go to the lake. There's still an hour until the lesson." Alan talked their ears off at the lake, while Susan was perfectly polite with him, nodding along politely, answering in her short, shy style when appropriate. Harry's irritation only grew. Lately he'd been dreaming of dueling, dreaming of those 2 fights, Montague against Oronine and the battle of the brothers Eric and Edward. He spent less time thinking about Amanda and Lady Rosier, as from what he saw, neither could be considered duelists. In fact, he didn't want to think about Lady Rosier at all, but he'd had plenty of time to do so, and pity had grown like a weed in his mind, sometimes tinging him with melancholy, sometimes strangling his heart. She was, he judged, only doing what she thought best for her family. Edward had. Edward had taken advantage, and now who knew what had happened to them? Did the order of life sort those sorts of things out? The Rosiers couldn't go to the DMLE. Their justice would be, what was the phrase Susan had used once? By Falval's laws. As he understood it, that meant rough justice. It made something squirm in Harry's belly. It made the warmth of the sun feel a little cooler, the light a little dimmer. What if he hadn't gotten involved? Really, he knew that the treacheries at Holt End would have played out some way regardless, but he'd been in the wizarding world a month. What if his presence had caused more harm than good? Nor did he want to know about that harm. He didn't want to sit awake at night, as he begun to do of late, turning it all over in his head. If he'd just listened to Oronine's advice, if he hadn't searched for a lightspeed, his head throbbed. A lightspeed he'd not even been able to use yet. Harry snatched up his satchel furiously. "We should get going," he bit out. "Flying lesson'll be soon." Thankfully, it seemed that Alan knew when to shut up. All the energy that would have sprung from his mouth transferred to his hands, so that he fidgeted like a toddler after a Coca-Cola binge. Susan, who Harry suspected had never been told to shut up in her life, just watched him silently. The trip did calm him down. They arrived at a particular flat lawn to see 20 broomsticks neatly arrayed in 2 lines. Some of them looked a little crooked, or their bristles a little bare. School brooms did not have a good reputation. Harry picked by his judgment the best of what remained. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch mistress, arrived with a scattering of Hufflepuffs. The Ravenclaws were already present. They seemed to have already chosen the best brooms. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick." "Come on, hurry up." Harry looked at his broom suspiciously. This was a part of witchcraft and wizardry he was not exactly sold on. It was, after all, just an enchanted piece of wood. If they could enchant a broom to fly, why couldn't they enchant something like a plane? He was sure there was a good reason. Perhaps he'd already read about it, but nothing was coming to him now. Nothing except how very ridiculous this was. "Stick out your right hand over the broom," Madam Hooch commanded, "and say, 'Up.'" Up! Harry's broom shot into his hand. Susan's rose slowly, almost gently, as though it were slowly waking. Alan's rolled over, as though it didn't want to wake. It took 2 or 3 tries before all the class had their brooms in hand. Strange, Harry thought. Was that because of the broom or the rider? Either way, it was a good sign for him. Madam Hooch then went up and down the lines, advising as to how to mount a broom without sliding off the end. Harry vaguely imagined one of those anthropomorphic cartoon characters slowly losing their grip, their broom shooting off into the distance, and gravity taking hold rather suddenly. Apparently, Susan's stance was perfect, and her grip nearly its equal. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground hard," said Madam Hooch. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. Harry bent his legs and kicked. There was a brief sensation of floating, then falling, and then the power of the broom kicked in. Harry felt it subtly vibrating beneath him, holding him in the air, and with that feeling came a fresh, fierce rush of exhilaration. He leaned left, bearing his weight against the bristled rear. The broom pivoted a slow left on its axis. He leaned right, applying the same pressure. The broom pivoted right. Simple. Robes were fluttering behind him. The ground must have been 10 feet beneath him, and the sky stretched beyond, infinite in beauty. He felt free. "Potter," Harry started. He'd been so sucked in by his first flight that he'd begun to daydream. Madam Hooch was shouting up at him. "Come down, Potter." That didn't sound so good. Harry grimaced, angled his broom down, and made a soft landing a few feet from the teacher. Madam Hooch sniffed. "You were supposed to hover a few inches off the ground, Potter." "Oh," Harry said. "Sorry, I got carried away." "Don't do it again, Potter," she said sternly, "and well done for a clean landing." There was, he detected, just a hint of approval in her tone. Harry grinned, still elated from his flight. Thereafter, Madam Hooch split the class into groups. Alan trudged off to the lower group, pouting, while Harry and Susan, along with about 7 others, including, predictably, Megan Jones, were given large wooden bowls called quaffles and told to pass them around, gently. That proved trickier than it sounded, as not only did Harry have to maneuver himself to meet the arc of the quaffle, but he also had to take a hand of his broom to catch it. It was good practice, though, and Harry soon got the hang of it. And with the wind in his hair, the sun on his back, and the world stretched out beneath him, he began to tune out once more. His world shrank to the warmth, the wind, and chiefly to the joy in his heart, the freedom of flight. He drifted within himself, thinking nothing, dreaming without dreams. But he must have drifted close to another group, because words, snatches of conversation, began to enter his mind. Almost all of them he immediately forgot, all except one word: club. Yes, Harry thought, his thoughts finally emerging, gathering speed like the Hogwarts Express. Yes, that's what we need. A club, a club. If Quirrell was useless, and charms and transfiguration were mostly theory, then what he needed was a club, a dueling club with a room and a teacher. A place to try out the lightspeed when everyone else has left. Harry. Susan's voice, startlingly close, broke the spell. Yes, you drifted off again. Harry smiled. I don't think I did. I know exactly what I'm doing. Sorry, Harry, I'd love to, but I'm just so busy. I'm sure you understand exams, prefect's duties, that sort of thing. Speaking of prefect's duties, I've got to be off now. Good luck. Falkirk shook Harry's hand and left the great hall. Harry watched him leave, morose. Well, that's another refusal, Alan said. He was sitting at the Hufflepuff table today. Another was an understatement. Unsurprisingly, first years couldn't start clubs, so they began to ask older students to do so on their behalf. Those conversations were once nerve-wracking. Now they become frustrating. Every single one of them had an excuse, except those few who refused on account of dueling being barbaric. Melissa Lovell had even come around to give them a lecture on the topic, which irritated Harry, and upset Susan, which only made Harry more irritated. I think we're out of options, Susan said, in a voice barely beyond a whisper. Harry thought so too. They'd ran through the Hufflepuff prefects first, then every older Hufflepuff student with a reputation for Dada expertise, then using Alan as an introduction. They'd done the same with the Ravenclaws. Nothing. It made Harry ponder his own celebrity. He'd been forced to wield his fame to see Montague in the cage. It had worked on Aurornine, but not on a single Hogwarts student. Why not? Was it to do with the age difference, with Aurornine remembering the dark times, as Hagrid had called them? Or was it because taking Harry to see Montague hadn't really cost or Neen anything, while now he was asking for commitment to running a club? It was all very frustrating, as was his fame itself, now that he thought about it. Ever since he'd stopped wearing a hideaway patch, he'd truly experienced what it meant to be a celebrity, and he couldn't help but feel torn. On the one hand, a part of him couldn't help but enjoy the attention he'd never had before, but nor did it take him long to remember why he was famous. His parents had died so that he could live. That was when the other hand revealed itself. Though it wasn't the public's fault, at times he couldn't help but resent the attention. And that only made him feel guilty, as they didn't mean badly. They were grateful for Voldemort's end. His guilt had only magnified when the real strength of feeling towards the legend of the boy who lived was explained to him. Susan herself had struggled with hero worship those first few days, and it was Susan who piped up then, except without anything half as loud as a pipe. "What about your cousin, Alan?" she said. "Isn't Gabriel a prodigy?" Alan went rigid at the mention of his birth family. It hadn't been the first time. I don't know. What if, the encroaching redness of his cheeks was contrasting strongly with his steel-grey eyes, which were, metaphorically, screaming, "Please just leave it alone." Susan looked ready to return to her shell, but Harry knew he had to push it this time. He had to get his dueling club. Gabriel was their best chance. "Alan, stop. What makes you think Jorkins doesn't want to get to know you?" Well, what if? Alan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began again. Even after calming himself, he rapidly began to babble. "Do you that Draco Malfoy's family has two manors? They have an ancestral seat on the Wisengamot and wear robes like it's 1391 instead of 1991, and they have house elves and servants. Servants, Harry." Harry felt a spike of sympathy and winced. He could already sense Susan's unimpressed stare burrowing into the Ravenclaw. It was true, the wizarding world was strange. But on the other hand, Harry opened his mouth, but Susan beat him to it. She said dramatically, pouting. "I suppose you mustn't like me then. Thorny Hill has seen better days, but it's still the Bones Manor." To Harry, it was obvious play acting, but to a panicked Alan, she must have seemed genuinely offended. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. But you know what I mean, I'm basically a muggle-born, right? But it is our best chance, so I'll see what I can do." Relief washed over Harry like a waterfall on a hot day. He had what he wanted. He could leave it there, but Alan, have you noticed how people tend to use each other's last names in the wizarding world? Alan nodded. Yes. It's old-fashioned, Victorian stuff, right?" Once, Harry had thought the same at least until Holt End. Yes and no. Wizards and witches are more formal, but the real reason they use each other's last names is because that's the important name. The family name. It's the family that's important. You share that name with all the other Jorkins, so they'll always accept you. Alan listened along, then glanced at Susan, who nodded. He sighed. Really? Really? It was a good plan, but the first hiccup arrived quickly when Alan informed them that Gabriel, as a fourth year, was technically a year too young to lead a club. "Doesn't matter," Harry said, bulldozing forward. He was too far in to back out now. "I'm sure Professor Quirrell can make an exception for the boy who lived." Alan looked drained, but still managed to snicker. "Careful, you'll struggle to fit through doorways if your head gets any bigger." "Playing that card can open doorways," Susan pointed out quietly. Harry grimaced. "It can, but Alan's got a point. I was just Harry in the Muggle world, but here I'm someone else. I'd be an idiot not to take advantage, but don't be afraid to tell me if I go too far." "Gladly," Alan said. "Gladly." He was less glad to go and find Gabriel at lunch. It took another round of encouragement for him to lead Harry and Susan to an enclosed quadrangle near Hogwarts' vast bridge. It was the first time Harry had been in this part of the castle. He saw a mixed group of fourth years sitting around a couple of stone benches. Alan stopped about 30 feet away, his hands clenched by his side. "So," Harry said. He could almost hear his friend's teeth clenching. "Which one's your cousin?" Alan nodded jerkily toward a tall, willowy girl. "What? I thought Gabriel was." "A boy," Susan finished. Uncomfortable as he was, Alan still managed a sly smile. "I never said that, did I?" Harry thought back through his previous references to his cousin, realizing that he'd always avoided he's or she's. That could only have been on purpose, and he didn't correct them when they called Gabriel a boy. "You bugger," he said, "but you're still going to have to introduce us." Alan's jaw visibly flexed, but he nodded. Slowly, like a deer walking up to a wolf, he approached. Harry and Susan followed. Gabriel noticed before the rest of the fourth years. Up close, Harry saw that she had wide, dancing eyes, the same steely color as her cousin. They were alert, and Harry felt he was being evaluated as soon as she looked upon him. But mostly, she was looking at her cousin. Gabriel smiled, and it was a familiar smile. She could have been Alan's older sister. "Alan," she said, sweeping him into a hug. Alan tensed until she released him. Hi, Gabriel." "Gabby," she corrected, pouting. "And I see you've brought friends." Susan Bones," Alan said, "and Harry Potter." Her eyes lingered for a brief moment on his forehead. "Nice to meet you both." She had a blinding smile, and Harry couldn't help but feel taken in. "Nice to meet you, Gabby," Susan said softly. She dipped in a slight curtsy. But Gabriel just laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "None of that silly old stuff. I'm just glad that Alan's finally brought his friends to meet me. You've got to tell me all about your time so far at Hogwarts." She practically skipped over to an empty bench, pulling them along the way. "Tell me everything." And so they did. They gossiped about Alan's Ravenclaw classmates. Apparently Anthony Goldstein was a terrible snorer, and Harry and Susan's Hufflepuffs. Macmillan and Finch Fletchley's business conversations she found particularly funny. Then went over the classes. Harry made sure to approach defense against the dark arts last. "And that's why we're here, you see," Harry said. He swallowed. This was the moment he'd been repeating in his mind, planning what to say. "Professor Quirrell's no good, so we think we should start a club. A dueling club where people can learn practical self-defense magic." Gabriel was looking at him with such attention that he wavered. Susan backed him up. "Technically, only fifth years and above can lead clubs, but you're a defense prodigy. And with T the boy who lived behind you, we're sure Professor Quirrell could make an exception." Gabriel was nodding along until that moment. She stopped, looked to the sky, then back. "Okay," she said, as though they were discussing the weather. "When do we start?" "And with Gabriel's knowledge, I'm sure she'll make a great teacher for us all," Harry finished. Professor Quirrell was listening attentively from behind his desk, occasionally petting the flank of the monitor lizard he seemed to love. It was called Bertie. His face had taken on a strange number of expressions during Harry's pitch and looked very white against the deep purple turban. Now it had settled on constipated. Harry didn't feel much better. The stench of garlic was almost overwhelming. It was already giving him a headache. I see," the professor began in his stuttering staccato. "I think it's an interesting idea, B, but the other teachers, they're on the W ward's edge of B bout it." This was the second meeting between the three of them. Professor Quirrell had accepted their idea in principle in the first one, but had demurred, saying he wanted the advice of the other teachers first. "Because of the subject, sir?" Gabriel inquired. "Or because of my age? And not the S subject, no. And not many rabid Campbellites I in Hogwarts see, certainly not among the teaching staff." Gabriel smiled brightly. But B bending the rules for why you I is an issue. After all, our rules are rules for our reason," he finished with that particular nervous laugh of his. That Harry thought spelled the end. That laugh alone meant that he was going to refuse them. Professor Quirrell hated telling people no. And after all he'd done, he canvassed half of Hufflepuff's older students just to be knocked back at the very end when he was so close. Harry felt his headache reach the crown of his head, pressing against his skull like a band. "What if," Gabriel said, "you were to chaperone the first few lessons at least, just to make sure everything's up to Hogwarts standards? It'll be my first time teaching after all. I want to make the school proud." Harry had noticed over the past days, a certain honest enthusiasm that was difficult to resist, not that Harry had tried. He wanted the club even more than her. In his historical studies, he'd seen both Albus Dumbledore and the Dark Lord described as possessing irresistible personalities. Only now, in Gabriel's presence, was he beginning to realize what that really meant. It made Harry feel small, but not in a bad way, not as he felt small compared to Dudley or Uncle Vernon, but in the way a grain of sand was small compared to the ocean. Gabriel had a way of sucking in all the light of a room. And while Professor Quirrell shifted in his chair, then went very still, he seemed deep in thought. Harry waited for the refusal, his head still pounding. "Very well," the Dada professor said. "Find yours a way suitable classroom and I'll sign off on your C club." His watery blue eyes turned to Harry, and he smiled a diffident smile. Mr. P.P. Potter. While a flood of relief crashed through Harry, cooling his awful headache, he also felt his cheeks burn. Fantastic, he thought. But clearly the professor knew the real origin of the idea. How could he not? If it went badly, would he be blamed? Harry smiled back skittishly. Hey, Miss J. Jorkins, I'll expect to see chaperone the F first. 7 lessons. Yes, sir, Gabriel chirped. It didn't take them long to find a usable room. Gabriel had managed to rope half a dozen of her own friends into exploring the castle. Harry, Susan, and Alan found some curious sights themselves. In a little chamber by the astronomy tower, they'd found a lever that opened a trapdoor. The steps below were rotting away, but retained strength enough to hold the weight of a first year. At the bottom, the tight, twisting staircase had opened into a catacomb, whose designs Harry recognized. There he'd half expected to spy the glinting portrait of Quirinus Rosier in the darkness, and the glow of fungi in the distance. The latter, he had guessed, was out there, but none of them had wanted to journey further into the unknown deep earth. Susan, as it turned out, had special reason to be wary. The stories she shared of the depths of Eurobrunner Asterisk gave Harry nightmares for a few days thereafter. How, he had wondered, shivering in his bed after waking from a nightmare, could witches and wizards live above such places, where demons and worse might spawn? It gave him a new, terrible appreciation of his journey into the deep earth beneath Holt End. Only when he struck up the courage to discuss the catacombs further with Susan was she able to reassure him. Apparently, the spawning of a demon was a rare occurrence, and they were only ever birthed in the deepest, darkest depths. He and Hercules would have been infinitely unlucky to stray across one. On that very same day, they finally found their perfect practice room just a few doors down from where their search began. The floor plan was open, rectangular and plain. A few flagstones required repair, a few sconces were rusted. Otherwise, it was ideally empty. Alan had come across it. He'd led Harry to the room with an unconquerable smirk on his face. It wasn't difficult to determine his intention, so when he pushed the door open with a flourish, Harry had feigned apathy. What? Said, trying his best to keep a straight face. Alan's brow furrowed. Harry struggled not to burst into laughter. Then he gestured silently at the room. Harry made a show of looking around. It's just another chamber. There was a long moment of silence as Alan stared, open-mouthed, while Harry carefully sculpted his face. Then something tipped in the air, and Harry winced as Alan punched him playfully on the shoulder. You dingbat, the Ravenclaw said. Harry could no longer suppress his laughter or his glee. 2 days later, they had a club. Gabriel and Professor Quirrell had co-signed the parchment, officially turning what turned out to be an old alchemy study into a dueling chamber. That gave them access to a small budget, which they duly spent repairing and furnishing the room. New sconces were found, and flagstones were borrowed, stolen from next door, and most importantly, the paraphernalia of a dueling circle was ordered in. First to arrive were Hogwarts banners, smaller copies of those adorning that great hall. They were plain, black, and edgeless, and emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Gabriel had laughed giddily to see them delivered, and threw the heavy linen over Harry's head. Oi, he'd shouted, clawing at the darkness as Gabriel had giggled. You're wearing Hagrid's cloak, she laughed. Soon after, large pots of wizarding smelling salts, labelled hartshorn, 4 decorative longswords, and 4 strange candelabras were delivered. Harry puzzled over them, until Susan explained that it was tradition that 4 sharp swords mark the edges of a dueling circle. The candelabra's purpose was to hold those swords. 2 days after that, the flyers were sent out. Sleft defense, they said, to much amusement. In the dungeons, by the painting of Elagabalus the Mad, led by Gabriel Jorkins, be there or be square. Harry didn't know where Gabriel had picked up that muggleism, but he did know it was too late to fix the typo. Not that he'd even wanted the club called that in the first place, but Susan had suggested it help placate people like Melissa Lovell. Finally, the day arrived, and Harry arrived at all his lessons first, and left first. He bounced through the day, not once raising his hand, almost turning a color-changing charm into an explosion hex in charms. Alan was very keen to point out who teased him for his own flying-related excitement. Harry didn't care. What mattered were the people milling around the dueling room after classes. Everyone from first years to 7th years, maybe 50 of them. That number he expected to decrease over the weeks, but even if it halved, there was still 25 people to duel. I think I should have found a bigger room, Alan said, nodding at the mass, which had divided itself into chattering groups of 3 to 5. Irritatingly, Jacob Smythe belonged to one of them and Draco Malfoy to another. Half of them won't turn up for the next one, Harry said. Susan looked at the crowd cautiously. Just then, a crackling boom sounded from the dueling platform. The room fell silent. Gabriel Jorkins was standing there, her wand outstretched, beaming at them all. Wearing her characteristic ratty jeans and oversized jumper, she didn't seem fazed at all by the many sets of eyes now focused upon her. "Good afternoon, class," she said in sing-song, which resembled Professor Sprout most strongly, cracking a grin. The room tittered. I kid. You're not in class, and I'm not a teacher. I do know a bit about defense, though, and I'll try and teach you what I know at your own pace, as I see we've got a mixture of year groups here." Her voice was losing its silly sparkle the longer she spoke, dropping into ever more serious notes. "Now, what are we learning? This isn't a club about fighting. This is about defending yourself if needed, with an emphasis on practicality. But we're not about going around picking fights." Speak for yourself, Harry thought, restraining his grin. He knew all this was cover. In 1635, 322 witches and wizards died of wounds sustained during duels. We cannot say how many more were injured. This was the peak of honorist culture, when men and women patrolled the streets seeking battle. They found it to their deaths. Wizard kind has since begun to restrain itself, starting with the Gampian Enlightenment spearheaded by the Gamp family themselves. We do not want to see those dark days return, but neither can we leave ourselves defenseless. Every witch and wizard carries a weapon in their pocket. She held her wand in the air for emphasis. So we must all know how to use them for good, not evil. We must all use them to advance the cause of justice. Harry listened intently, but picked out more with his eyes. He saw the belief etched on Gabriel's face as she spoke, the passion smouldering in her gaze. At that moment, staring up at her, Harry felt something indescribable, something he'd never felt before. It resonated in his heart, and in the resolve in her expression, in the conviction in Gabriel's heart. He needed to duel. "Wands at the ready," said Kevin Sterndale. He was one of Gabriel's friends, and was apparently a decent duelist himself. Harry hadn't seen him duel, and suspected he never would, because Sterndale was a troubadour, which in dueling terms meant something akin to a referee, rather than a singer as Harry understood the word to mean. Harry gripped his wand tighter, feeling the sweat on his palm. The eyes of the Self-Defense Club focused on him. This was their third meeting, and the first to involve a practical exercise beyond casting at dummies. Nerves had begun to devil him over the past days, doubts creeping into his mind. What if he couldn't fight? What if he was rubbish after all the effort? He glanced across at his opponent, a first-year Ravenclaw called Michael Corner. He too looked green at the gills. 3. Harry took heart at the nerves of his opponent and stepped into the basic lattice stance side-on, wand emanacy, to minimize his cross-section, just as he'd been taught. Corner did the same. It made him look small, and Harry briefly wondered how he was supposed to hit him at 25 feet. Then again, Corner was surely having the same thoughts, wasn't he? 2. The revulsion jinx, Harry decided. The anonymous author of Tricks to Ensnare favored it as an opener. 1. Relatio. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm streaked toward him with disturbing speed, while Harry's purple flash kicked away from his own wand. A burst of adrenaline powered through his veins. Time seemed to slow, and Harry stepped rightwards, knowing triumphantly that the charm would miss him. His triumph turned to panic as he stumbled, his trailing leg catching on his right. Merlin. Instead of smoothly stepping, Harry ended up throwing himself into a flailing, inelegant crouch. The Expelliarmus sailed by his left shoulder, while the revulsion jinx just scraped by Corner. But hour after hour of Jiswiffen movements made his wrist move before he even knew it was happening. All he had to do was say, "Flipendo." Caught on his heels, in the midst of casting, the knockback jinx struck Corner solidly in the flank, sending him tumbling out of bounds. The troubadour blew to signify the end of the duel. It was music to Harry's ears. He released a long, relieved breath. He'd won. He'd actually won a duel. His first duel. Smiling ear to ear, he helped Corner to his feet. "Well done," said Gabriel in her best teacher's voice. stepping into the circle just as she'd done for the dozen duels before. It was strange to hear her speak so professionally. Both of you. Michael, it's impressive that you can cast the disarming charm in first year. It requires some power. However, it's usually a bad choice for an opener with its slow travel time. Harry, I'm surprised you know Relatio. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. You read more words than you speak, after all. There was a general good-natured laughter then, which made Harry blush. Relatio's a good choice, fast and accurate, and a good opener for a spell chain, which I see you're beginning to develop. Gabriel turned from Harry in corner, looking at the assembled club. That was the difference, Harry's poor footwork aside. He was halfway to casting his next spell immediately after he'd finished his first. He who thinks ahead gets ahead. Now discuss the duel amongst yourselves for a few minutes, then we'll have two more. Harry, meanwhile, turned to Corner, hand outstretched in offering. Good duel. Corner looked down. He had slick-back brown hair and a nose slightly too big for his face. Good duel, he said. They shook hands. Harry grinned goofily. He couldn't wait for the next one. As it turned out, he shouldn't have been so enthusiastic. His next opponent was Isaac Sterndale, the troubadour's brother. He was a second year, and this time the duel lasted much longer than 10 seconds. It also ended with Harry being forced outside the circle, which was, in truth, a rectangle. Sterndale was a surprisingly fast caster, and he kept a cool head. Isaac's brother sounded Harry's defeat with the whistle, and the sound burning into his brain like a bad song. Damn it, he thought, looking down to his feet. They were indeed just beyond the white lines. Why? He tried so hard doubt beset him at once. What if he'd been wasting his time? What if he just turned out to be mediocre or worse, plain bad? He heard Gabriel hop onto the circle, no doubt to critique his failures. He stared at his shoes, gritting his teeth, and waited. But the commentary did not come, not immediately anyway. He felt a hand brushing through his already messy hair. Jolting, he glanced up to see Gabriel, grinning reassuringly. No worries, kid, she said just for him. You're a Hufflepuff, right? We can work on it. Then she did go on to analyze the duel, but Harry didn't mind. He listened and took it to heart, as his heart was warm and open and ready to fight. 2 days later, Harry lingered around after the self-defense club. The day's instruction was mostly led by a Deleter Land. It was not the first time Gabriel had delegated. Land's family owned Hidden Hill, where, like the Rosiers of Holt End, the Lands lived off the produce of their estate. Judging by the cut of her muggle dress, Harry didn't think the ministry was strangling the Lands as they were the Rosiers. She was very knowledgeable about dangerous creatures, which was the focus of her lecture. Gabriel had taken notes like everyone else. It wasn't Harry's favorite topic. After all, fighting a Kelpie, a redcap, or a werewolf wasn't exactly dueling, but a Deleter was an entertaining and informative speaker. That turned out to be a great excuse to stay and talk, even if it was painful. Starting casual conversations remained painful for Harry. He never knew what to say, and found himself planning them out in detail beforehand. Those plans almost always went awry, as he never correctly guessed what his conversation partner would say. He persevered nevertheless, outlasting Alan, the other students, and even Gabriel. Anticipation was building within him. Every student who left was another step on the ladder, another step closer. Finally, it was just him and Susan. And the light speed in his pocket felt like it was burning. Could he tell her? She was his friend, right? Harry bit his lip. Her aunt was the head of the DMLE, so she'd feel obligated to report him. It would be wrong to make her choose. His decision made, Harry made a show of looking at his watch, then glancing around the empty room. I think we've forgotten the time, he said, wincing. Did that sound theatrical? I suppose we should get going. Susan said quietly. Her eyes flickered strangely, and a small smile crept across her lips. Or I suppose I should leave, so you can use the light speed in your pocket. Harry froze, his stomach dropping like it had turned to lead. Slowly, he turned to her, horrified. She knew. It fell out of your pocket once when you fell asleep by the lake, she said. I saw it before, Alan, don't worry. I knew you wouldn't want too many people knowing so I just slipped it back in your pocket. Harry gulped. I'm still worrying. Don't, Susan said, giggling. It's funny, sea catching someone off guard. My aunt doesn't agree with the ban either. Do you want to try it together? Yes, Harry exclaimed, pausing as Susan jumped. Sorry, it's been a bit of a burden. It was a burden he was eager to share. He delved into his pocket, grasping both the light speed and Eric's instructions. He'd restrained himself from reading them until now. Eric had written the following in a hurried, untidy scrawl, which was entirely forgivable, considering the circumstances. 1. The light speed is not dangerous. Do not worry if it hits you. Do not fear it. At most, it will leave a bruise. 2. To trigger, spark and say Actus. Should glow yellow for a moment. 3. Then say the name of the spell you want the light speed to imitate and spark again. 4. Throw it at a wall. It will bounce back at you exactly as a spell would. 5. Slowly, the light speed will increase vector speed past natural limits of spell, like there were 2 casters. 6. Cedar will stop the light speed. Good luck. Eric, disregarding the spelling mistakes, Harry thought he understood it. Sparking would have been a mystery before Professor Snape's lessons. It sounded serious, but really just meant the adding of magic to spark, in potions, that usually occurred at the end of a recipe. He hadn't known it could apply to things other than potions until now. Vector speed simply referred to spell travel. Each charm had its own rate of movement, and some, so he'd been told, could move erratically. Eager to try, Harry jumped to his feet. Holding the light speed in his offhand, he took a deep breath, glanced at Susan, and spoke, Actus. For a disconcerting moment, nothing happened. Then, from the center emanating outwards, the light speed glowed. Stupefy, Harry said. The light speed turned red. He shifted into a dueling stance, palmed the orb, and threw it at the wall. He still had trouble dodging even slower spells like Stupefy. There was little chance he'd make more than 2 or 3 rounds before it hit him. It didn't matter. The lightspeed pinged as it hit the wall. Harry tensed, readying himself. After all, we can work on it. End of Harry Potterin. Gabriel and the Dueling Club Glossary. For some reason, Rowling alters the name of Saint Gregory to Gregory. I have no idea why she did this, and as it's a small and unimportant detail of canon, I'm altering it. Conveniently for this passage, the iconic Hubble telescope was launched in 1990. It was not a smooth launch. While it's mostly forgotten now, one of the mirrors was incorrectly designed, which, to put it shortly, resulted in blurry images. Harry doesn't pay enough attention to the news to know this. The Aratids is a yearly meteor shower. Conveniently, One Canada Square, usually called Canary Wharf, opened on the 26th August 1991. I've no idea if people were allowed into the viewing section at the opening, to be honest. The Falvels were a late medieval outlaw gang comprised of less fortunate members of the nobility. To support themselves and their lifestyles, they went around robbing and so on and so forth. Their real moral character, if it existed, is difficult to quantify as the ages have passed, because England has had an unusual relationship with outlaws, as exhibited by the following. Frenchmen are seldom hanged for robbery, for they have no heart to do such a terrible act. There are therefore more men hanged for robbery and manslaughter in England in a year than are hanged in France in 7 years for such crimes. If an Englishman is poor and sees another man having riches which may be taken from him by might, he will not spare to do so, unless that poor man should be very law-abiding. These are not the words of a Frenchman, or even a moralizing monk or abbot, but of Sir John Fortescue, Chief Justice of the King's Bench from 1442 to 1461. At the time he uttered this, he was educating Prince Edward, son of Henry Roman VI, a boy who might have one day been King of England. That didn't happen, but is another story altogether. The phrase, Falvel's Laws, is used in the famous poem Piers Plowman with approval. The point is the attitude the quote conveys. A former lawman was proud of the courage his countrymen had to rob, so long as they robbed boldly. Brunner is the well of Ura, who is the Norse personification of fate Ura in Old Norse, weird in Old English. The well sits at the bottom of the world tree Yggdrasil, and its purpose is obscure. And here it is, Harry finally gets to duel, which we'll see more of in the coming arc, the meat, as it were, of the Philosopher's Stone. Broadly, Gabriel and the Dueling Club was mellow, which I thought was an appropriate tone for Harry's introduction to Hogwarts. I could have invented some breathless plot, and while that might have been entertaining, I think letting the story simmer at times is better for the long term, rather than going for the boil. Sorry this took so long. I try to release a chapter every 2 weeks, but I found this a difficult one. Still looking into Piatrian. Honestly, I've been so busy with work that it mostly slipped my mind. I'll definitely start a Discord first, though. The few I've seen are moderated to death, far from the internet one I prefer. Anyway, Aren't we all happy that January's nearly over? Just think of the sun to eventually come. Unless you're in Australia or such like, then feel my jealousy from across the screen. Enjoy yourselves. Jousting Alchemy. 9. The Faction and the Stone. Harry Potter in. The Faction and the Stone aspiring duelist Harry Potter, the boy who lived, climbs the hierarchy of the newly founded Self-Defense Club. But as he and his friends, Susan Bones and Alan Jorkins, seek to finish their first year at Hogwarts, unknown factions move against them. How will this affect Harry Potter's ultimate goal of becoming the duelist? Harry Potter watched the glimmering yellow spell as it sped toward him. That was the sort of curse of which only the more hardline would approve. Alcaraz's bone breaker was fast, accurate, and could punch through most immaterial shields. It was also excruciatingly painful, and when a spell could safely knock an opponent out or otherwise disable them, what was the point of unnecessary cruelty? Still, just because he wouldn't use the spell didn't mean his opponents wouldn't. Hence the simulation with the lightspeed. Harry sidestepped neatly, careful to retain his dueling stance. It was always tempting to loosen up, to face the oncoming spell, but would make him a larger target in a real duel. The lightspeed pinged off the opposite wall, but Harry was already spinning to face it. He ducked this time, letting the focus skim over his head. Then he sidestepped and sidestepped again. Sweat was beginning to pool around his forehead. He'd been going for what must have been 20 minutes. "Form!" Alan shouted from the sidelines. Harry and Susan hadn't been able to hide their training escapades from him for long, and he'd taken the use of the illegal lightspeed with surprisingly alacrity. Harry ground his teeth together, straining to retain his basic gyre posture, legs bent, body side-on, wand arm outstretched. His thighs were burning, his back aching to keep itself fairly straight. 24 times he'd collapsed into his bed, exhausted and cramping. The pain pushed him on, and he pushed through the pain, steadily climbing the informal rankings of the Self-Defense Club. He'd already beaten every first year at least once, but beyond that— Gah! Harry winced, cursing himself for daydreaming. The lightspeed had hit him right in the ribs. "Cedo," he said, "Cedo." Like a plane without fuel, the lightspeed dropped out the air, and Harry dropped to the floor, rubbing his flank. That would leave a bruise. Panting, he massaged his thighs, then his calves, as Susan came to him with a bowl of water and a flannel. "Why you push yourself too hard," she said. She'd said that a lot. "Need to match McConnell," Harry gasped out between breaths, his hands on his knees. McConnell was a second year, another member of the club. Harry had faced him twice and lost twice easily. He looked to be an even better duelist than his older brother, who happened to be Gabriel's best friend. Not that Gabriel ever showed favoritism. More than the lightspeed, her advice had guided Harry beyond the abilities of most of the second-year students. At least by his own reckoning, he hadn't actually dueled any yet. It still wasn't enough. Sometimes, Harry wondered if it would ever be enough. The club was strewn with an infuriatingly talented array of duelists, especially in the upper years. Thomas Fowler, Donovan Swift, and Dale Ames Linderson came to mind. Did he really have that sort of talent? Or was his place atop the younger students a result of his Jiswafan practice and his study of tricks to ensnare and tips for victory? 2 days ago, McConnell himself had been ambushed by a third year in on the second-floor corridor. Harry had yet to learn why. The older student had been trounced, beaten without a sweat. McConnell had flowed around his opponent's spells like they were little more than a nuisance. Harry could not help but wonder if he'd be able to do that by second year, or would he be like that unlucky third year, embarrassed by someone plainly more talented than him? The thought made something in Harry's chest burn. He straightened, returning to his gyre stance. "Again," he said, but Susan shook her head. "Why, you've had enough, Harry, or you'll fall asleep in astronomy again." Harry blushed through his sweat. That had been embarrassing. "Fine." He turned to Alan, who was grinning stupidly. He'd never let him forget that. "Your turn." The Ravenclaw shook his head. "I'm good. Unlike you, I'm not a fan of pain. I'd also like to climb the stairs of the Quidditch platforms when the game is on." The first game of the year, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, was fast approaching. Harry was looking forward to watching it, but before that there was admittedly some pain as Harry staggered over to the nearest chair. His legs felt like 2 bars of lead. Sitting seemed like having his weight. Now he was comfortable. Harry dabbed his brow with a cold cloth, then toweled himself off. The charms on his robes were working overtime to cool him. He could almost feel their tingle. Would more expensive robes be less obvious in their magic? Perhaps he could have his Hogwarts robes re-enchanted. Harry closed his eyes and relaxed, thinking it over. Then again, the tingle wasn't too bad, and there was nothing wrong with plain charmwork, was there? The enchantments on his chair were lovely, turning a hardback into something that cushioned like a cloud. The seat across from him creaked. Harry jumped, his eyes flying open. He must have fallen asleep. Alan had sat across from him. I was all ready to draw a mustache on you. Harry blinked. He could not help but imagine it, not so much the image of him with a mustache, but someone else touching his face. Don't, he said, cloaking his disquiet in his best Hopkins impression. You're a terrible draw. And now that's mean, Susan admonished. She was already sitting at their shared table, a little round thing like that which might be found at a pub. Terrible, Alan said jocularly. I'm offended. For that, I'll have to remind you that we've got another of Adelita's lectures tomorrow. Harry groaned. Adelita Land was the club's creature expert, and while she was knowledgeable, her talks weren't to his preference. He just wanted to duel and duel and duel some more. Trolls, this time. Apparently they can be more civilized than Crabbe or Goyle. The image of a large green figure wearing Slytherin robes with Crabbe's features wafted through Harry's mind, and he coughed out a tired laugh. I'll believe it when I see it. He proceeded to fall asleep again. As it turned out, trolls could be tamed. Or so Land told them, as they listened on low-strung benches that reminded Harry far too much of Muggle P.E. Even Gabriel sat with them, taking notes with everybody else. According to the lecture, trolls were native to Northern and Eastern Europe, and were to be found in a multitude of guises, depending on their geographical and topographical location. Trolls of the British Isles were relegated to swamp, cave, and mountain, while on the great European plain, whatever that was, a giant form of troll called the field troll herded equally oversized Daedalian oxen. The origin of the latter form of troll was believed to be a product of alchemy. All kinds had been shrouded from muggles by wizard kind for centuries, long before the statute of secrecy, as they were both a source of cyclopean labor and potions ingredients. In a bizarre anecdote, Land related how her father had set a pair of cave trolls to shifting boulders blocking a mine after a collapse at one of their mines. Apparently they were as intelligent as particularly clever primates, at least, and though they lacked the ability to speak, they could understand basic English. Nor were they inherently evil. They buried their dead, cared for their children, and even played games. Not that Harry really cared. He just wanted to duel. Just then, someone poked him playfully in the side. He looked over to see Gabriel smiling lopsidedly at him. Bored, she whispered. Harry looked back to Land, who was giving the club time to complete their notes, then back at Gabriel. She was still smiling, her grey eyes glimmering, but she was always smiling, so that wasn't really a measure of her mood. And Land was her friend. Wouldn't it be rude to be bored? No, he ventured. Gabriel saw through the lie with ease, ruffling his hair. It didn't provoke the same unease as Alan's mustache threat the day before. It's okay to be bored, you know. Everyone can't like everything. I know, but Harry nodded toward Land's podium. You know, she's given up her time and researched for this, and Gabriel giggled. You're too easy to fluster. Just gotta imply you're offending someone and bam, flushed Harry. Flushed Harry. Harry felt his cheeks flush at the name. Well, have you been listening? Have you taken notes? Harry looked down at his exercise book. He'd managed 6 paragraphs, relatively neat ones, too. He'd gotten much better with a quill since August. I have. So, Gabriel shrugged. Adelita's taught and you've allowed yourself to be teached. The rest, we can work it out, Harry finished for her. See, you're working it out already. Land returned to her lecture then, latterly speaking about the field trolls of the Baltic. They were gigantified and rougher than their compatriots. It had long been the prevailing theory that Jarillo, the alchemist, had created them as soldiers against the invading Christians. Obviously, they had never engaged their target. Jarillo was found squashed in the spring of 1195 ad asterisk. That macabre fact signaled the end of the lecture and the beginning of the questions and answers. The Muggle-borns were usually the most eager here, and predictably, Hermione Granger's hand shot straight up, with Matthew Houghton following just an instant later. Harry did have questions himself. How did real trolls relate to trolls of mythology? Were the differences between trolls entirely based around their surroundings, or were trolls in, say, Spain different to trolls in France? But he knew others would ask his questions for him. There was no need to draw attention to himself. He had enough already. People were still staring at the boy who lived in the corridors. It was making Susan nervous by proxy, and that was getting on Harry's nerves in an entirely different way. Upsetting Susan was like kicking a kitten, a scarlet-haired, occasionally sardonic kitten. Harry struggled to rid himself of the resultant image, a furry, meowing Susan staring up at an uncomprehending troll. Merlin, he thought, this is boredom. Adelita Land's lectures still proved superior to Professor Quirrell, whose stutter, if anything, only grew more pronounced as autumn began to settle into the highlands. Cold winds began to blow from the north. The trees shrugged their vast shoulders and scattered the castle with golden leaves. The first Quidditch game of the year looked like it would be a cold one. At night, when the sun was setting over the forbidden forest, when light would shine upon the boughs and the branches, it looked as though the forest were afire with heavenly light. Harry had spent no few hours watching the sun steadily set, either atop the astronomy tower or on the covered bridge across the Black Lake. Alan preferred the latter, when the reflection of the blood-red sun shimmered upon the water. To Susan's amusement, they often imagined what they'd be doing if they were confined to their old Muggle lives. Neither would be living in a castle, watching the setting sun, unhurried. One chilly evening, they were swapping scenarios when Alan stopped mid-sentence. His face had turned ashen, as though the cool breeze had seared the heat from his skin. There was no warning, no obvious reason. His face contorted, horrible realization blooming across his features. White cheeks immediately reddened. Tears were suddenly glistening in his eyes. And then, eye-eyed like the first drops of a terrible snow, his tears began to fall, etching heart-trenching tracks down the planes of his face. He was staring at the horizon, where the setting sun was meeting the water of the lake. Harry's heart clenched. What could he do? Was it his fault? Had he done something, said something in his last story? He went to put an arm around his shoulder, then frozen. What if he made it worse? He looked towards Susan for help, who shrugged helplessly. She looked almost as distraught as Alan. Eventually, Alan's quiet sobbing became too much. Alan, Harry ventured. When he did not reply, he had to try again. Alan, what's wrong? The Ravenclaw brushed away his tears with his sleeve, leaving an unfortunate trail of snot on his robe. I just thought. I've not thought about her for ages, you know. His face drew grim as he tried to think up an appropriate word. Terrible. I'm terrible. I haven't sent my sister a letter in a week. I've not even thought about her in a week. Sister. Harry thought back as best he could. Now he thought about it, Alan rarely mentioned his face, his adopted Muggle family. He'd certainly never mentioned a sister. When the topic came up, he'd always dismissed it as complicated, which it was, as Harry understood it. Alan was a pureblood who, in the chaos of the British Wizarding War, had found himself adopted by a Muggle household while he still had close wizarding relatives. It was possibly a unique situation. While Harry was thinking, Susan put a reassuring arm around their shared friend. What's your sister like? Alan's face lit up through the tears. Adorable, he said immediately. Annoying and adorable. She's 9 and loves singing Total Eclipse of the Heart badly. Susan, clearly, had no idea what he was talking about, so Harry took over. You've been busy, he said. Cut yourself some slack. I haven't thought much about my Muggle family either lately. For entirely different reasons, Harry added silently. It doesn't mean you don't love them. Loving them isn't the problem, Alan said bitterly. No, that is the whole problem. What will my sister be doing when she's 11, Harry? Will she be enjoying sunsets outside a bloody castle? What about when she's 16? How far apart will we be then? Harry and Susan looked at each other, a quiet understanding passing between them. Neither knew what to say. They sat together for a while in silence, watching the sun dip beneath the lake. It was during one of these sunsets that Harry stumbled upon his own source of sorrow. His pain was less immediate, more like a splinter in his thumb, which wormed deeper whenever he tried to retrieve it. Harry's disquiet built slowly, gradually, and it all began with a book. A modern history of magical Britain, specifically. Gabriel had been reading it one day after dueling practice, and something about it had caught Harry's eye. If asked, he would not be able to explain what. Perhaps the title, the author's name, Phineas Stone, as it happened to be. He could not say, but catch his eye it did. Gabriel had noticed and duly offered the book. Harry had gladly taken it, albeit a little thoughtlessly. History wasn't his forte, but he trusted Gabriel's judgment of a good book. 2 days later, he settled in atop the astronomy tower, a modern history of magical Britain in hand. A light breeze was blowing from the west. The sun seemed red and massive in the slowly dimming sky, vast like a giant eye peering down upon Scottish peak, hill and forest. Cracking it open, he absently flicked through the pages. As they might, those passages that Gabriel had most often read naturally appeared more prominently by virtue of the slight creases caused by repeated readings. Neat notes were dotted around the pages, notes, Harry noted, that seemed to be made by a muggle pen. The wind tugged for a moment at his hair, and Harry frowned. He'd found little of interest, at least until the last tenth of the book. Something changed in that last crease, that final noteworthy passage. The strange stains were the first clue, whose remnants were but faded spots on the thick yellow pages. They were almost unnoticeable, if not for the bright, weak light of the steadily setting sun. Beside him, Alan struck up conversation with Susan. Harry ignored them. There was something intriguing about those stains. Mystery was prickling at Harry's mind, but it took him only a moment to identify their origin. Not spilled water or tea, but tears. The two splotches, just far enough apart, were unmistakably the remains of tear stains. They were old, very old. The book, too, was well thumbed. Had Gabriel bought this book as an 11-year-old? Harry paused, his hand hovering over the page, ready to turn, never to look back. Gabriel herself had likely forgotten those tear stains were there. Would this be prying? Something uncomfortable stirred in Harry's stomach, an unpleasant mixture of curiosity and guilt. Would it be right to read on? Unbidden, his eyes began to read. After the failure of Lucius Malfoy, Imperiused, to push through the Richmond Accords, the Dark Lord returned to his earlier strategy, see Chapter 4, of personally imposed fear and intimidation. His motivations for this regression cannot be rationalized by this scholar, or likely any other. By this time, and I am in agreement with Huxley's famous analysis in his seminal The Moods of Madness, Voldemort had become quite mad. Enthralled to this madness, he proceeded to take to the field again, raiding half a dozen households in the waning summer of 1981. Something twisted terribly in Harry's gut. The public response to these attacks was varied, leaving much to interpret for the historian willing to examine this most controversial time. Crouch, The Latter Blood War, 1984, argues that this return to older methods proved shockingly effective. Amongst others, Dearborn Knights of Fury, 1983, contends that, though the public were appalled by the individual deaths, they interpreted Voldemort's actions as the flailings of a desperate rebel. It is beyond the scope of this book to comment, so I can only direct you to my fellow historians, their published works available in stores, and their essays in the Historia Anglica and its competitors. Regardless, these attacks came to an abrupt end on Halloween 1981, when the Dark Lord visited the household of Lily and James Potter. The Potters had become his stern foes, pouring treasure into the flagging Aura department, see Chapter 5, and together were one of the few dueling pairs to successfully escape from his clutches, twice. Sweat began to pour from Harry's brow. Voldemort infiltrated their cottage in Godric's Hollow through methods unknown, seemingly with the intention of ending not only their rebellion, but also their line. For that was why they had retreated from public life and the field, as Lily Potter, née Evans, had fallen pregnant with their son Harry. Harry slammed the book shut, barely restraining the urge to vomit. "Harry!" he heard Susan cry. Her shout was somehow vague, as though he were underwater. Harry took a deep, shuddering breath. What was wrong with him? There were only words in a book. There was no great revelation. He already knew how this story ended. Why had it affected him like this? "You know why?" a traitorously honest voice whispered in his mind. "The same reason you've stuck to medieval history." Harry's vision blurred. The answer spun around his mind, taunting, threatening to burst into his conscience like a nightmare of lightning. A strange numbness came over him, a retreat into himself. Only then did he admit it. It was because he didn't want to know. That terrible thought sparked a fire in his soul, sending thoughts tumbling like raindrops from a storm. Until very recently, his parents had been more like ideas. Intellectually, he'd always known he must have had parents from the moment he'd been able to know anything at all. But until Hagrid had discussed them, glowingly, during the trip to Diagon Alley, he'd never heard anything definitely true. Something shook through his psyche. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had occasionally said horrible things about them, and he'd vacillated between believing their lies and ignoring them. When he was really young, he'd imagined his parents being famous, actors from the television, a family to rescue him from his cupboard, and nasty Uncle Vernon, shrieking Aunt Petunia, and piggish Dudley. That trembling, what was it? But he'd soon grown out of that, growing into bitterness and guilt. No one, he'd thought, was ever coming to his rescue, and whoever his parents were, he'd wished they were someone else. That pain had built and built and built, an irregular, a dull ache behind his heart. How could he have wished his parents were some strangers on the television? Harry, Harry. Harry Potter blinked. The world returned in vivid, blinding color. Susan Bones' eyes were like two sky-blue jewels, her hair a wreath of deep flame. Pain wound around his head, and he closed his eyes once more, bathing in the darkness. Harry. He was hearing properly now and processing the world again. Alan was beside him, he knew, clinging onto his arm. Susan was before him, on bended knee. She'd been looking at him, so worried. What happened? He could hear Alan gulp beside him. You had a fit, I think. A fit. Suddenly, he was aware of the drying tear tracks that had cut down cheeks, the snot on his nose, and the strange hollow in his heart. Oh, he said when he opened his eyes. Night greeted him. The sun had set. He'd refused to speak of the outburst that night. After that, Susan and Alan had treated him as though he were made of glass, like an antique vase or a fragile old lady. Their coddling was infuriating, but more infuriating still was that it was all his fault. Ever since he'd been introduced to the wizarding world, he'd recognized that he was an outsider, heritage or not. That was a weakness. 11 years sleeping in Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's cupboard had educated him on weakness. It needed to be concealed. Hence his original plan of hiding his ignorance, which, he could now admit, was foolish. Parvati and Padma Patil still wouldn't speak to him, though he'd crossed wands with both on the Self-Defense Club's dueling platform. To make up for his stupidity, he'd reread the offending passage from A Modern History of Magical Britain. It did not evoke the same emotion the second time around, much less the third. This time, he could examine the words more carefully, noting the author's little flourishes. The attention he drew to his parents' resolute stand, their own skill in the duel. And though he did not weep, something began to gnaw at Harry's mind. For a few days thereafter the book lay forgotten. His focus turned first to a particularly bothersome batch of transfiguration homework. First-year practical transfiguration remained unchallenging, and the theory behind it was simple to understand. Professor McGonagall had them focusing almost entirely on what was usually labeled transformation, the simplest derivative of the broader subject. Broadly, transformation involved the manipulation of an already present object, altering shape, size, or even density. Turning a wooden pencil into a wooden ruler, for instance. Their introductory lesson was a bit of an aberration. Alan reckoned it was a test, designed to detect if any of them had any particular skill in transfiguration. Harry agreed, because if it was, he'd done best on that test. But this latest assignment wasn't strictly practical or theoretical, not that they had been given any practical transfiguration assignments yet, but rather historical. They'd been tasked with researching the history of transfiguration, and it was complicated. Extremely complicated, as befitting the possibly most complex of magical subjects. That research was further interrupted by another lecture by a Delita Land, this time on Glumbumbles, which turned out to be a great deal less exciting than trolls. Land explained that Glumbumble's Alan had sniggered at the uninspired name, were a magical variation of be common to the British Isles, northern France, northern Germany, and Scandinavia. Their ridiculous name was a result of their artificial origin. In common with the field troll, indeed, perhaps the only thing they had in common with a 15-foot humanoid was their creation by an alchemist. Though unlike the murky genesis of the field troll by the pagan wizard Jarillo, the genesis of the Glumbumble was well documented, which, Harry soon decided, was unfortunate, because it gave Land plenty of boring ground to cover. Alan was yawning beside him. Even Susan was struggling to pay attention. He could guess what they were thinking. What did this have to do with self-defense? Why would a magical bee, specifically created to help pollinate magical plants, be a danger to witches and wizards? Eventually, they got their answer. As it turned out, the mastermind behind the Glumbumble was no less doomed than Jarillo the alchemist. He and his fellow researchers had created the Glumbumble through the melding of many other animals, a process called chimerization. Apparently, this risked the unwelcome transfusion of characteristics from the patron creatures. The Glumbumble's bizarre melancholy-inducing honey was thought to be the only unintended side effect. Until Britain's powerful Leylands pulsed, as they were sometimes wont to do, and the previously docile Glumbumbles had gone into a frenzy, killing the head alchemist, Jonathan Goodborough, and his staff. Land's description had made the Self-Defense Club collectively shudder. Harry could only imagine the betrayal Goodborough must have felt in his last moments. It made his stomach turn. Thereafter, they listened far more intently to Land's lecture, especially as she discussed how to ward frenzied Glumbumbles away. Broadfire spells, designed to hit a wide area, were ideal, especially fire-based curses. Not that Harry could cast such a spell. The closest he could come was an overpowered incendio like he'd cast in the Rosier's forest. Fortunately, a variety of magical implements had also been engineered to calm their frenzy. By the end of the lecture, the Glumbumble and its silly name didn't seem so funny anymore. But the next few days made them forget all about being stung to death by oversized magical bees. The first Quidditch game of the year was approaching, and it was Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. Alan seemed to have all but forgotten the trouble with his sister as the game approached. As far as Harry could tell, he damned his transfiguration homework and spent most of his Ravenclawish talents analyzing the game. Apparently, the new Hufflepuff seeker, a third year called Cedric Diggory, was particularly promising. Harry had no opinion to give, but listened gamely to Alan's broadly muggle understanding of Quidditch. Many comparisons to football were made. Soon it was the Saturday before Halloween and the day of the game. The whole school was abuzz with excitement. Even the Gryffindors and Slytherins were interested. Alan was so stimulated he missed his mouth at lunch, which Harry and half his year had spied from the Hufflepuff table. Hopkins had smirked to himself and muttered something that made Jones giggle. Macmillan and Finch-Fletchley hadn't noticed. They were too busy discussing Quidditch, the business of Quidditch. From what Harry overheard, the players were very well paid. After lunch, it seemed as though the entire school moved to the Quidditch pitch, which Harry knew was ovular, 500 feet long and 180 feet wide, because Alan couldn't stop telling him. But Alan's memorized facts failed to encapsulate its majesty. The pitch was immaculate, like some medieval jousting ground morphed by a dream. The grass below was perfectly kept. Aunt Petunia would have loved it, and from that grass arose 6 soaring poles atop which 6 shining hoops stood, 3 to each side. Those goalposts were so tall, yet so slender that they boggled the eye. Surrounding the pitch, tall towers arose, patterned with what must have been a hectare of cloth of gold, silk, and silver stitching like the barding of a rich knight's horse. Harry was sitting in one of the Hufflepuff towers, ever so slightly out of breath. Susan was panting. The staircases had been mightily steep. "A little cold up here," Hopkins said to his left. Alan had gone to join his own house. "Imagine how the players feel." Harry pursed his lips. The cold really was descending on the castle now. Hopkins was right. But he never really knew how to talk to Hopkins. He was a strange guy. "I'm sure you're enjoying thinking about it, Hopkins." "What a terrible thing to say, Potter," he said carelessly, "and you're totally right." Harry didn't quite know what to say to that, so he followed his usual policy and didn't say anything at all. They watched the teams warming up silently for a while, until out of nowhere. "And call me Wayne, Potter. We're housemates for the next 7 years after all." "Then call me Harry, Wayne." It seemed obvious then that Wayne would continue the conversation. Wasn't this part of an attempt to make friends? Bizarrely, he said nothing at all. Harry and Susan shared a bemused glance and a shrug. Wizards, Harry had noticed, could be eccentric, and Wayne Hopkins was one of the strangest he'd met. He didn't seem to care about anyone else's opinions or feelings. He said what he wanted when he wanted. It didn't matter if they were his own age or 7th-year prefects. In fact, Harry had heard him insult Adrian Chelmsford one of the aforementioned seventh-year prefects, straight to his face. But his musings were soon interrupted. Madam Hooch was flying toward the center of the pitch, and the captains were on course to meet her. The teams were lining up behind them, readying themselves. The chattering in Harry's tower turned to a hush. Excited tension spread through the crowd like an electrical pulse, spreading from Madam Hooch through the players and into the crowd. Harry felt it too. He could suddenly hear his heart beating. He almost imagined his vision was sharpening, as though he could take off his glasses and still see. Madam Hooch said something to the captains, who nodded and shook hands. She blew a flashing silver whistle, and they're off. A teenager's voice boomed through the crowd. Welcome to the first game of the season. On the right, we've got the Badgers of Hufflepuff, and on the left, the Brain Boxes. Jordan, Professor McGonagall's voice warned through the amplifying enchantment. Sorry, Professor. Anyway, the voice carried on narrating the game. Harry didn't recognize the voice. Who was that? Lee Jordan, Wayne supplied for him. A bit of a nutter. Harry had to restrain his smile at the irony. Unfortunately, the game didn't seem to be going well for Hufflepuff. Harry didn't understand Quidditch completely, even after Alan's overeager explanations, but he understood the rules at least. The quaffle was like the ball in football. It was large, about the size of a basketball. The general idea was for the three chasers to pass the quaffle through the opposition's goalposts. A keeper defended those posts. Adding complexity, two more balls called bludgers were whizzing around the pitch under their own power. They were small and weighty, shaped like cannonballs. Worst of all, they were enchanted to knock the players off their brooms. Just then, a Hufflepuff chaser ducked as a bludger fired past his head. Behind him, a player with a bat swung wildly at the ball. He connected with a resounding crack. He, Harry knew, was a beater. One of two on a team, his purpose was to protect his own team from the bludgers and to try and knock the opponents off their brooms. Unfortunately, this beater was wearing blue and gold and sent the bludger straight back at the Hufflepuff chaser. Harry winced. The Ravenclaw was too close to miss. The bludger crashed into the chaser, who rolled desperately. The ball skimmed his back. Harry let out a breath of relief. You know, Wayne said conversationally, I saw your name on a house cup not too long ago. Harry's brow crinkled. That didn't make any sense, and it was just the sort of annoying thing Wayne would say. Oh, yes, your father. He was captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Played Seeker, you know. Maybe you should try out next year. I think you'd be better than this lot. It was incredible, the amount of bile he managed to put into such a simple word as lot. But Harry wasn't thinking about that. In fact, he barely paid any attention to the rest of the game. Hufflepuff won because of, as Alan had predicted, Cedric Diggory. He was thinking once more about his parents, about Halloween, about that dull, horrid numbness in his heart, the guilt which weighed him down. Over the next few days, it refused to go away. No matter how many games of exploding snap he played with Alan, or how many games of wizard's chess he lost to Susan, she'd been taught by her aunt since she was 7, so the games weren't very fair. He could not shake that horrible sensation. Finally, Halloween arrived. It was a Thursday off, but Harry wasn't feeling very festive. In fact, he felt vaguely sick. Struggled through his training, took a stupid loss to a second year. Now he was sitting in the common room, worrying about the feast. Attendance was mandatory, but he was the boy who lived. Couldn't he bend the rules just a bit? And if he were asked why he wasn't present, it wasn't like no one knew the significance of the date. Instead, he could go to the dueling hall and read. No one would look for him there. He glanced up at Susan. He'd have to tell her, but he was sure she'd understand. Harry was just settling into Quidditch throughout the ages, a short-term loan from Alan, when the door to the club hall opened with a slam. Jolting, he half expected to lock eyes with a teacher come to fetch him, but instead saw Hermione Granger. The girl stomped sullenly to a corner, sat, not taking a moment to see Harry, and burst into tears, head in hands. Meanwhile, Harry was watching on, at first bemused, then ill at ease. She'd sat away from him, a curtain of thick, bushy brown hair plastered over her face. He shifted in his seat, her sobbing scratching against his soul. This felt wrong, like he was intruding on something private. But if he tried to move, she might notice. And now he'd seen her, could he really leave her alone, crying her eyes out? Granger didn't exactly have many friends to help her. It was, he judged, part of the reason she was upset. She was difficult to miss, and a difficult person in general. Harry had noticed her on the first day of school. How couldn't he notice a girl who raised her hand for every question, and who seemed to stumble over social conventions as though she were wearing a popularity blindfold. While he'd seen girls like her at St. Gregory's, the magical world was another matter entirely. No matter how much she'd read, no matter how much she'd learned, taking a lecturing tone with wizard-raised children, pureblood or half-blood, was only ever going to end in tears. Which it had, and it was making Harry fidget with guilt. Now he knew, could he really ignore her? No one had ever been there to wipe his tears. On the other hand, she could be just as offended by his intrusion. He bit his lip, torn between going over to her and pretending she didn't exist. Her crying didn't stop, but soon enough it would, and then she'd notice he'd been there the whole time. That would be even worse, so Harry resolved himself, stood, and walked over to her. "Granger," he said tentatively, his hand hovering near, but not too near her shoulder. He didn't want her startled, but wasn't physical contact part of comforting someone? He knew it might help. He just didn't have the confidence to do it. Granger jumped as though stung, her wild, tear-stained eyes meeting his. Up close, he saw that she had very expressive eyes. They were brown and deep, and looking at him with a mixture of surprise and shame. Harry," she gasped out, struggling to collect herself. "I am H. Have you been here the whole time?" "I have," Harry replied, taking the opposite seat. He tried his best reassuring smile, but just felt awkward. "You were a little too busy to notice. Weren't jokes meant to make situations like this less tense?" Perhaps it worked better than he expected, because Granger managed a watery smile back. "I was," she searched for the right word, "distracted. I should leave. I've interrupted your study here. Wait, why aren't you at the feast?" There it was, that overly familiar, imposing tone. But with her face a mess, her eyes red-rimmed, he couldn't muster the antipathy. "It's Halloween, the night my life changed." "Oh, I am. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I know. I suspect that's part of the problem." Hermione hung her head. "I should leave," she repeated. It was like kicking a frizzy-haired dog. Harry couldn't bear it, so he said something stupid. No, don't. Tell me what's wrong. Someone's got to listen, right?" Granger's lip wobbled dangerously. "Why, you already know why then. I don't have any friends. Nobody. Nobody likes me. I try and be nice, and it all just comes out wrong." Harry searched his memory for specific incidents involving Granger. She was a know-it-all. There was no doubt about that. But in his experience, being a know-it-all wasn't necessarily a problem. He was reminded of Daniel Lane, who had been the resident genius of St. Gregory's. But people had liked Lane because he knew how to help other students, and he knew when to shut up. He also knew to help Dudley with his homework, which is not to say he never showed off, he did, but the other students could put up with that. Some even found him interesting, Harry included. No, he thought, the problem wasn't Granger's cleverness. It was how she was clever that rubbed people the wrong way. "I think," Harry began carefully, "people don't mind that you're intelligent, Granger. Less so in the wizarding world, anyway." Until he froze. He'd almost let slip his recent reintroduction to magic. And though it was impossible to keep a total secret, there was no reason to spread that weakness around. "Wizards, witches, they seem to live in the past, right?" Granger nodded cautiously. "Well, that's only half true. They do in some ways, which is why they won't mind you being clever. There aren't any skinheads in Hogwarts to beat you up, you know. But from what I've seen, you're looking at the wizarding world like a muggle, picking fault. I heard you complain about quills in charms on our first day. That offends people. But quills are ridiculous." Granger cut in between sniffles. "I heard you say that, and I thought so too. So I asked Professor Flitwick after class. He said that quills are preferred over muggle pens because the feathers of birds are easily enchantable. That's why it's so easy to write with a wizarding quill. It's like a pen, but not." Granger's face was slowly falling into something akin to shame. "Oh," she said quietly. "I wondered why they were so easy to use. I didn't know. I didn't know." Those three words, he judged, were painful for Granger to admit. Finally, Harry put his hand on her arm. She didn't shrug him away. "It's a different world, Granger." His mind flickered back, just for a moment, to halt end. We aren't idiots. This civilization runs on its own logic. The sort of logic that lands us in a wonderful castle with plenty of free time. You've just got to give it a chance, and maybe find some Ravenclaws to study with." At that, Granger giggled and her eyes lit up. She began to collect herself, wiping the tears from her cheeks. "I think I get it now. I've just been angry ever since I realized I wasn't going to make friends the way I wanted." Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. That could have gone so wrong. Say, where's that poster on the wall? I've been holding that question in for weeks. See, I can do it. She was pointing to the original Slef poster, set pride of place on the wall opposite the corridor entrance. Harry smiled at the memory. Just a little joke, he said. When Gabriel ordered the posters, the first lot came out like that. Oh, I see, her brow crinkled. Can you hear that? Harry could hear that. It sounded like banging. No, like footsteps, massive footsteps. Like an elephant, he frowned. It couldn't be anything dangerous. Hogwarts was the most secure castle in the country. Perhaps it was a prank. Harry stood, went over to the door and poked his head into the corridor. An ugly, off-green face stared right down at him. Oh, Harry said. He shut the door with a slam. Troll, Harry said numbly. There's a troll outside. Granger stood, carefully pushing her seat under the table. What? She said. Don't be silly, Hogwarts. The door buckled against the troll's massive club. That broke Harry from his stupor. He sprinted over to the side door, Granger following him. Yanking on the door handle, Harry cursed. Merlin's sweaty underpants, he said, imitating something he'd once heard one of the Lyle brothers say. He'd forgotten which one. It shouldn't be locked. It's never locked. Alohomora, Granger cast at the lock. It still wouldn't shift. The corridor side door, however, did. At the troll's third mighty strike, the door flung open, rattling on its hinges. The troll marched through, hitting the door's backswing as it ducked through the doorway. That corridor-side door shut again behind it. Now there was a moment to truly observe it. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. It must have been twice as tall as a man, with eerie, lumpy grey skin, hide, really, and vast limbs, each set like a tree trunk onto a small, squat body garbed in a sackcloth. But Harry's eyes were mostly drawn to the fast oaken club it wielded, which must have weighed twice as much as Harry himself. It held it in one hand. He scanned the hall in desperation. Surely there was something that could help them. There were tables, benches. A particular table atop which sat a bottle of wizarding-smelling salts. The ornamental dueling swords, set in their strange candelabra sheaths, and the dueling circle itself, which was, in fact, a raised rectangular platform. That gave him an idea. He dived toward the circle paradoxically closer to danger and pulled a crank that stuck out of one end. The platform rumbled. The troll, all 12 feet of it, seemed to pause at the sound. For a long moment, Harry feared the magical machinery would fail, that his gambit wouldn't pay off. But slowly, the circle began to rise. Fortunately, it didn't float, or else the troll could simply duck underneath. Rather, the wooden panels around the edge of the platform were unfolding, expanding, girding the circle with extra height. Now, the platform was taller than Harry. The troll's upper body was peeking over the top, but he was willing to bet it couldn't easily climb the circle. Come on, Granger. His shout sent her running toward him, and it also got the attention of the befuddled troll. Granger got there first, but the troll wasn't far behind. Together they ran to the other side of the podium. The troll lumbered after them. Then they circled back, making sure to keep the platform between them and the troll. They doubled back once more as the troll followed. Harry grinned triumphantly. It simply couldn't keep up with them, and the podium wasn't so tall that they couldn't see where the troll would go. Not the brightest spark, is he? Harry said, in a moment of heady victory. His brow was crowned with an invigorating tingling that he thought was check. The troll seemed to understand him because it bellowed angrily. Not that it mattered, because another door was right behind them. He tugged at the door handle. It didn't move. The tingling turned to a sick sinking sensation as Granger's spell failed to unlock the door. Boom! Like a stampeding elephant, boom. The troll was quickly, boom, drawing closer. Run! Run they did, diving past the beast and back up toward the opposite end of the hall. Harry's mind was already turning. Worryingly, he could already hear Granger's panting breaths. She couldn't keep this up for much longer. Either they'd be saved or squashed. Or he thought, a sharpness forming in his mind, they'd save themselves. He palmed his wand and waited until they were turning a corner. Glacies. He leaned down and touched the flagstone floor, a patch of which shimmered with a cool sheen. Now all they had to do was wait. The troll would turn the corner and slip. Hopefully it'd bang its head on the way down. Harry watched it tread on the ice, and nothing. It carried on. Damn it! Trolls have spider-like grips on their feet. Didn't you listen to a Deleter's lecture? Granger cried. That was never going to work. Harry felt more than a spike of annoyance. No wonder, he thought, Granger had no friends. He didn't have time to snap back. Instead, he squared himself. Wingardium Leviosa. He commanded the nearest chair toward him then. Depulso. The chair shattered into timber against the troll's face. Predictably, Granger took this moment to inform him that Troll's hide was tougher than an elephant's. I'm going for the eyes, Harry bit back. Merlin, how had she become less sympathetic now he was trying to save her life? The troll was angry now and getting too close, so he ran back down the hall. Granger followed, looking aghast. You don't need to do that. All we've got to do is keep running. It's not clever enough to catch us. A teacher will find us soon. Harry stopped at the end of the podium and, ignoring her words, strained to banish a heavy table straight at the troll's head. Then another chair, then a table. It shrugged them all off. In fact, it almost seemed to be laughing. There was something menacing about its grunts, something that sent a shiver of terror through his spine. Adrenaline had kept his fear at bay so far, but now he had a moment to consider. Perhaps they were going to die. How long can we keep running? Harry said, as they bounded by the platform once more. We'll run out of breath before it does. When he took the time to stop and pelt it with objects once more, Granger had gone pale. This time she raised her wand with him, though she failed to hit the creature's head. Harry couldn't tell if it was her aim or squeamishness that held her back. The rampaging troll shrugged every hit off, regardless. They repeated this 3 or 4 more times, each volley becoming increasingly desperate. They were running out of things to throw, and worse, they were running out of magic. He could feel its absence everywhere. In his bones, his chest, his legs, his head. That was most concerning. Though he knew he could run and keep running, a heaviness was beginning to fog his mind. The edges of the world were starting to swim. They were the first symptoms of magical exhaustion. Would he fall unconscious before they could be saved? That might be better than being killed by a troll while awake, he thought morbidly. It turned out they would be saved from post-conscious death, because a spine-chilling thunk suddenly emanated from the troll's location. "Oh, God," he heard Granger mutter. He recognized the sound, too. They stood, frozen in terror, as the dueling platform began to descend to its usual height. The troll must have caught the lever with its leg, or its club. Troll watched the podium descend with a sort of dull malevolence, while Harry fled to the main door, Granger hot on his heels. "Alohomora," she screamed at the handle. It was a final retreat, an act of despair. Like the previous half a dozen times, the door did not budge. Harry watched her silently. Something else, something beyond the edges of magical exhaustion, was now creeping upon him. It was a strange detachment, a numbness, acceptance, he thought distantly. The troll's deathly stride drew closer. It had climbed over the podium. Harry turned to face it. His vision seemed to sharpen, to slow. He saw its ugly, misshapen head, its beady eyes glinting with enraged malice, its lips twisted into a hideous, gloating sneer. He saw its club, already reared back to smite them. How much damage, he thought, would that do to a person? This was it. All his dreams, his parents' sacrifice. It had all come to this. And then he saw it, the glint in the corner of his eyes, the symbol, the sword. New adrenaline coursed through him, like a great fire swirling through his veins. There was a fourth-year charm he knew, useful for dueling, but he could do it. Akio. One of the 4 ceremonial blades that surrounded the platform whizzed toward him. All the while, the troll grew closer. Death approached in vast strides. Its club cast him in shadow, and Granger's yanking on the door ceased as she began to sob anew. But as he had willed, the sword now levitated before him. He aimed, casting as much magic into his last spell as possible. Depulso. The blade blasted off like a rocket, spearing straight through the troll's throat, spraying thick red blood everywhere. It splattered on Harry's face, his robes, Granger beside him, and the door behind him. The smell was overwhelming. The channels between the flagstones were running red, and all the while the troll was thrashing, slowly collapsing, gasping, holding its throat in an unpleasantly human manner. Harry watched, detached. The exhaustion had returned. The darkness in the corners of his vision was rapidly eclipsing the light. Then the door finally burst open, revealing a selection of teachers, Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Sprout Ron Weasley, Susan, and Gabriel. Her wide eyes looked from the dying troll to Harry, and then back to the troll. Oh dear, Harry thought. Her expression was horrified. He suddenly remembered Adelita Land's lecture on trolls, on how they weren't really creatures of evil. She'd even spoken fondly of them. The pathetic, grunting creature now seemed a little less lethal and a little more of a problem. But he could think no more. Darkness approached, and Gabriel's wide eyes were the last sight Harry saw before he fell into unconsciousness. Glossary. Gyrat is Old High German for straight. The Great European Plain is the distinct flatland ranging from the Netherlands to Russia, ceasing at the mountains of Central Europe. Technically, much of the south of England might also be regarded as a continuation of the plain, but the Channel makes it an exception. This would be part of the Northern Crusades, which resulted in the Christianization of Eastern Europe. So, everything is wonderful until it isn't. Alan struggles with the tension between the wizarding and muggle world, while Harry begins to truly connect with the memory of his parents. Which would be drama enough, except that a certain troll seems to know exactly where Harry is at a very particular, and all the exits are suddenly locked. Now he's been forced to kill it, in an unpleasantly bloody fashion. How will the fallout affect the rest of his year at Hogwarts? I suppose you'll have to find out next time. Feel free to like, favorite, review, etc. Take care. Jousting Alchemy. 10. The Faction and the Stone Roman 2. The Faction and the Stone Roman 2. Hermione Granger turned listlessly in her bed. She'd been struggling to fall asleep for the past 3 hours. By now, she was sure her sheets were as crumpled as her mind. The images returned whenever she closed her eyes. Potter, she corrected wizards and witches used last names when to refer to each other when they weren't friends standing before her, covered in oxygen-red blood. The troll, gargling, choking, writhing, as its life force slowly seeped away. Hermione shuddered, her mind a whirl of emotion. It was going to kill them. She remembered crying, waiting for death, and Potter standing protectively over her. The thought sent a warm flutter through her chest. But then the blood. It haunted her, that and Potter's cold expression. He'd always seemed aloof, apart from the rest of the year. He spoke only to Bones and Jorkins, and rarely his other housemates, and almost never his other yearmates. He didn't seem to think he'd killed the troll, either. Hermione remembered Lan's talks on trolls. They were like wizarding well, not cows or bulls, but not innately malicious. Was that troll bad? Or was it just scared, surrounded by things it didn't know or understand? It seemed scared when it died. She recalled the light leaving its beady eyes. It looked at them, she sighed. It looked at them pleadingly, she was sure. Shifting around once more, Hermione closed her eyes and thought of everything she wished she could forget. Harry Potter, troll, blood, blood, blood. So much blood. When Harry opened his eyes, he was very relaxed. Warm candlelight lit the room, casting pleasant shadows on a cream-white ceiling. The bed beneath him was very soft. This, he dimly decided, had to be the legendary hospital wing. He'd heard tales of it, mostly about the strict matron, Madame Pomfrey, but before now had no reason to visit. His body felt loose, almost faint beneath him. First he stretched his legs, enjoying the sensation of his joints popping and the smooth sheets against his thighs. Then he yawned, tensed his arms, and extended them above his head. His shoulders clicked pleasantly. Now he just had to deal with the blur the world had become. He felt to his right, searching for his glasses on the blob he knew to be his nightstand. But just as he was reaching, the world seemed to sharpen on its own, and he felt his glasses perched upon his nose. Had they been there the whole time, and the blurriness was just a side effect of waking, or was a helpful house elf watching, and had used his elf magic to teleport them onto his nose? He discarded the question quickly as more important issues sprung to mind. The troll, the chase, the blood. Damn it, he whispered to himself, throwing his head back onto his pillow repeatedly. Merlin, damn it, why did that have to happen? It was undoubtedly bad. Bad with a capital B. A shiver of apprehension slithered through him. He didn't know much about politics, but knew enough to know that the killing of magical beasts was controversial, as was dueling itself. Together it was a recipe. He yawned once more, and all his worries slid away into the back of his mind. Disaster. He closed his eyes, and he woke once more to feel something rubbing against his ears. Blinking, he was met with Hermione Granger leaning over him, her hands on his glasses, almost cradling his face. They locked eyes. She squeaked and withdrew as though stung, her cheeks flushing. Sorry, she said. You've been sleeping with your glasses on. Harry looked around. The candles were extinguished. Daylight flooded in from stained glass windows. Doesn't matter, he said between yawns. I sleep on my back. What day is it? Saturday, Granger said. About 7 o'clock. He'd been out for a day then. From exhaustion, Otherwise, there was nothing wrong with him. In the morning, what are you doing up this early, Granger? Harry, Granger swallowed. You saved my life. Visiting is the least I could do. Harry shrugged. He could not let her know just how it felt to hear those words. You saved my life. I, saved myself too. You stood in front of me at the end. Peering closer, it was impossible not to notice the dark rings around her eyes. You look like you haven't slept. The girl wilted, and Harry took the moment to study her in total. He swore her skin hadn't been so waxy the night before, nor her hair quite so frizzy-haired, disheveled even. I can't sleep, she admitted. When I close my eyes, I see that thing in you, covered in blood, and when I do, nightmares, the word went unsaid. Harry hadn't had any nightmares, and he'd killed it. There was, perhaps, a difference in attitude between them. Granger turned away from Harry. Her eyes remained fixed upon the floor. Shame, Harry thought. No, his instincts whispered to him worse. Was she scared of him? He could understand that, in theory at least. Harry tossed his own feelings around in his mind and discovered awfully little. It was kill or be killed. Should he be feeling something for the troll, he wondered. Did that make him a bad person? After all, it was just an animal. I understand, he eventually said, and heard Granger give a sigh of relief. But she still wasn't looking at him. In fact, Harry thought there was a chasm between them. The troll had brought them together and thrown them apart all at once. Find yourself some good friends, Granger, and remember there's more W, he caught himself before saying, you don't know about the wizarding world than you know you don't know. Granger giggled. It was the first time he'd heard the girl laugh. She was awfully closed off, not that he could criticize. That's profound. I stole it. From one of the Lyle brothers, he recalled, though he couldn't remember which one. Her giggles erupted into laughter, and the sound sent a sting of pain through Harry's heart. They could be friends, he knew, just not now. Thanks, H. Potter, I'll keep it in mind, and I should really call Madame Pomfrey. Harry gulped. Madame Pomfrey's legendary reputation was well-founded. Mr. Potter, she had begun, bustling over to him, of all the things a troll. Your father didn't find himself in such a mess in all his 7 years at Hogwarts. But as she fussed over him, Harry saw kindness in her eyes and made a note to return later and ask about his parents. He hadn't had the courage to approach Professor McGonagall yet. As it turned out, he was only exhausted and would be free to leave by the evening. Alan and Susan arrived around lunchtime bearing gifts, namely treacle tart. They looked just as relieved to see him as he was relieved to see them. For a while he'd been worried that perhaps they might have shared Granger's reaction. Thank the founders you're okay, Susan cried, crushing him in a hug. Harry tried not to tense up. When she finally freed him, Alan clasped his hand manfully. I second that, he said. Susan took a place on one side of his bed with Alan on the other. So, Harry said, looking between his friends, real friends, he thought, who had stuck by him. What happened? It was chaos for a while, after you fell unconscious, she said in her more familiar, soft voice. We all knew beforehand that a troll had somehow gotten into the dungeons. Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall, shouted about it, and fainted. It was pretty pathetic, Alan buted in. In response to the interruption, Susan executed a swift flick to his ear, then carried on talking in her subdued half-whisper. Harry failed to restrain his smile. The teachers went down to the dungeons, while the prefects were told to escort everyone else to the common rooms. I realized that you were in danger, but the crowds were too thick. I couldn't get to anyone, so I went off to get you instead. I met Weasley Ronald. That is on the way. He thought Granger might have been in a girl's toilet, but she wasn't there, so we went after you together, thinking Granger would be in the dueling hall, to see the aftermath of the great Harry Potter slaying a troll. Alan said good-naturedly, but Harry pursed his lips. It did sound like something from a story, though it had mostly been luck. And unlike in a story, he wasn't sure he'd get a pat on the back and just rewards, but that was a question for later. What happened then? Somehow, Alan took over. Everyone got wind that the troll had caught you and Granger, but no one knew the outcome. Lots of people were pretty upset. He shrugged. Then lots of people were pretty upset that the troll was dead. Thank Professor Quirrell and Adelita Land for that. Trolls are on the 3rd and 6th year curriculum too, and on the Owl and Newt exams. That was what was worrying him. It sent his stomach into horrible flips. Do we still have a dueling club? His friends glanced at one another for a moment, and Harry feared for the worst. Yes, Susan eventually said, but not a leader. Gabriel has been ill for the past day. She didn't seem very happy with how it ended. He distinctly recalled her white, startled face as the dueling hall door burst open. That troll would have killed us, you know. It would have squashed us into paste. All this fuss over a troll. Harry shook his head. It's not the troll's death that's the problem, Harry, Alan warned. It's how it died that's the problem. Weasley, of course, told everyone. He thinks it's bloody brilliant. Melissa Lovell disagrees, Susan added quietly. And she's far from alone, I imagine, Harry bemoaned. Hermione Granger's grateful, but well, I think she's a little scared of me. Susan puffed out her cheeks cutely. Ungrateful. Harry disagreed. No, I understand why. The troll didn't die well. The terrible shriek, the wailing, the nosies the dying troll had made were so loud they might have been heard in the slithering common room at the other end of the dungeons. And with it, the creature must have bled a gallon of hot, violently spurting blood across the dueling hall's flagstones. Granger might not have wept for the troll's death, but the imagery alone, and then Weasley's retelling of what happened full of that same gory imagery, was now spreading through the school. Bloody or not, Alan said angrily, you saved her life. She could at least try and make friends. Harry sighed, feeling the beginning of a headache grip at the edges of his skull. With Granger's own problems, it was a lot more complicated than that. Could we drop it, please? I've been out for a day. Has anything happened other than a troll rampaging through the school? Friday was busy, Susan said, glaring at Alan. Everyone was in a bit of a wild mood. She went on to narrate an account of how Jones was so eager to talk to her potions partner, Hannah Abbott, that they obliterated not only their soothing solution, but also the desk they were brewing it on. Funny, Harry said at the end of it. Talking about them talking has made you talk more than I've ever seen you talk. The glare she gave him only made his smile wider. It was odd, though, Alan said. Snape wasn't as angry as usual. Susan made a noise of agreement. It was almost like he was distracted. By his injury, probably. Injury, Harry felt his brow furrow. What injury? His leg, Alan said breezily. Like he'd been bitten by a dog. Maybe Hagrid's, Susan murmured. No, Harry thought. The dog in question, Fang, was, in the groundskeeper's own words, a coward. Snape, reputed duelist in his own right, bitten by a boarhound. It seemed unlikely. Then again, maybe dueling was the answer. Perhaps he hurt himself during his own dueling practice. That made Alan exclaim. Oh, he said. That reminds me there's been another corridor duel. Corridor duels were spontaneous fights between students. Most were unskilled and didn't last very long. Those that did were usually stopped by a prefect or a passing teacher. This one was pretty good, Alan continued. Eddie Carmichael and Matthew Harting got in a scrap. Harting won with a banishing charm. Both were second years, both members of the Self-Defense Club, and both were big believers in Gabriel's cause of justice, so named for her opening speech. Carmichael was an outspoken character, while Harting was a popular Ravenclaw. No matter who won, though, the club had lost. They couldn't afford fights at a time like this. There's more to it than that, Susan said, especially quietly, almost reluctantly. Usually she was frowning. They were fighting about you. Me. He knew he was the boy who lived, but what about him could have caused them to go at it like that? Harton said the troll was a setup, with it managing to get past Hogwarts defenses and happening on Hogwarts celebrity. Harry winced at the word, ruining his good humor. A setup. That's ridiculous. It is, Susan agreed, but it's an explanation. A better one than we've been given so far. The school could certainly do with an explanation. While a troll might have been attracted to the deep earth in Hogwarts' foundations, a reason for its presence in the dungeons, it had no way of penetrating the vast, magically reinforced walls of Hogwarts, or defeating one of her immense gatehouses. Someone, then, must have let it in, just as the doors to the dueling hall happened to malfunction. The thought threatened to turn his oncoming headache into a migraine, so Harry waved it all off. It doesn't matter, he said. It'll cool off. Thereafter, the conversation slowed rapidly as each ventured off into their own thoughts. Harry tried not to think of much. He focused instead on the elegant dappling of the light across the flagstones of the hospital wing. It was shimmering, changing from red to blue to green with the moving of the stained glass. It's a shame about Granger, Alan eventually said, only half joking. We could have used a fourth friend. It'd be more balanced, 2 boys, 2 girls. Harry smiled wryly. You're not afraid of me, are you? Never, Susan said. For once she wasn't quite so quiet. Alan grinned. "It'll take more than a bit of blood to scare me off." As scheduled, Madame Pomfrey let him that evening. Harry was eager to leave. There had been a strangeness to his brief stay, a sensation of isolation from the wonderful castle surrounding him. He had begun to miss Hogwarts, miss her Gothic corridors, her strange classical rooms, her meandering stairs and innumerable portraits. And he'd only woken that morning. Susan and Alan were waiting for him, and they'd immediately gone down to the dueling hall. Having slept for a day and sat in bed for most of another, he was bursting with energy and eager to burn it off before he had to go to bed. Alan narrated the Weasley twins' latest prank on the way, and the twins burst out laughing when Warrington started squawking like a chicken. He chuckled as they opened the door to the hall. Oh, the hall was empty, silent. Almost everything was in order. The chairs and tables had all been repaired. It appeared untouched, as though no struggle had ever happened, with one exception. A great red stain scarred the floor, where pressurized blood had splattered, creating a strange image on the flagstones, thick at one end and thinning at the other, like the bloody tentacles of an octopus. Susan grabbed Harry's hand, squeezing hard. She was staring at it, her pale face as white as a sheet. "Troll blood's difficult to remove," Alan said. "According to a deleter, anyway. According to Madame Pomfrey, too. It ruined my robes, apparently." Harry kept up an intense pace with the lightspeed, hoping to tire himself out as he had hoped, so much so that he noticed his friends sharing more than one worried glance. An hour later he thought he'd succeeded. Everything ached, everything hurt. But sleep did not come easily. While his body relaxed, his mind could not. Now devoid of distractions, Harry began to think and soon began to worry. He worried mostly about the club, specifically if there would still be a club when next week arrived. The troll be a sufficient excuse to shut it down. He imagined a parade of teachers, Professor Sinastra and Professor Sprout in the lead, marching into the headmaster's office. Or at least, what he imagined Headmaster Dumbledore's office to be like. He'd never seen it. In fact, the headmaster had never spoken to him. At this rate, he despaired, burying his face into his pillow, he'd meet Headmaster Dumbledore before the end of the year, and not for anything good. Sleep eventually crept upon him. People were watching him at breakfast. It was like his first day all over again. "Don't be too shy," Alan whispered gamely. "You've earned those stares this time." Harry punched him gamely on the shoulder. Tuesday arrived with trepidation. The first self-defense club meeting since the troll incident was scheduled for the afternoon, that is, if there still was a self-defense club. Gabriel, Harry heard, had recovered from her illness, if it was illness at all, but he hadn't seen her. Nor had Professor Quirrell made any statement declaring the club shut down or otherwise. Not that Harry had expected anything from cowardly Professor Quirrell. Some of the other teachers, on the other hand, had definitely been opposed to the founding of the Self-Defense Club, his own head of house among them. The events of Halloween had strengthened their arguments, which was not to discount the influence of some of the students. He'd only recently learned that Hogwarts was overseen by a board of governors, and many members of that board had children at Hogwarts. What if the board decided to move against the club at the urging of their sons and daughters? He wished he knew where these pacifist tendencies came from, but Susan was nearly as ignorant as him. When asked, she'd mumbled something about campbellites and dark magic. It didn't make Harry any less stressed, but he'd restrained the urge to snap at her. That would be like kicking a puppy, and she was no older than him. Why would she know more about wizarding politics than he did? That Tuesday, defense against the dark arts seemed to crawl by. Harry was barely listening to the lecture. His forehead felt like it was burning, and the butterflies in his stomach fluttered like moths circling a light. What would the other club members think? Would a teacher be waiting there to inform them it was cancelled? Would Gabriel even arrive? Harry felt sick on his way down to the dungeons. Susan and Alan were quiet. Apprehension walked with them like a fourth member of their group. There proved to be no teacher in the corridor. Harry let out a breath of relief. The first pitfall was past. Within the dueling hall, about half the members had already gathered. A conspicuous rug covered the bloodstain. Even better, Gabriel present. She was sitting in her customary chair and reading her notes. Harry could not help but stare. He'd never really thought about her appearance before. He cast his mind back, thinking of the first time they met. He remembered her encouraging smile, her flashing steel-gray eyes, and her resemblance to Alan. She was, he judged, without even a hint of emotion, or so he told himself, pretty. Now her pale skin had waxed, her dark brown hair had dulled to something limp and lifeless. As though sensing her gaze, she looked up and they locked eyes, and just as quickly she looked away. Harry's stomach dropped. Did that mean she was upset with him, or that she was upset about the troll and the trouble it had caused? By the time the lecture began, about a third of the seats remained unfilled. Harry was very careful not to look at them. Afternoon witchlings and wizardlings, Gabriel began her usual humorous greeting. Without any humor, today we're going to examine shields. She gave her wand a tired flick. Pratigo. A shimmering silver shield appeared, cocooning her in a translucent shell. Harry observed it intently. The shield plumed directly from her wand, where the stream was almost invisible, and spread, the magic growing increasingly opaque as it reached the edge of the shield, which came to appear like a sphere cut in half. Pratigo is the iconic shield, Gabriel said tepidly. Her spell wavered as she spoke. Clearly, it took effort to maintain. But there are many shield charms. Pratigo is a modern charm, invented after the great turning of the 1820s. It is simple, strong, and frugal. Its inventor, Michael de Lapin, was a genius. That name caused some shifting in chairs and some quiet grumbling from some of the wizard raised, and especially from the pureblood students. Harry sent Susan a meaningful glance. She puffed out her cheeks in false vexation. The de Lapins are famously anti-British, she whispered to him. They wanted to reignite the wars of the Covenant. De Lapin argued that Pratigo would give the French the edge. Harry turned that over in his head. From his scant knowledge of history, he understood the Wars of the Covenant to be a series of anti-English conflicts that erupted in the wake of the infamous Hadrian incident. That happened all the way back in the mid-1100s. Wizards had a long memory. Meanwhile, Gabriel continued. You may have been told that Pratigo is a difficult spell to master, that it isn't tackled until fourth year for a reason. This isn't exactly true. Younger witches and wizards struggle to form a full Pratigo, a hemispheric Pratigo. Like this, she gestured with her wand, waving her full-formed spell in the air. So called because it's shaped like a split globe, protecting 180 degrees surrounding the tip of the wand. To be brief here, Gabriel clearly had to suppress a mid-lecture yawn. A hemispheric Pratigo requires a larger spark than most people can manage before their fourth year. However, with a bit of effort, a smaller Pratigo can be cast. It won't create a denser shield, but it will require less magic. Bypassing the need for a large spark, Harry thought. Melinda Blishwick, Archie Smiles, Faye McDougal, and David Hayes are the instructors today. They're all great with Pratigo, but don't be disheartened if you don't get it straight away. Susan frowned as everyone began to shuffle around, moving toward their preferred instructor. Gabriel usually puts herself up as an instructor, she said. She looks tired, Harry put in hopefully. Susan managed to convey what she thought of that with absolutely no expression at all. Or she's avoiding you. Give her time, Alan said. I'm sure she's just stressed. Harry barely saw Gabriel for the rest of the club. He put himself under Hayes' tutelage. Hayes was a muggle-born, a talented sixth year with a crooked nose and a crooked smile. Like all the tutors, he was Gabriel's friend. Perhaps, Harry schemed, he could get something out of the older student. He and Hayes had always gotten along. But it was no use. Hayes avoided the topic like he was being paid to do so, and in a frustrating flash, the session was over. Everyone filed out slowly, talking, chatting as they always did, meandering around the room. Harry waited until it was just him, Susan, and Alan. Gabriel left first, Harry said, staring at the door. He'd really messed up, hadn't he? Could the club continue under this strain? Only one small incident, and perhaps, if my cousin walked any faster, she'd have been a blur, Alan joked, only to smile sheepishly under the combined glares of his friends. Sorry, he added. Well, you walked that back fast enough, Harry said, just a little sharper than he meant. I deserve that, Warouch. Harry barely avoided Susan's second stinging spell. It had come out of nowhere. She was so quiet, her voice often gave no clue that she was casting. Alan was still jumping up and down, nursing his knee when Harry cast Pratigo, and a full hemispheric shield charm dissipated Susan's third stinging hex. His friends stared. Show off, Alan said good-naturedly, rubbing his leg, but Susan did not let the tension go. Let's not get distracted, or fight among ourselves, she cried. Why, you didn't do anything wrong, Harry. You can't blame other people for being silly. Susan's cheeks were as red as her hair, her scarlet eyebrows were tightly notched. Though her voice was always soft, almost monotone, her face equally betrayed her feelings. Harry smiled fondly, a strange sensation welling up within him. Thanks for the reminder, Sue. Susan blushed at the nickname. Yes, Alan added mischievously. You might say I needed that. He hastily dodged another stinging hex. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. Paul McCartney's voice warbled through the wizarding gramophone. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Gabriel Jorkins closed her eyes and relaxed into her tattered armchair. The Gryffindor colours were slowly fading. They had been long before third year, when she'd smuggled it and the rest of the old furniture up to her hideaway. With everything that had happened, last year seemed like 5 years now. And it had all started with the Self-Defense Club. Gabriel felt her chest tighten at the very thought. When Harry had come to her, it was like a miracle, a moment of destiny. Harry needed her, and she needed Harry. It promised a way to pass on her skills, her message, beyond her friends, to seek a solution for the iniquities that plagued the wizarding world. It would all begin, she thought, by teaching the students of Hogwarts to defend themselves. With the rumored and likely very real curse on the defense against the dark arts position, they weren't going to learn any other way. And that was appalling, especially for the Muggle-borns lucky enough to be accepted into Hogwarts, as they couldn't circumvent the misuse of magic rules that prevented them using magic during the summers. While wizarding households could teach their children whatever they pleased, Hogwarts Muggle-borns, some of the most vulnerable in society, were left vulnerable after they finished schooling. From what she'd been able to gather, the results of the other schools were mixed, but Gabriel wasn't at any of the other schools. No, she was at Hogwarts, seat of the cancerous aristocracy. How Dumbledore ever let them into the school, cretins like Marcus Flint and Drusilla Rosier. The mere thought made her shiver as McCartney reached his bridging verse. Dumbledore, with his motions of moderation, his mighty tolerance, was obviously out of date. It was easy to be tolerant when you were headmaster of Hogwarts, supreme mugwump, and all his other stupid titles. Did he know what he was doing, letting all the Voldemort-supporting detritus infest the school? And now, because of the troll, they were all whispering in their teachers' ears, propagandizing against the Self-Defense Club, starting fights against members as evidence that the club was promoting violence. Even the Campbellite teachers weren't really on their side, as Hughie Campbell himself was famously pacifistic, that sent the first stirrings of anger through her. Was there anything worse than someone who saw what was wrong with the world, but was unwilling to fight to right it? Harry had definitely fought to defend Hermione. Gabriel wouldn't have been able to suppress the smile that came to her face if she'd wanted to. He was so shy, so quiet around people he didn't know nothing like she'd imagined of the boy who lived. But her imagination couldn't have conjured someone better. He'd shown true courage. Now, if only she could look at him without feeling ill, feeling all the pressure put upon the Self-Defense Club crushing her. But he was also, unknowingly, the center of something, and not just the Self-Defense Club. Still thinking about it, Gabriel cracked an eye open. David was looking at her with that annoying smile of his. Yes, she admitted testily. How could I not? It was a puzzle, one she hadn't even realized she was putting together until recently, when she'd gone down to visit Hagrid and saw, buried under a mass of papers, a saved newspaper clipping titled Gringotts Break-In Latest. At first she'd thought little of it, but slowly it had begun to nag at her. Why would Hagrid save that? Why would he be interested in a bank robbery? He couldn't have been involved, so what was going on? It had remained a mystery until she'd requested a copy of the paper from the Prophet's archives, and came to read that the ransacked vault had been emptied earlier in that same day. After some reflection, she'd realized that meant that whatever was in the vault was probably quite small, and sequestered in the third-floor corridor. After all, Hagrid must have been the one to remove it, and what could Hagrid own, lovely though he was, that would be worth stealing, especially from a place as impenetrable as Gringotts? No, he was there on Dumbledore's orders, and Dumbledore was keeping it in Hogwarts, almost certainly in the corridor he'd ordered off-limits, which itself was strange, almost like a dare. All that had been left to do was find out what it was. That had been easy. All she'd required was Hagrid and 3 bottles of Ogden's fire whiskey. What he'd finally let slip after finishing off 2 and 3/4 bottles was more fantastical than she'd imagined. It had sent a shock like lightning through her system. "Something strange is going on," Gabriel finally said. "Something Dumbledore's designed. It can't be a coincidence. Not only Harry Potter appearing at Hogwarts, but Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." Glossary. The concept of the unknown unknown was brought to popular attention by the famous, some might say infamous, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld during a Department of Defense news briefing in 2002. I'm sure you can guess what the topic entailed. However, that's yet to happen for about a decade. Fortunately, something approaching the idea was created in 1955 by a pair of American psychologists. They framed it as a technique called the Johari window, which functions as a visualization. Thereafter, the concept was passed around self-help guides and boardrooms. Vernon Dursley would probably be aware of it. N. Only one glossary note to satisfy my autism today, unfortunately. But a lot happens in this chapter. Harry learns Protego, a key spell, and we get a glimpse into Gabriel's mind. I always imagined the limitations of casting being based around the amount of magic a witch or wizard could manifest at one time, hence the spark. After all, wouldn't it be weird that a simple-ish spell like Protego would require more magic than would exist in a first year's magical reserves? That simply can't be the case. Ergo, the need for the limit to exist at some other point, here, in the amount that can be put into a single spell. I don't know why I'm explaining the lore like this actually. Usually I leave you lovely readers to figure it out for yourselves as you go along. I could delete this paragraphs and start again, but I won't. Anyway, thanks for reading and take care. Feel free to review, follow and favorite as you prefer to or don't. Jousting Alchemy, P.S. Special thanks to people who hunted this story down while it must have been languishing deep in the busy Harry Potter section of. Your follows, favorites, reviews were highly motivating. 11. The Faction and the Stone Roman 3. The Faction and the Stone Roman 3, slowly, things began to settle down for Harry. He relaxed back into the slow, unhurried rhythm of Hogwarts. After about a week, the incessant staring petered out. For that, Harry was glad. But not everything went back to the way it was. Gabriel continued to keep her distance. There were no more smiles from her, no more advice, no more easy companionship. And the longer she stayed away, the more her absence felt like a hole, a hollow in Hogwarts' steadily beating heart. Almost as painful was the realization that about a quarter of the students who hadn't attended that first session after the troll incident wouldn't be returning at all. Though Alan disapproved, Harry found them difficult to blame. The Self-Defense Club had become as much a social club as a learning opportunity. After what had happened, he could understand why some might choose not to return. Unfortunately, one of those students was a Delita Land. That particularly stung. She was one of Gabriel's friends, a tutor herself, and a great lover of magical beasts and beings. The very thought made Harry wince. Not long after, the second Quidditch game of the year took place. Gryffindor versus Slytherin was, according to Susan, Hogwarts' sporting highlight. Harry wasn't sure if that was because the match was of a higher quality than those involving Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. He didn't know enough about Quidditch to really judge, or if it was a consequence of their shared dislike. The airborne grace of the Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood, pointed to the former, not that he moved much, being the keeper. The brutal tactics of both teams' beaters implied the latter. After 3 long, cold hours, the Slytherin seeker finally caught the snitch he was seeking. "Thank Merlin's grubby beard," Wayne said. His skin was beginning to take on the same sheen as a block of ice. "Why don't the warming charms work?" Beside him, Megan Jones had piled on layers until she looked like a black and gold letterbox, with her 2 brown eyes staring out at the pitch. Harry shared his pain, rubbing his hands together ineffectually. As December approached, the weather had turned bitterly cold. Now a fresh frost clung to the grounds each morning, glimmering in the weak sunlight like fields of sparkling crystals. Snow had crowned the mountaintops, but after a brief flurry at ground level, it had turned, in Alan's words, too cold to snow. That cold had got everywhere. It crept into corridors and sent biting winds roaring through courtyards. Justin, he and Ernie, like Wayne, had moved past last names, was shivering so violently during a potions lesson that he'd spilled his essence of billywig, which had made his potion fizz, then explode. Professor Snape had not been pleased. To Alan's annoyance, Harry had lately been spending more time in the Hufflepuff common room, lazing about by the fire in an overstuffed armchair. Visiting another house's common room was not generally the done thing, so they'd seen a little less of each other in the past week or so. Harry promised himself he'd make up for it after Christmas, and especially after February, when the weather would hopefully warm once more. But before any of that, Christmas was fast approaching. Harry felt it in the air, a certain spark, a magic all its own. Even the old caretaker, Filch, seemed a little less moody. He hadn't threatened to hang someone up by their toes for weeks, yet not everyone was full of Christmas cheer. Harry never heard them himself, but he was told that whispers were still going around growing louder even about his run-in with the troll. Some of them were speculating that it was an attempt to kill him, which Harry found most likely, and he'd been told Professor Flitwick was examining the enchantments on the doors that hadn't opened, while others claimed more cynical motives. Most repeated was the idea that the whole incident was faked, something created to boost the legend of the boy who lived. There was really nothing to do about that, so he didn't do anything. Then, one day in mid-December, the denizens of Hogwarts awoke to find their home adorned in several feet of snow. Too cold. Yeah, right, Harry had crowed at Alan. The Black Lake had also frozen solid, so that it looked like a vast black marble. Out came the ice skates. Out came the snowballs. Weasley twins, known for their pranks, received detention for charming several snowballs to follow Professor Quirrell around and bounce off the back of his turban. Harry thought their spellwork was rather impressive. He was just watching Hagrid heave a vast fir tree up one of the open-air galleries, leaving a trail of needles in his wake, when he met Draco Malfoy leaning against the doorway of an unused bathroom. "Potter," he said, his pale eyes flickering between Harry and the disappearing mass that was Hagrid. Harry stilled, cautious. He knew the other boy wanted to make some unpleasant comment about the half-giant. Since their first meeting, Susan had told him more about the Malfoy family and their ideas. None of it sounded good. But on the other hand, Malfoy had never shown any hostility toward him personally. So there was no reason to be hostile in turn, just wary. Malfoy. And where, he wondered, were Malfoy's friends Crabbe and Goyle? Inside the bathroom, up to no good, waiting for Harry to enter. But Malfoy did not ask him in. "Watch yourself, Potter," he said instead. "That idiot Harton is spreading rumors about you." That Harry already knew. "About the troll. I know, I just don't know why." "Jealousy," Malfoy sneered. "And resentment. There is a feeling among some students that you," and Malfoy spat the following words out like they were a bogey-flavored Bertie Bart's bean, "betrayed Gryffindor by being sorted into Hufflepuff. They think the vanquisher of the Dark Lord should have only been a brave and gallant Gryffindor. That's childish, and Harton isn't even a Gryffindor," Harry said. "This is a school, Potter," Malfoy pointed out. "But that's not the problem. I noticed that you've put your name down to stay at Christmas. So has Harton and his 3 closest friends. Watch yourself, Potter. The corridors will be empty at half-term. Who knows what might happen?" Harry eyed Malfoy critically. He'd definitely caught something suspicious. Was this a real attempt to help him, or was there some other reason? Was he trying to get in his good books? It didn't really matter, Harry supposed. It was useful to know. "Thanks, Malfoy." But now Malfoy might think he was owed something. Harry paused mid-step. "Oh, and about that herbology assignment. I know everyone's stuck, but I'd check out a copy of Ireland's Plants and Other Flora by Irene Isglass." As the book wasn't on the reading list, Harry himself wouldn't have known where to look, except for Hannah Abbott's tip. And thank Merlin for her, he thought, stepping around the weeping ghost of the Grey Lady. Someone had to like playing with plants. He did well enough of that at the Dursleys. Susan and Alan were waiting for him in the great hall. Even encumbered by a whole tree, Hagrid had still gotten there first, leaving a trail of needles behind him like a festive snail. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were busying themselves with Christmas decorations. "Ah, Hagrid," the small teacher chirped. "The last tree, put it in the far corner, would you? That would make the 12th tree to festoon the hall, along with blooms of holly and mistletoe strung along the walls." Some of the trees were already decorated with miniature icicles, others with hundreds of tiny candles. "Have you pulled each one, Hagrid?" Harry said, looking between the towering trees. "Aye," Hagrid said. He was seemingly preparing himself to hoist the fur over his shoulder. The half-giant didn't even seem out of breath. And then Nippy, the ooze-elf, clears the needles after me. Harry reminded himself, not for the first time, to never make Hagrid angry. He already knew from Hike's creatures of land, earth, and sea that half-giants inherited their giantish forebears' resistance to magic. Now he didn't know what to say to such a Herculean feat of strength. Nice one, Hagrid. Keep at it." Alan waved him over. "Just had a word with Malfoy," Harry said lightly once he'd sat down. The hall was mostly empty. A few students milled around to watch the teachers decorate. Susan tensed. What did he say?" "He gave me advice," Harry said. "Apparently Matthew Harton will be staying at Hogwarts for Christmas along with his friends." Alan was fiddling with the sleeves of his robe, his muggle jumper just peeking out beneath the sleeve. "It's a trap, then." "I'll tell my parents I'm staying at Hogwarts if you like. I'm sure Professor Flitwick won't mind." "Me too," Susan added straight away. "No," Harry said thickly. He was struggling not to choke on his words. Something heavy and warm had welled up inside him at their loyalty. "No, don't change your plans on my account. I'll be careful." The holidays officially began just a day later. Harry suddenly found himself almost alone in the Hufflepuff common room. Or, he thought as he relaxed into the best armchair by the fire, he had the common room to himself. He almost had the castle to himself. Perhaps a dozen students remained. They were outnumbered by the teachers. It was a wonderful and sobering thought. He could explore at will, find those places he'd otherwise never hoped to find. Secrets were surely hidden behind at least half a dozen tapestries, and who knew what some of the lesser-known paintings might say. Harry had rarely been alone and free at once. Always it had been one or the other. Alone in his cupboard, where he was not free, or free at break time when he was not alone. Yet now he was alone and free. He had time to ponder why he was alone and free. He had no one to go back to for Christmas. The Dursleys wouldn't miss him. He'd thought, perhaps, that because of the war, more of his classmates might have found themselves in situations like his, but apparently not. Even Alan, who'd somehow been lost during the chaos, had a Muggle family who loved him. Susan, Harry suspected, was not untouched by the fighting either. She never spoke of her parents, only her Aunt Amelia, in terms both loving and reverent. He was sure Alan had noticed too, but neither of them knew how to approach her silence. How could you broach something like that, something that caused so much pain that she never spoke of it? Harry sighed, pushing his head into the armchair. Susan had a gentle soul, perhaps too gentle in this case. "What are you thinking about?" a grinning voice said. He thought, then there was that. He wasn't entirely alone. Harry cracked open an eye. "Nothing much," he told Wayne glibly. The other boy was, in fact, grinning. Aside from a reclusive seventh year, they were the only Hufflepuffs in the castle. Susan, perhaps. Wayne said knowingly, stroking his non-existent beard in a performative pose, as though he were Sherlock Holmes, unlocking some elaborate riddle. Or maybe Gabriel. Harry felt his cheeks redden and wrinkled his nose. What was Wayne even implying? "I've seen the way you look at her," Wayne continued, "when you think nobody else is looking. Something about that stung. She won't even talk to me." Harry bit back dismissively. Wayne dropped his pose abruptly. "Because of the troll." There was nothing teasing in his tone. "Yes," Harry said simply. He eyed his housemate curiously. What was he getting at? Why was he interested? Wayne had always struck him as an unorthodox Hufflepuff. He couldn't imagine loyalty was his first, second, or even third greatest virtue. Only hard work had delivered him to the black and yellow. Harry was much the same, which made Wayne something of a mystery, or perhaps he was overthinking. Harry had found himself doing that a lot since the troll incident. Wayne, meanwhile, fished something out his robe pocket. "Fancy a game," he offered. It was a black heptagon that filled his palm, about as thick as a large marble. Harry frowned. He had no idea what it was, and though his ignorance of the wizarding world wasn't a secret, nor did he advertise it. Sure," he gambled. Maybe Wayne would explain what it was before they started, or perhaps the game would be self-explanatory. But Wayne only frowned in turn. "You don't have tea hide with me, you know." There's no shame in not knowing. If it were the first, or even the second time his bluff had been called, Harry would have frozen. It wasn't, so he just sighed. At least Wayne was being direct. For once. "Everyone expects me to be the boy who lived, and the boy who lived understands what's going on." Harry searched his feelings. I just want to be a duelist." Wayne's pale blue eyes softened. It must be hard. I'm not even sure why people have kicked up so much fuss about some smelly creature, and my father's a politician. It's complicated, I think, Harry agreed. He tried to read some political leaflets during his stay in Diagon Alley, but he'd had no context to understand them. His perusal into history books hadn't helped either. The medieval age he'd attempted to understand had a totally different government, with familiar names, but without even the Ministry of Magic. He'd long given up. The shape of magic had gone untouched for months. He'd returned a modern history of magical Britain to Gabriel through her friend David Hayes. You best ask a teacher, Wayne said. Then again, Snape'd probably have a very different answer than Professor Sprout. All I know is that there are 4 big parties, and some of them are big wet blankets. Harry laughed. What's this game, then? The game, as it turned out, was a traditional wizard's game, and Harry suspected Wayne had offered something non-muggle on purpose, called push and pull. The heptagon, the puller, would spin clockwise, radiating a rainbow of magic like a sparkling whirlpool. One player, the puller, would attempt to stop the heptagon spinning via magic alone. Harry hadn't even known that sort of thing was possible, but Wayne had shown him how. The heptagon was actually the vessel for a sophisticated enchantment, whose purpose was to simulate the sensation of magic itself. By placing their wand into the rainbow wake, the witch or wizard could, if concentrating, pull against the heptagon's push by sense, and will alone. The third player was supposed to disrupt the other player by pushing along with the heptagon. Harry had taken the game rather flippantly, losing 4 in a row. At least, until Wayne told him, it was also an exercise meant to stimulate the magical senses. The ultimate purpose was to help awaken those same magical senses, which some witches and wizards never managed their whole life. He'd won every single contest thereafter, until, with a great surge, the heptagon spun off its axis and launched itself against a wall, sending them both into fits of giggles. When they'd eventually come to their senses, Wayne flicked his wand. "Tempus," he said. A lazy waft of lilac smoke emerged from his wand and slowly spun into the shape of a clock. "We should get going," he said, reading the time. "They'll be serving dinner soon." With fewer people to cook for, the food the house elves were making was even better than normal, but Harry was more interested in the spell. It seemed extremely useful. "Where'd you learn that one?" he asked, nodding at the vanishing smoke. "My father," Wayne said, "but take a look at the third-year charms textbook. It should be in that. It's not a hard spell, it just requires a bit of power." Was that, Harry wondered, a boast? Either way, he needed to see Hedwig, so he said his goodbyes and made his way toward the owlery. Up and up he went, through the basement, by the great hall and up the grand staircase. Here the walls were thick with portraits, and the stairs shifted impossibly from landing to landing. All of it was built around a vast square shaft which soared to a distant, heavenly ceiling. It was possible to get almost anywhere in Hogwarts from the staircase, but the stairs moved so often one could often find themselves at the opposite end of the castle to where they had wanted to go, or to somewhere they'd never seen before and where they'd never see again. As he'd expected, the stairs were shifting unfavorably, so Harry was left waiting, daydreaming. His mind flitted briefly from topic to topic, but the push-pull game was still on his mind, and especially Wayne's words about sensing very thought sent a thrill straight through him. What would it be like to feel magic, really feel it? He thought he'd felt Hogwarts magic when he and the others crossed the Black Lake. It was an indescribable sensation, but that was to be expected. Hogwarts was one of the most magical castles in Europe. Even a muggle would sense something in its presence. The ability to sense magic was different. He'd heard it described like synesthesia, when one sense was experienced through another, like hearing colors or seeing sounds. The accepted theory rationalized this as an adaptation, as witches and wizards were not born with a sixth sense. Few were truly capable of sensing anything more than the strongest spells and enchantments, though, and each witch and wizard experienced magic in their own way. The stairs shifted, allowing Harry onto the 3rd floor. Would that, Harry wondered, specialize a wizard into a particular subject? Did some kinds of magical awareness favor curse breaking, or enchanting, or rune cutting? And how did immensely powerful wizards like Dumbledore sense magic? In fact, how did they experience the world? Could they feel the magic of grass beneath their feet, of the smallest flower, the grandest waterfall? More importantly, how did it affect dueling? Could they sense spells approaching behind them? Could they ever be surprised? Was it possible to detect what sort of spell had been fired at them? Harry came out of his reverie to glare at the unmoving stairs. They were marking him, he was sure of it, unobligingly remaining set to what he was sure was a dead end. After about 30 seconds of waiting, one of the paintings called out, "Those stairs don't move on snowy afternoons, lad. You'll be here all day." The gilded nameplate below the painting named him as Rupert Rind, an 18th century wizard so large he was almost bursting out of his robes. His grey beard almost touched the floor, and in his hand he held a magnificent pineapple. "Wonderful," Harry groused back. "I'll take the long way." There was, he knew, a spiraling staircase from the 3rd floor to the 4th. That would take him to another section of the grand staircase where he could try again. Merlin, he thought. It was a good thing the school schedule was so relaxed, or everyone would be late to class all the time. Perhaps a magical sense would allow someone to detect how the stairs would move. The stairs were, he knew, old enchantments that gone haywire in the magically rich environment of Hogwarts. According to Hogwarts, a history, a series of levers once operated each set of stairs, allowing the denizens of the castle free rein to manipulate them as they wished. Eventually, however, the powerful sorcery of the castle had seeped into the enchantments that controlled them, and the levers, now useless, were removed. Thereafter, the stairs had a mind of their own. Harry stopped, his thoughts interrupted. Had he just heard something? He swept his eyes across the corridor. Sconces cast deep shadows on the flagstones, atop which a long Persian rug had been placed. A couple of doors he knew to be locked. He tried them both in his search for a suitable dueling room, flanked him. The walls were windowless, and he realized with a start strangely devoid of paintings. It was a perfect place, he thought slowly, but with increasing concern for an... His eyes widened ambush. Harry whipped out his wand, just in time to block a jinx fired from a shadow right below one of the sconces. His heart hammering, he returned with a jelly-legs jinx which flowed straight into an impedimenta. The figure cursed, but sidestepped neatly away from the wall, belaying a certain amount of training. In the firelight, it was revealed to be Bernard Borhill, a Ravenclaw with an incomprehensible Scottish accent, who just so happened to be one of Matthew Harton's friends. 3 more figures barreled out of the once-locked doors. One of them was Harton himself. Damn it, Harry thought. Gabriel hadn't even begun to discuss dueling multiple opponents. At least none of them had got behind him. Impedimenta, he cast, targeting one of Harton's other friends. Flipendo, rictu sempra. With no other option than to overwhelm, Harry started pelting them with jinxes, never attacking the same opponent twice. Catching Pritchard Moon off guard, his second tickling spell connected, sending him into a fit of uncontrollable giggles, and thereby dropping his wand. "Idiot," Harton said, turning to cast the counterspell on his friend. Sidestepping an unusual pink-tinged hex, Harry took the opportunity and cast the simplest, quickest jinx he knew. Relatio, relatio, relatio. Harton looked to be rooted to the spot, but Borhill covered him with a minor pratigo. The third impact shattered the shield, leaving Harton and Borhill disappointingly unmolested. Harry gritted his teeth. If only he'd thought to aim his spells, then their weak shield wouldn't have been able to cover his whole body. That'd been his chance. If he'd forced Harton, easily the strongest of them, to drop his wand, he was sure he could win a chaotic 2 against 1, especially with Moon giggling like an idiot and Harton scrambling for his wand in the dark. They would have made great distractions. Instead, Moon stopped laughing, and Harton turned back to Harry, his wand tip alight with what Harry was sure was a flipendo. He might have imagined it, but he swore that time seemed to slow in that moment. His eyes flickered from hostile wand to hostile wand, all 4 of them, for the first time, pointed in his direction at once. Damn, he ducked the first barrage and sidestepped the second. "Aim at different points," he heard Harton say. "Don't let him dodge." 4 jinxes filled the air in front of him. Pratigo, the hemispheric shield absorbed them all. Its surface was nearly opaque, and though Harry knew he had more magic than his ambushers, he also knew he was in trouble. In fact, he was stuck. While holding the Pratigo, he couldn't cast a spell. Harton and his cronies were free to siege his shield. Gabriel had once mentioned that it was possible to transfer a shield to the offhand, a sort of wandless magic. She'd never explained how, and it would be well beyond him regardless. All Harry could do was steady himself and fend them off. "What are you doing, Hartin?" he called out to them. "I don't think we've ever spoken." He could see Hartin's sneer even through his shield. "Just doing what should be done, Potter. That troll nonsense was just the augur's call. Why do you think you've not talked to me all these months?" Harry frowned, feeding more magic into his shield. What was he talking about? "Because we're in different houses, different classes," he said. Wasn't that obvious? Hartin and his friends sniggered like he'd told a joke. "It's your excuse for being an arrogant sard. You won't talk to anyone except your two lackeys, Jorkins and that pureblood snot, and that's your excuse. Even Gabriel isn't good enough for you." Harry felt his cheeks flush. His confusion was falling away and anger was filling the hole it left. Lackeys, pureblood snot, and he'd totally misinterpreted what happened with Gabriel. Meanwhile, Hartin had lost patience. "Go around Pritchard," he ordered. "The shield doesn't protect his back, remember." Moon made to move, and Harry knew his time was running out. His eyes darted around the corridor. Surely there was something. Ceiling, walls, portraits, sconces, flagstones. Rug, rug. Harry bit his lip, watching his opponents keenly. It was risky, but there was no other option. Suddenly he dropped his shield and ducked to the ground. "Wingardium Leviosa," he cast, wrenching the rug up. He caught Harton's face, twisted in a rictus of surprise, and smiled while the rug wrapped over the four like a trap. Soon they'd shrug it off, so. Duro. As the grey-brown spell leapt from his wand, Harry could not help but laugh, knowing they could hear. It was designed to transfigure the first object it touched into something approaching stone, at least in hardness. He just hoped that whatever enchantments were layered on the rug didn't interfere, but he didn't even wait for the spell to hit. Who knew how long it would divert them, even if Duro worked? Instead, he turned and ran, sprinting through corridors, through doors, past stairs, and finding more corridors. Harry skidded to a stop, panting lightly. His breath left little puffs of condensation in the air. Wherever he was, it was cold. And where exactly was he? Hogwarts' Gothic corridors could be a maze, broken only by particular landmarks, like a Roman fountain that flowed the wrong way, or singing gargoyles who sang only lies on Tuesdays. But here he didn't recognize at all. Harry listened for the sounds of pursuit, and hearing nothing, he turned to the nearest portrait. He could deal with Harton later. For now, he needed to find his way to the owlery, or at least the Hufflepuff common room. Portraits could usually point the way if they so deigned, but the portrait was empty, as was the next and the next. Harry ran down the whole corridor and saw not one inhabited painting. What was going on? Nothing else struck him as strange, at least until he saw a faint smear of dust hidden in the gilding of the empty portrait of someone called Thaddeus Ravenwood. Dust! Harry pursed his lips and cast his mind back, trying to recall the last time he'd seen anything less than a pristine portrait. Not here, no, that'd been back at Holt End. Hogwarts herself had 100 house elves, according to Hogwarts, a history to cook and clean. In fact, Harry realized, with steadily growing concern, the only time he'd seen dust in Hogwarts was in specifically abandoned classrooms, or in the occasional secret room he'd stumbled across. And as this wasn't a secret room or classroom, that could only mean this was in the forbidden section of the 3rd floor, which, to paraphrase the headmaster, promised only a very painful death. Harry swallowed heavily. He felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. No wonder Hartin hadn't followed. Now near frozen, he slowly peered about the corridor, watching with new eyes. The sconces, he realized, were unlit. Shadows he'd barely noticed before seemed to bubble with malicious promise. What was the headmaster warning against? What was waiting in the darkness? Harry's thoughts spun from horror to horror, recalling more Adelita Land's lectures than Professor Quirrell's discourses in boredom. But he knew he did not know enough. As he'd almost admitted to Granger, he knew less about the wizarding world than he knew he didn't know about the wizarding world. Gingerly, Harry began to creep down the dim-lit passageway. The hairs on the back of his neck had started to stand on end. His breath came short and sharp, and he could hear his heart booming in his ears. Plenty of doors stared out at him like glum brown faces, marred by faint blemishes of dust and grime. Harry didn't dare try any of them. Who knew what was lying behind each one? Eventually, one did catch his eye. A door inset down a short corridor of its own, flanked on either side by gilded sconces, burning sconces. Thank Merlin, he whispered to himself, breaking a spell of awful silence. It could only be the way out. Harry took a hold of the proud bronze doorknob and wrenched. It was locked. Oh, Harry thought, that made sense. Alohomora, he cast. The door clicked. Harry tried it again, feeling a certain amount of triumph. At the end of the day, he'd beaten Hartin, after Harry's thoughts ground to a halt as he saw a nightmare come to life. He was staring straight into the eyes of a colossal dog, a dog which filled the space from floor to ceiling. 6 burning eyes were looking back at him, because this dog had 3 heads. 3 massive heads with 3 sniffing noses, 3 pricking ears, and 3 sets of vicious, fang-filled mouths big enough to eat a hairy-sized boy in one gulp. Harry backed out of the door, not daring to look away, and slammed it shut behind him. He ran and ran and ran, uncaring if Harton found him again. He just wanted to get as far away from that thing as his legs could carry him. Glossary. Surprisingly, Tempus isn't a canon spell. It's become so woven into the fanfiction mythos that I imagine quite a few people think it is. Pineapples were once symbols of wealth and status. It's said that Christopher Columbus presented them to King Ferdinand of Spain in 1493. Because of the difficulty in acquiring the fruit, they achieved a halo of luxury, becoming centerpieces of banquets throughout Europe. Depending on the wealth of the owner, they might not even eat the pineapple when so displayed. Later, when Europeans had engineered methods to grow them on their own estates, they did not lose their fame. Rather, they also became symbols of skill and effort. It took a lot of money and nurturing to successfully grow pineapples in any European climate through the use of greenhouses. Thus, the pineapple became a decorative motif used in design, denoting the ideal of hospitality and peacemaking. And so Harry has finally met Fluffy, and later than in canon. It's not in the film, so is often forgotten, but in the canon book Draco Malfoy challenges Harry to a duel at midnight, which turns out to be a trick. Filch is waiting for them. They run from him and come across Fluffy. This happens just after the flying lesson, so Canon Harry is aware that something strange is going on long before the duelist Harry, who cares more about dueling. Anyway, take care all of you. JoustingAlchemy.